and just take the mathematics, take the claims, and just do their own thing. If truth is important to them, if figuring out what's really going on is important to them, that's all you can really do. I'll be down with the other cool kids in chill chat if anybody wants to join.
You guys are heretics. Heliocentric heretics.
Hey,
I'm a sun cult heretic.
Yeah. If it's spinning and you can't feel it, why would you fear about it?
If you're spinning at 800 miles per second, why don't you feel it?
Yeah. Well, why would you fear if you don't even feel it? Let it spin.
Probably. I feel
The only
when I spin 5 miles per hour, I feel it, but I don't feel it in the globe model when I spin 800 miles per second.
Well, not really
Global
800 miles a second, but yeah, 1,000 miles an hour with the tangential speed. Yeah.
Yeah. The only way they would believe in the globe is because they're heliosexuals. That's why.
Mhm.
I don't see it any other way.
False worshipper.
Oh, yes.
And it's not a gay religion, actually. You know, they say, officially it's not.
Official is not. Oh. You're referring to balls? Or
Yeah, So heliocentric worship of balls, spinning balls, up and down, floating balls in vacuum, balls holding air, you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And if you like that, yeah, it wouldn't be gay at all. Yeah. So you're just like balls. That's it.
Well.
Soon we're gonna have these guys shouting in here, heresy, heresy, heretics at us.
Yeah, who in their right mind would spend 5 to 8 hours defending the government narrative?
With paychecks.
Yeah, some of them get paychecks. Some of them are just religious zealots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I don't think Octane Weasel is getting a check. I just think he loves atheism for whatever reason. Just like most Globers, they love atheism, and we all know why.
Self-worship, self-deifying, deifying.
Yeah. Although it's not the topic of the server, we all know all debates stem from atheism versus God, and yeah, so we all know why they reject flat Earth.
Well, heliocentrism is a religion, literal religion. So, of course, we get to talk about stuff like this, you know, God and Creator and stuff.
Yeah, it's based off
Heliocentrism,
imaginary
yeah,
stuff.
it's not science. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the religion of make believe all you want, you know, and the religion of everything how you believe, you know, and yeah.
Yeah, the globe is subjective truth. Whatever you want to believe, you can believe. Whatever you make up in your mind, that's the globe.
Well, actually, they just show you in your face, you know. They made the most handicapped man in the world, Stephen Hawking, you know. They made him like, they pose him as the world's greatest genius mind, you know. He invented nothing, he discovered nothing, he did no experiment other than boiling water, probably. Yeah.
Wow.
Name.
Does that
I
require a
would
degree?
challenge them. What is the smartest thing Stephen Hawking ever said? And then you just destroy him right after that.
Mm. I don't think he ever
Didn't
said
people speak for
anything
him? He
smart.
couldn't speak at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how can you verify anything for whatever the source came from? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, you can destroy it on two fronts. You can destroy it on how he's speaking, and you can destroy it on the dumbness that he's going to say.
Yep.
It's like the dumb shit he says versus like how does he even say it with his cheek? He's talking with his cheek. Really? I believe it.
Hmm.
How, show me, get a Glober to write a sentence with his cheek. Come on.
Yeah.
He was unable to swallow saliva.
You could barely. Yeah, he's
Wow.
Uh,
genius.
yeah.
Smartest man on earth.
Thank God.
In what field was he professing?
Math.
Quantums? Math?
No, mathematics and some theoretical
Numbers.
physics. Yeah.
The language of deceit.
Astrophysics, black holes, and stuff like that. You know,
Unicorn.
equations. Yeah.
Oh,
Bigfoot.
the cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool imaginary stuff. Nice.
The best.
He was just messing with the chalk. You know, wasting it. That's the only thing
Yeah, I think
he did in his life. Waste of chalk. You know.
I think Stephen Hawking was trolling the atheists.
You know, these men who died, they say that when you mention their name, they hear you and they are twisting in their graves in their sleep, you know. So he doesn't have any peace there where he is because he left his name in this world to be used and pronounced by all these idiots, you know, every day. He's being called day and night.
He's being summoned. The Stephen Hawking's ritual.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's being summoned by the pseudoscientists.
Mhm. So
But
just for
the
this,
best part is what goes around. So whatever lies and evil you do, it's going to come back to you.
yeah. Even just for this thing that I read in the Bible and other spiritual books, it makes me like, even if I make a discovery or something, I will just give it out there in the free, you know, spread it and stuff, share it with a few people, uh, which I know they will forget about me, you know, and my name will never be mentioned. Yeah, I don't want to be remembered.
Even the best of people are only remembered periodically. So, I mean, yeah, like could be once a month, could be once a year, could be once every 5 years. Depends on the person.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
whatever, however amount of remembrance you are, as long as you're telling the truth, you're good to go.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like that. You could be telling a version of your truth or the actual truth. So
Yeah, but the question is, how far do you need to be from the source of light so that distance starts collimating the light? How does distance collimate light? Yeah.
sunlight, flashlight, candle. I don't know which light, which yeah, but
Yeah, any light source.
but to me, the we I know that globers hate water because flat water destroys the globe.
Yeah.
No curvature, they hate water. Like they'll hate, yeah. So
Everything
to light,
is the globe because the globe is
yeah,
against the reality, you know.
yeah. The globe is easy to destroy. It's just whoever wants to listen and whoever wants to learn. And if you're a truther, you know, and if you're a dumb government statist, then you remain ignorant.
You know, the only thing I learned on from Globy is about water, why it can bend, is that they showed me surface tension. It's the only thing I can do is show me some retarded thing,
Yeah.
you know, that has nothing to do with it.
Uh,
I mean, the best thing yet that I heard from Panda was where he told me that the stars only look like as if they're flimmering underwater or shining underwater because
Yeah.
of being out of focus. And then he told me that that the camera or every camera has a limit of like 30 meters. Until then, everything is out of focus. And then I said, okay, you think that's a good proof, and I think when I can recreate in a smaller model lights underwater, like how there would be in a firmament, which is, you know, whereas water is above, and I get the same results. My experiment is actually, you know, the same as it would be in reality, and it's the same that I observe. And he said that's nonsense. That's retarded. That's stupid. Like he thought that my experience is stupid, but whatever he said, things being out of focus, even though this you cannot recreate. You cannot recreate his theory of things being out of focus. You cannot take a light and just put it out of focus and make it look like as if it's flimmering or shining underwater. And he was still in denial. These people are so ignorant, they will do everything to keep their belief system. It's unbelievable.
because they already committed the wrong, and knowing that there is the law to punish you for those wrongdoings, they just can't accept it, you know.
Yeah, regardless of that, they just don't accept reality for what it is.
Yeah, I've seen people being fooled. You know, they sent $100,000 to a guy in the Netherlands. This guy rented a office in a skyscraper. Yeah,
Mhm.
he rented the whole level, and he made like a fake bank, you know, and this guy was saying, "Oh, I have this black painted US dollars from Switzerland. You know, I have billions of them, and we need to buy a special cleaning solution to wash that black paint of the money, and then they are good money to use, you know." And but this ink washing solution is so expensive, you know. It's $100,000 for, I don't know, a barrel which you can wash like $1 billion. Okay, let's do it. He sent money, you know, $100,000, and when he told me, it was an American guy, you know, and I told him, "Dude, you've been scammed," you know.
Mm.
No, I can find the bank is right there in Amsterdam, you know. Okay, let me buy you a plane ticket and I arrange everything so you can go there and check for yourself. I sent him the airplane ticket, everything. He went there and boom, no bank, nothing. It was a scam. It was just a level being offered for rent, you know. So yeah, for $100,000, even I can rent a office level in that building, you know, and have an American guy pay me $100,000, yeah, and then choose. But even after that, the guy, because he lost $100,000, he was in a cocked state, you know, like he couldn't believe it was a scam. And for very, very long time, it took him about 2 or 3 years to actually realize, you know. He was like, "Oh, maybe the bank moved. Maybe it moved in another country." He was about to go to Africa. I told him, "Dude, hold your seat."
So you're saying this guy is a glober?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
He's in his 60s now, but yeah, about 15 years ago, he was 45 in his 50s, something like that, you know.
So
He
I
has a
got a
son of
message
mine.
saying I got a transaction, $300 e-transfer. Should I
Yeah,
send them my information? Not like I wonder.
yeah,
A glober? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe I should.
yeah. And you know, I was a hacker and I was doing stuff with him, and he knew about me that I'm good, I know stuff, and he didn't ask me, you know. Like he put his money there without saying a word, nothing, you know. And I would have told him from the first time, even how to check this scam, you know.
Uh, I'll ask you anybody a question. Can you get rich quick? Is it possible, really?
Yeah, yeah. When you
Like,
scam people, yeah,
if
you
it's
get rich very fast, or you go to jail. One of the
Yes,
two.
yes, you can.
you either work for 16 to 18 hours a day, or you do crime, or you win the
exactly.
lottery. I
Yeah,
guess if that's real.
There are
yeah,
people that have specialized in taking rich people's money. You need to
yeah,
understand there are many rich people that are just very, very stupid and they don't know what to do with their money.
yeah, yeah. They lose the sense of value.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
think there was one guy in Germany, I forgot his name. He 1 second, let me think. Oh yeah, he sold the idea to rich people that he will make their money double of like that he will double the money of them in a certain way, and they presented him
Yeah.
how and blah blah blah, and then he targeted like young rich guys who got the
Mhm.
money from their parents that passed
Yeah.
away or something like that, and especially rich people who had no sense for
Mhm.
the money that they have, and he I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of euros he scammed, but like there was one particular guy where he like scammed him off like 750,000 because
Uh,
he just he scammed him of that money, then he changed his identity and he like he changed the country and he lived somewhere else, and then all of a sudden he meets that guy on the airport, the guy that he
yeah.
scammed all the time, and instead of the guy being outrageous about it, he goes back into his role of playing this businessman who's gonna double his money, and the rich guy gave him money again. That's how stupid
Oh
some
my
people are.
god. Second time getting scammed. Yeah. Yeah.
They're really stupid people with a lot of money out there,
Yeah.
and when you're smart, it's
Yeah.
easy to. But it's not something I wanted to do, right? I personally could not scam people, regardless of if they're
Yeah.
multi-billionaires or whatnot. It's just not my thing.
Me neither. Yeah, when I was like listing auctions on eBay and Ubid and stuff like that. I wasn't talking, not even on the phone with people. So it was just typing an email back and forth, and that's it. But I wouldn't do that now. And I don't recommend anyone to do so. But there are means, ways, which the government is legalizing these things for the big society businessmen, you know. And they do all these sort of scams. And the banks too, yeah, they do a lot of scams.
Mhm.
Well, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Yeah.
So have all the money you want.
Well, in the
Personally,
heavens, you know, the way I see the heavens functioning, working, and what it is, it's really impossible for us to go into that medium. It will require tremendous amounts of energy just to hold your state, to hold this necessary medium that we need to exist. 14 psi air pressure and temperature.
I would say that when we die, it's possibly probable it's a little bit different than the physical world.
Yeah, we're going quantum.
I would. The spiritual world is largely unknown, yet it's a vast amount of our reality that's hidden from us.
No, you see, spiritual plane, I would say it is still physical, but different. Uh, it takes place there at below the lambda point, which for us is not just extremely cold, impossibly cold. So that kind of cold, it will just repel you because of the temperature differential. Like we are very, very hot.
You know, the only thing that you will find in the spiritual world or spiritual realm on the other side, on the dark side, or however you want to call it, is demonic entities and fallen angels or Nephilim spirits. But regarding human spirits or you're gonna die, and then right away after that is judgment. But since you're dead and there's no, you don't see anything, you don't feel anything, nothing is happening. There's also no time scale, so you're just like in a waiting room, but you don't even know that you're waiting because you just die and then you wake up
Yeah.
instantly to Judgment Day. And the thing is, the people will say opposite, that when you die, you're just out of your body. It started in a garden where the serpent said, "You shall not surely die." Right? It's the same lie that they still say today. You shall not surely die.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also. I mean, if saying being dead is a little bit too much for some people, you can also say asleep, because Christ himself said, sleep or deep sleep or asleep. Yeah, one of that things. So yeah, they're just in a state of sleep. I mean, after judgment, then is the second death, right?
They're
Yeah.
saying
Second
that the
death
atheists
is actually
are demonic.
What?
second death is the condemnation to eternal hell.
Yeah.
That's, if you agree or disagree, I would say that the atheist Globers are demonically possessed.
That's a bit far.
No,
Red pill.
I can't blame demons for the doings of a man. It's what they choose to believe and to do. And what to be. They choose this. It's their choice, not the choice of demons. The only thing that these demons left in this world was the evil doings, the knowledge about the evil doings. These wicked methods, how you can deceive someone to make a person walk astray from God and wholeheartedly not accept God's existence. Like they are convinced in their hearts that God doesn't exist. And they don't even care to search if that is true or not. They prefer to stay there, right there where they are, in that atheism. So I can't blame.
Yeah, that's the Prussian system. The Prussian education system teaches them atheism, statism, and 95% of people follow it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you also look at it this way, if you're a person that tends to lie or has no problems with lies, you would want to rather live in a system of lies, right? Where you're being deceived and lied to, if that makes sense. You want to be around people that believe lies,
To me, it's obvious why Globers deny the flat earth, because they're scared of the accountability for all their bad deeds and actions throughout their whole life. They know the instant they hear flat Earth that it proves intelligent design, it proves God and judgment after death, and they know it subconsciously.
I mean, it
Yeah, but
doesn't directly
And
yeah,
they
prove a
yeah,
biblical or Abrahamic God. It does give suggestion to a creator,
yeah, but
but
you cannot
if
be
it's any
you cannot
doctrine or scripture or something like that, that doesn't prove anything.
but you cannot be afraid of judgment because judgment will not come.
I mean, who knows if there is a judgment day? Like
Yeah, of
it's
course.
written in these scriptures. There's a, I would say, in better terms, man-made religion also, just like scientism.
And the best
But
part is that's the gamble you're going to take. You're going to gamble on, oh, there's no judgment. Well, I get a second
right,
chance. Well,
exactly.
that's your gamble. I'm not gambling. We get one, just like Eminem sang, we get one shot, one opportunity. You blow it, it's over.
Right. Why would I gamble with something that is free in the first place and I just need to accept it? Why would I do
But
that?
you are not. If you don't know
Because
that, if you never wrote, never read about Judgment Day, how you will ever know that Judgment Day is coming?
Same way as it says in the scriptures that there is no excuse.
Yeah, but I'm speaking in the name of all Chinese, Peruvians, Africans, and Asians. You know.
How do you know that they haven't given a chance?
yeah, they're saying because the Chinese government hides the Abrahamic God that they're like your only case would be like if you grew up on an island alone and
Are
that's
you
the
telling me
only
that? Are you telling me that Chinese was originally Christians, but they didn't believe in other religions?
Sasha, you don't know if someone had a vision in his dream, if he was already contacted by the Most High. You don't know what his ways to reach out to someone to give him a chance or to repentance. There are many
Yeah,
people
but
that have.
you don't know their God what he's saying. You know, you are listening what your God is saying. You know,
No, listen. You don't even know what their God is. It's
that
just
mean
based on assumption.
that mean that most of population misses.
I no,
That mean
I
that most
know.
of listen. That mean that most
Why are you
of
so
population
angry,
miss
man?
No, I'm not angry. I'm telling you that I want to get to conclusion. That means that most of the population missed the message because it came from Jerusalem.
No, that's what you think. I'm saying you don't know if God has given a chance to everyone. You don't know that. You can simply not know that. You're just basing on
No,
assumption.
no, I'm saying to you that you born in some culture where you had opportunity to read the scripture, and because of that you are how to grow up like that. But if I didn't grow up and all other people 1,000 years even had connection
Sasha,
with
calm
with
down, man. It's in the morning for me. It's very hard to listen to someone is so loud.
Okay, sorry, I have no headphones because of that.
Okay, no problem. Just a little bit less loud. I'm just saying I understand your concerns, but first of all, you with these concerns you underestimate the power and authority of the Most High, and you don't know if he has not already given someone a chance. Not everyone gets to understand who their creator is just through the Bible. You can also get to understand who the creator is just through his creation. So there is no excuse. Everything is provided around you.
Yeah, I'm okay with creation, but I'm not okay with the judgment day because you saw that in the scripture. But I'm telling you that most of people didn't see that in scripture. They didn't live that scripture. They didn't know about that anything. You know.
Have you
see
ever
why wait why would you reject Judgment Day? Why would you hate judgment?
Why you will claim judgment day if you don't know if it's that can why we will be judged? How do you know that God will judge us?
because we have the same establishment here
That's
on
what it
earth.
says.
And we have
Yeah,
the same.
they
You,
says
you
that
don't,
there says that earth is sphere also. I'm telling
Why,
you, how do you know that it will be judgment day?
because we have the
why
state.
is it a bad thing? Why would it be a bad thing? Why is judgment a bad thing? Why is
I'm
judgment for
not
your
saying
deeds
it's
a
bad
bad thing?
thing. I'm not saying that it's bad thing. I'm asking again, how do you know that it will be judgment day?
Yeah, Sasha, listen. I can tell you how you know. First of all, you have the
Faith.
same. One second, let me explain it to him. You have the same establishment of principles which are given by a just judge, or a just righteous God, which is you yourself doing judgment based on your on right or wrong, through the moral compass which is given by that just God. And the other thing is that we have establishments here on earth which are courts and laws which can be broken, and then you need to be judged according to the law that you have broken by a man. In the same way as these things are established here on the plain earth, you can be sure that it's the same characteristic of the God who created everything. Okay,
Is
when
that
you have a
written?
moral,
Is it that
it is
written in
written
all
on your
religions?
heart.
Is it that?
It
I
is
want to know.
just
Is it that
logic,
written in?
man. Just be
No,
honest to
it's not.
yourself. The
It's
same way
not
as you're
logic.
judging, the same way as you're judging this right now, the same way has the characteristic of judging people, and that's what he's gonna do. That's as simple as it gets. You judging about something right now, and because you have that characteristic, you can be sure that your creator has it. Do you think your creator is a numpty who doesn't care about good or wrong and just says, come all in? No.
I mean, bottom line is that we don't know. And we
we
should
do
apply the
know.
same
We do
critics
We
know.
do
to
know.
this as we do to the globe Earth.
We do
Because we
know.
don't know. The scriptures is
That's,
highly
for
suspiciously
example,
altered with. And
But
there is no proof for anything that is in the Bible, pretty much.
but
There
listen,
is
this
so
Hindu.
much proof. You just have not researched it. But it's not about the Bible.
Okay, okay,
There is
buddy.
a lot of
It's
proof.
about looking
Listen, the law, the given
listen,
law is
nature.
proof.
Look
Given
at your
law
own
is
nature.
proof.
But listen,
And
this in
because
Hindu. That,
because there is given law, that means there is judgment. If there was no judgment, there was no law.
Again,
yeah, but
look at your own nature.
There is no judgment without the law.
yeah, but listen, this in Buddhism or in I don't know, in Hindu, or they believe in reincarnation. That means that there is no judgment. Then there is a reincarnation, man. We need to take. We need
exactly. That's
Have
the
you
problem.
seen someone being reincarnated?
Have you seen
Did you see
someone
that?
being
No.
judged by the Almighty?
Did you see
No,
anyone
because
who
it
was
didn't happen yet.
judged? Did you see anyone who was judged by God?
No, you can't have seen anyone being
Yeah,
judged by
I
God.
read
It didn't
about
happen yet.
You
people
don't see it
being
because you
I
got to
read
judged
be
by
also
dead to
God.
about
be
Yeah,
judged by God.
I read about reincarnation also.
But I can show you a city that was destroyed by sulfur balls because of the
yeah,
just being of God, and you can even travel there if you
that's
want to
God's
see proof
judgment.
for yourself.
Yeah,
You
God
can
is
show me the city. You
we
can
see
show me the city
evidence
was
of the
destroyed.
flood. That's God's
You can show
judgment.
me. Listen, this. He can show me the city which was destroyed by God.
yeah, sure.
Really?
Sodom, yeah, Sodom and Gomorrah. Have you ever looked
What is
it
the
up?
Sodom and
empirical
Gomorrah.
evidence that this actually
No.
happened by God's hand?
Because
Come
it's
on, man.
because it's at that same exact location which is described in the Bible. It has the sulfur balls which are described in the Bible. They are more pure than any sulfur ball that you will ever find in any volcanic area. And it goes even further. You find remains of skeletons. You see all these buildings being melted under the.
That is empirical
ice.
evidence.
Yeah, it's empirical evidence, man.
Well, come on,
But you
please.
never looked into it.
I didn't expect you, Sasha, to be an atheist.
And
No,
again,
It's not
again,
about being
look-
atheist.
and-
It's about
and
being
again-
real.
And again,
I'm-
look at if you would be honest to yourself, look at the moral compass which is given by your creator. You do judgmental assumptions based on that compass every day. You say if you see someone being punched unrighteously, this is unjust because you have this that judgmental compass already given by the creator. And if he gives you some characteristic that is so important to have a life, sustainable life, where you can choose between bad or good things, then you can be sure that he's a good God who's gonna be righteously judging you according to the law which was broken, and not just gonna say, the pedophile and murder doesn't need to account for whatever he's done and whatnot. That's not how the world works. It's not even how it works here on the ground. If you're gonna break the law, you're gonna be in front of a judge and you either go to prison or pay for it, whatever it might be. So don't be so ignorant of what you already have seen here on earth. That's why the
What?
Bible says there is,
For murdering. Judgment is bad if I murder.
Man, you're
Yeah,
pushing your
we
beliefs
know
now,
you guys.
like you're pushing your beliefs now like empirical evidence. You know, that's the problem. Now I will push my spherical evidence. You know, we know that Earth is spherical because I read it. You know, and I have so many. Why would they lie?
honest, man.
Why would
Be
they, no man? Why would they lie? We can see for 1,000 years.
Why?
What is the moral
No,
compass
why
that
would you
use?
reject
Where do you have
judgment?
that from? Where do you have the moral compass from that you use every day to judge between right or wrong? Where do we have these establishments on earth which give us courts and laws and other systems? What is it based on? Is it based on Buddhism or Christianity? Laws and judgment.
Lol.
You're
Huh?
claiming to
Sasha, when you
come
talk
on,
about
this is
evidence,
you said that
Sasha,
you know
when
that
you
God
talk about
destroyed Gomorrah.
evidence, when you
Can we
talk
get?
about
Do you have?
evidence, yeah,
Okay, great. Do you have evidence that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah?
listen, the
Do you
given
have
law
evidence for
is
that
not,
get begat?
listen, the given law is not empirical evidence, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's not empirical, it's not physical.
Okay.
Now to demonstrate that this law is fact, yeah, you live probably in England, in London, whatever. You have streets, yeah, and some child at some school tells your daughter, "Hey, you can cross the street, placing your hands to your eyes, and just run as fast as you can." And now she comes home to you, yeah. You walk on the street with her on hand, and when you're about to cross the street, you see her placing her hands to her eyes and running on the red light. What you gonna do? Are you not going to judge her and punish her for this doing? Yeah, for this
I will
craziness?
not punish
You will
her.
tell her that kid who taught her to do that is a stupid, dumb fuck idiot, and never
Yeah.
to listen to that person.
Can we call that education about wrong things?
So you're saying some random person telling something to a random person is equal to the judgment at Judgment Day?
No, I'm not talking about the judgment day. I'm talking about the law being evidence for the judgment.
it is so easy, you know.
No, the law
Guys,
is
Yeah.
would be your intent.
The fact
intent.
that we have given laws is evidence for judgment.
for example,
The
yes,
one who gave the laws will
That's
judge.
what I said. That's what we said.
Yeah, even
Yeah,
us,
judgment.
even
That's it.
we do give laws. Yeah,
Even
not
we
righteous
judge every
laws,
day.
but mankind gives many laws every day.
Again, the thing is that we need
What
to understand the same way as you observe
Man.
the Earth, the same way as we observe the Earth being flat and stationary, the same way you can use your same logic and honesty within your life to observe where's my moral compass from, how did the things that have been established in our society, where did they come from, which are the basis of it, and so forth. If you do not acknowledge these things based on your own characteristics as a human being, then I'm sorry for you. No, then I'm sorry for you. Then you're just trying to hide from God. That's all you're hiding. You're in the state of hiding, even though you yourself know. You yourself know what it is.
I believe in creation and I believe in creator. But listen, this is the point. You said the same way we can see the horizon and observe the earth is flat. The same way in Sodom and Gomorrah, God destroyed in the same way Sodom and Gomorrah. This is the same way of observation.
What?
You told me that God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, and that it's fact. Is the same
Yes,
fact
this
like
fact.
Earth is flat? Is it the same fact like
Yes,
Earth is
yes,
flat?
yes. You can observe it. You can go there. You can study it. There's not.
That means, Clay, that I can easily say that Earth is not a flat, it's sphere.
Let's finish this conversation. You cannot put yourself in the position of being the judge of saying is God real or not, or if He's going to judge or not. You're not in that position.
You
Neither
cannot
am
put
I. Neither am I. So we can quit this conversation. You can wait 100 years. You can wait 100 years and just think and see if you're right. I'm saying it is better to accept something which is free instead of not even trying. You know. Instead of grabbing the parachute, instead of just, disregarding the parachute that would save you from falling to the ground.
It will not come valuation day. It will come judge day, you know?
What?
It will not come valuation day. It will come judgment day, you are saying. Because you know that it's judgment day. It's not valuation day. I cannot wait for valuation day. I need to wait for the judgment day.
Sasha, listen, there's already too much emotions within this conversation. Listen, what is important is
I'm telling you what is your belief. I am telling you what is your belief. You know, you believe in.
It's not my belief. The things I told
Sasha,
you so far, you can observe
you
for
can't
yourself.
discuss matters of belief. This is not actually a matter of belief. It's a spiritual matter.
Really? And what's that?
Yeah.
And what's that?
You are asking evidence for spirituality.
What's that spiritually? Get question. What's that if it's spiritual? It is not belief?
Again, there's enough evidence surrounding you. You can also look into the evidence of the biblical cosmology and the biblical what is it called? The people that dig up stuff. I forgot the English term for it.
You can easily just be like, Sasha or Get. What happens when you die?
No one knows.
I can tell you what is
your what happens when you die?
Yeah, hey, I like speculation too, but
there's no Globers here anyway, so.
So, if you take this answer, you're good. You know, I don't mind. But if you contradict what I said, then you are contradicting the Bible. You're not contradicting me, myself. You get it?
not at all.
Oh.
No, I asked what you believe happens when you die.
Gosh, because that's important. You won't hear me not be sarcastic until we talk
your
about
body is decaying and it will turn into grass. That grass antelopes will eat that grass, and then the lions will eat the antelopes, and then that body will become grass. It's a circle of life.
So, okay, you now he asked me my personal belief. I believe what is explained in the Bible about death. Yeah, like there is a special place created by God for the dead people. Yeah, for the souls of the dead. They are kept there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
kind of like the Ghostbusters when they could keep the ghosts in the little thing that they put them in.
No man has any control over that place.
Okay.
It's a special place created by God.
It's for the special boys.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Now, death is not the end of life. I do believe this, that death is not the end of life. So, I don't believe when people say, "Oh, terms like afterlife," the term afterlife is the stuff which is when life has ended. I haven't seen anyone ending the life of a being, you know. Yeah, I can see living beings dying, but that doesn't mean that their life has ended. It's not what the Bible says. Only God has power over life, to give it and to take it. Now, if you don't like to believe this because it means that you're not the one at the driving wheel, you know, then go ahead. Do your best to become a deity, a god, who can manipulate life itself. Yeah, I don't mind. I won't stand against you. And yeah,
So
people can
what happened?
believe many
What
things,
happened?
but what's important is, what do you know?
Mhm.
What have you learned in this life?
Well,
Yeah, so it's a
belief is the enemy of knowing. So,
Yeah.
and a lot of people recently I've heard will probably disagree with that. Well, you can't know something without first believing it. Yada yada, blah 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 blah. Belief
Yeah.
and knowing are two different things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why you know what your moral compass is, you know what establishment you find on Earth, you know what it is based on, what are the roots of these establishments, such as courts and law system and whatnot. You know your own characteristics as a human being to know between good and bad. You do judgment based on that compass every day. So if you know where that moral compass comes from, or you would at least give some time to ask that question, you will find who that creator is that made you that way.
Pretty
That's
sure the
just what
moral
I'm gonna
compass
say.
comes from trial and error.
And
Okay, that's pretty stupid.
No,
you
that's kind
know,
of how it works.
No,
Ooh,
no.
that hurts. I
I
probably
like
shouldn't do that. Ooh, that hurts somebody else, which hurts me. Probably shouldn't do that either. Yeah, it's trial and error. That's all it
That's
is.
not. No, that's not how it works.
Oh, okay.
Sasha, our family member Sasha, but to answer his problem, you know, um, the evidence for judgment is the given law. You cannot have judgment if you don't have given laws. You can't judge. So the fact that we have laws in the world is evidence for judgment.
Yeah, man-made judgment for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we have man-made laws, yes. And we have natural laws, natural governing laws. Break those and see what happens. Yeah, I can say, if you mix ammonium nitrate with diesel fuel, yeah, 1 ton of each, and then you make a spark on it, it will push you into time, backwards in time. It will make you time travel, you know.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Well, sign me up then.
So
Wait, how do I accomplish this again? Time travel?
building a giant bomb.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Bunch of other losers tried that once, twice,
Yeah.
100 times already, and
Yeah.
they didn't seem to get it right. So
yeah,
yeah,
if you if you manage to push yourself faster than the speed of light, yeah, you should be somehow time
Hey,
traveling.
get though. We don't know the speed of light, do we?
Well, they say they do.
Oh, but do they?
Well, I know that, they have a tooth gear, and they spin that tooth gear and they shine a light between the teeth of that gear,
Mm-hmm.
and they turn it, and behind the gear there is a mirror reflecting the light back, and
Gosh, that sounds
I
like a
have
lot of
no-
work. Lots of stuff that could get
Yeah.
lost in translation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I
Hey,
have
we know the
no
speed of light.
idea,
Oh,
no
how'd you get
clue
that?
how-
What kind of
yeah, how
speedometer did
they
you
got
use?
it.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is, it took up an entire room, a 12 by 12 room of mirrors. Okay, yeah. And we tried to factor in all the mirrors and how much time it takes to get from each mirror to da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
And we couldn't do it because every time we introduce the light, it just fills the
Instant.
space. It doesn't
Yeah,
actually have a speed, it just appears.
Yeah. So
Well, anyway, speed of light, huh? That's like saying, what's the speed of a banana? Like, well,
yeah.
it's not really going anywhere. You don't get it.
Mhm. It's present when you
the
turn
speed
on
of
the
thought.
lights, and it's absent when you turn them off. So yeah.
You know, it's funny that I've seen experiments where they tried to find the speed of thought, too. It's like, oh, wow. That's even more conceptual than the speed of light.
Yeah.
Speed of thought. Quick, the electrodes on your head. Quick, think of something. Okay, now think of something different. Okay, let's see how fast.
To make like a TV show contest.
Yeah, exactly.
It will be hilarious.
How fast are his thoughts? Well, they're this fast. How fast are his thoughts? Well, they're a little bit faster. Really? So does that mean he's smarter? Yes. Okay. What do we have for him, Johnny? Come on down.
Yeah, that's why Elon Musk needs a neural chip implant so he can type all his thoughts as fast as they come. Because, with his fingers, he's losing too many thoughts and ideas which comes to his mind when he's trying to speak to someone.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He said, I think too fast for my fingers to be able to type it all out.
Yeah.
Well, who doesn't? That's thought. That's normal. What do you think? Everybody can just sit down and get all their shit out at once? Like, come on, Elon.
Oh my god.
Get real.
And imagine having a wife like that.
I don't even know what he's married to. What's he married to?
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, like in normal state. Yeah, they tell you
like a
this
Freddy
and
Krueger movie.
I mean, I hear all my married friends complaining about their wives that talking to them and giving them so many tasks and this and that, getting them crazy every day. But imagine like having a machine being capable to actually shoot all those thoughts, like the millisecond you had it's just out,
No thanks.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's not because I don't want anybody knowing what I'm thinking. I don't want to know what you fuckers are thinking. I don't want to know.
Me neither. But a funny thing. Question. What do you think about the monthly income not being confidential anymore?
What do you mean?
Yeah, they are discussing in the European Parliament so that they make the salary income
Public
not
information.
to be confidential. Yeah, public information.
Okay. Why? And what's the reason for that? Do you know?
I don't know the reason, but yeah, of course. It's probably something with freedom and intimacy.
Intimacy. Well, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that I can actually see where you were going with that, but what I think it sounds like is, yeah, it's kind of like, why would they lie? Well, a million different reasons. Pick one. But why would they make salaries public? Maybe like a social credit thing.
Yeah, social credit score. Yeah.
You know, like this person makes this much, but then when we look at their work activity, they're only doing this much. Derp. They're going to audit everybody now.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be crazy, you know. I mean, imagine if you knew everybody's salary, everybody's paycheck.
To see how much is everyone paid.
Well, we'd all be very surprised at just about everybody's situation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What's the one thing you don't ask somebody, right? How much they make a year?
Yeah.
Well, too bad. Now everyone's going to fucking know.
How is the IRS taxing you if nobody knows then?
Oh, that's crazy. So like,
yeah.
So by making earnings public information, wouldn't that make whether or not people pay taxes public information?
So you should declare the money which you haven't spent, you know, each month. And yeah, they should be taken away from you, you know, because hey, we are paying you more than you can spend, so we can cut you off a little bit because yeah, you can live very easily with much less,
right?
You know? And we will pay the poor ones, you know.
Well, your family doesn't. Your family of 3 children doesn't need 5 iPads. You only need 3 iPads, one for each parent, and then one for the children to share.
Yeah.
Right?
2 hours a day for each child.
That's right. And it doesn't matter if they use that for their homework or not. You better just ration it properly, guys. You only get 3 of these things. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, it's a state law and federal now.
And hey, funny thing, the iPad lasts 6 hours in one charge, so you're allowed to charge it only once in 24 hours.
Yeah, there you go. Right, they'll put little meters on each one of the outlets.
We're going green world and reducing the CO2 this way.
Right, and they're going to have sensors in your refrigerator because you know that'll be one of the digital spots where you get to see all the shit that you're doing wrong and you're breathing too much. Perhaps you had a party last night and everybody was laughing. Well, now your CO2 meter's up a little bit more than it should have been.
Oh,
on a Wednesday.
You wait that time, and those children will come to you arguing, hey, I was allowed to play 2 hours on the iPad, but 1.5 hours was just ads.
Was just ads, yeah. Or they cut me off 30 minutes early.
Yeah.
Well, honey, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe just, work faster, play faster. Fucking. It's so ridiculous. When it comes down to you can't have extra salt or pepper on your food if your kids played too much. Like kids played 2 minutes more than they should have, so then you guys get like, you know, a
Tasteless
16th
food,
less
yeah.
of an ounce of salt and pepper for each
Yeah.
meal.
Oh my god.
Honey, did you pay the electric bill? Yeah, why? Because the chicken's not cooked. What are we going to do?
Under the theory, white people are going to outlast everybody with our bland ass food.
Right. Oh, more like the dojos have it right. Just eat white rice all the time. Just that's all you eat. Fucking, let's just do that.
Yeah, man, the future is very bright, promising.
Let's just all become breatharians, all right? Let's just get our nutrients
Yeah.
from fucking ether or something.
Curvarians and lightarians. Yeah, I think we will evolve into some sort of plant life, you know. We'll start making photosynthesis and stuff like that.
Sorry, what'd you say? I had to let my cat in.
Yeah, it looks like we will evolve into some sort of plant life. Like we will live from photosynthesis, solar energy, you know.
Well, I've had a chocolate-covered cricket, or grasshopper, rather, and I thought it was fine. Now, I couldn't live off of those, but yeah. See, listen, what they'll do is they can just flavor it anything. So you could get like a steak-flavored grasshopper patty, and you might not know the difference, and you'll just say, "Oh, I can get used to this," and here we go.
Oh, but they won't give you grasshoppers because those are healthy, you know.
Yeah,
Um,
they'll give us
they
ants
will-
or something. My
they
ants are
will
probably healthy too.
no, something like worms. You know?
Yeah, worms,
Yeah,
fly larvae, both.
yeah.
Well, that should be fun.
I mean, if you were to harvest the worms growing in a corpse, you know, so much protein. You know,
Oh yeah.
extra.
Well, they're pure protein, a little bit of fat.
Yeah.
You know, it's nearly the perfect meal if you get, you know, a couple handfuls of grubs, boy. Well, and you see those survivor shows, right? Those guys pick up the big bugs and eat them. Like, that's fine. It's fine food. It's not unhealthy by any stretch of the imagination. Bugs are great. The problem is we don't need to do that.
Why to sell, like, I don't know, let's say one cow is 600 kilos, yeah?
All right.
Much
So how do you
less,
get
but
600 kilograms
a big
of
cow.
worms? Ugh.
So
Swimming in
when,
worms. Oh,
when
sorry,
that
go
cow
ahead.
dies, it will produce about a ton of worms
Wow.
throughout all its body decomposition. You
So
know?
isn't that like double?
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. See, and how is that bad, right? For the protein
It's much-
mongers.
But they sell them as cow meat. So yeah, beef. You know.
Yuck. That's fine. Like you wouldn't know that. Like I said, man, you won't know the difference. They're gonna make it so appealing that you're like, hey, did you have one of those worm burgers? Well, is it earthworm or was it heartworms? Yeah, actually, the heartworms are really good, but they have to kill 25 dogs to do it. Well, that's
Already
okay.
started
It's
with the
delicious.
impossible meat.
Yeah. Get like a tapeworm meal.
Ugh.
Wow. I'm gonna stop. Who just spoke? Who was that?
I was gonna say they got the impossible meat already.
Oh yeah, for sure. Impossible. Why they call it that? Like what? You could have called it green beef. You could have fucking
Anything's
called it anything.
So much more less sus than impossible.
I know, like Excuse me, I'd like to get the ridiculous burger, please. I'd like to get the absurd burger with
Yeah.
with
I have
extra
the number 2 absurd nutrient
with
patty.
extra insane sauce, please. Is that the hot sauce? No, it's the crazy sauce. Oh, the crazy sauce on your ridiculous burger. No, I wanted the absurd burger, and I wanted to make it a combo.
Can you do it penitentiary style and just give me that loaf you feed the prisoners?
It's like tree bark loaf.
Could
Held together
could
with
plastic
fucking
be
oak sap.
turned into meat?
Elmer's glue and fucking, drywall. It's your porridge.
It will be such a great invention if someone could make a meat from plastic and rubber.
Oh dear. Well, they're kind of on their way
Yeah.
because there's sugars in a lot of foods that are basically plastic, and you can digest them pretty easily.
Yeah.
Yeah. No thanks.
Yummy. Yummy. Man, that Charlie Chaplin, when he was eating his boot, he wasn't joking about it.
What will animals eat at that point?
Well, obviously not Chaka Chaka coffee. We won't be able to see animals. They will be outside the city where you can't leave from.
Oh,
the
you
city
think we won't be able to have pets anymore?
without a permit, without visa permit? Yeah,
You're gonna have a permit to have a cat
yeah,
clawing up your shit.
yeah.
Hey, does your cat have claws? What cat? No. Yeah, I had to throw him over the wall. It was
Yeah.
crazy. Wait, so you let him free? Yeah. Wait, how's that bad? He doesn't know how to survive out there. Well, instinct will kick in. Oh, I just can't believe you did that to
animal
him.
torsionist. You're an animal torsionist.
Yeah, I'm torturing an animal because I'm putting it back into its natural environment. What a dickhead I am. Can't believe you. Old dude, what are you talking about? Fear our boys and girls. Hold tight.
Mm.
I fear nothing, so no. Do you love when people say that? I fear nothing. Bitch, if you were about to get in a car wreck, you put your hands up and scream. Come on now. So funny. No fear, man.
I fear God, Creator. And that's
I've
enough.
zipped lips about that.
I don't need any other phobia.
Hell, I don't even have that one.
One is enough.
I'm afraid for the next generation. More so concerned, I guess. Not afraid, but the people who are going to take over from us, somewhat, so to speak. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Their attention spans are nothing. Their ability to look people in the eye is gone.
It's promising, because mathematics is racist, so they pull it out from the educational system.
It's racist.
Yeah. So we will have a non-racist world, yeah. It's very promising.
1 + 1 = fuck you. How dare you assume my How dare you assume my geometry?
How dare you ask me how did I got the result?
That's great. That's right, yeah.
Yeah. that will be like taking away the bread from my mouth, you know.
It's like,
You ask
when
me
am
a
I going to hear?
problem, I give you the solution. So now you have to pay me because I
Well,
gave
there
you.
wouldn't be a problem unless they created one for them to fix eventually.
Yeah.
So Ouroboros. I was going to say, so I'm waiting for somebody to identify as two people. I want to hear that. Like two people happening at once. I'm not talking multiple personalities.
Wow.
I'm talking about someone
Yeah.
identifying as two.
I was gonna say they put
Now that you brought it,
It's going to be in the world now. Yeah. I'm a
It's
trendsetter,
gonna
baby.
be Sasha. Sasha 2.0 is gonna do
Oh
it.
no.
Or Matthew.
Oh, that's crazy. No more identifying as a book of matches or a cloud. I'm going to identify as two of me.
Yeah, boy.
Like that movie Multiplicity.
Mr. Anderson.
Yep. Mr. Anderson. You've broken just about every law we have, every cyber. You've committed every cyber crime we have a law for.
Yeah.
I want to have some globies in here.
We have?
No, we don't have anybody.
No.
I know, right? We're all just like,
they're
what?
every day they are rare species. They're going extinct.
They are now, yeah. I mean, it was bound to happen. Listen, this is the good news. Remember when Globies were coming in left and right? You know, we had 15 people in the VC check-in at a time, you know, because the Globies thought that they could just poke fun and that was it, and we would go away.
Yeah. You know, the real Globies and anti-flat earthers, these are, the vast majority of them are from the older generations, like us. But these new ones, like these children of after 2000s, they don't even pose intellectual threat or, you know, problem. Like they're not capable to argue scientifically.
No.
They don't even care.
Exactly. I was about to
And
say,
if
they don't
when
care.
you tell them the Earth is flat, they say, "Yeah, okay, yeah," and they go along with it. You know.
Right. Because they don't want to do the work to even question anything anymore.
Yeah.
I call it the TikTok syndrome, where we somehow are being trained to be like dogs, forget after 8 seconds.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. Pavlov's dog.
Like, if it takes longer than 30 seconds to get the knowledge in, it's too long, you know?
It's too long, yeah.
I can't do this. I can't.
Yeah. I'm
and
surprised.
Then we sit here after spending like 2 hours a day for 18 years doing something at least, you know? And just thinking, come on, apply yourself just a little bit.
Yeah.
They're very
you ask people what they want to do. These young people coming up, so many of them are like, I want computer science.
Computer science, yeah.
It's like, okay, well, you don't understand what that's going to do to your humanity moving forward, but there's nothing we can do to stop it because you are enamored with VR. That's what people are starting to really get crazy about is, you know, what's going to be better, the meta or reality?
You know, last night I was watching this movie Justice League, and I had an idea watching it. Sometimes it gives me watching these movies. Um, I see these ideas that they are posing and pushing and stuff, but I can see through that twisted meaning and stuff. And I had a idea about technology, you know. Um, they were showing, if you saw the movie, they have this Jewish actress, I don't know, black hair, very, very poor woman, no shape, shapeless woman, you know.
Okay.
And there were like three ancient cubes, which, when they come together, they bring the dark side thing and destroy the world.
This
And
summer, 3 cubes become 1, and you die.
yeah, and they showed like she was an Amazon something, you know, goddess, and her mother from that realm where the Amazonians live shot an arrow to our world somewhere in some temple in Athens and set it in fire, and she saw the fire and it was a message for her, and she said invasion.
Oh,
Like,
that's not Justice League. That's
yeah, it's with that
Eternals
Superman and
and
Batman and
oh, that is
something.
Justice League. Okay, well,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
getting them mixed up because the Marvel universe does the whole, people are
yeah,
still living in the Garden of Eden, and the
yeah,
Amazonians are there. Da, 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 da.
yeah. And as soon as she said invasion, you know, they show this satanic monster coming into world, teleporting, and some sort of flying people, you know, black
Nephilim.
flying people, yeah. And
We should call them the Anu Nephilim or the
yeah,
Nephinaki.
but what I was thinking about computers and technology and mobile phones and stuff, you know. And she said invasion, and when we talk about computers in the 90s, you know, everyone was talking about this ever accelerating, everyday accelerating progress of technology, you know, and computers. And actually, this wasn't progress. It wasn't, you know, technological advancement. This was actually literally the invasion of the world. Technology invaded the world, and uh, these devices, they look lifeless to us, you know, but very, very soon, these devices, they will start talking to you. They will tell you what to do, like every day, every moment of your day, you know. And we are already there, you know. So many people speak with their Google and Siri and Alexa.
How people don't see the correlation between Siri and the dog
Yeah,
star Sirius is beyond me. Alas, here
yeah,
we are.
that too, yes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I just want these people to wake up. Not everybody though. Just like the cool kids like us.
Mm.
The real cool kids. So get beget. How'd you get permission to start using a computer again?
I never been restricted.
What?
Yeah. In fact, only in prison. Yeah.
Well, duh. I feel like they're not going to put a hacker in prison with a computer. You know.
I could still had,
I'm
under
sure
the
you could
hand,
hack through the
but
wall.
I didn't risk. Well, they allow you to have someone bringing you a package, like 2 packages a month, in a visit. And sometimes people slip a phone inside some food boxes, and they go through. They reach inside, and the inmates they hide them.
In the
These
bread.
phones. But the problem is that the prison, outside the building, you have the surrounding walls. And on the walls, we have special antennas. It's a system brought from Israel. And it actually blocks any GSM signal from inside that perimeter.
Oh, poor babies.
Yeah, but it also detects. So whenever you have a mobile phone being turned on, like trying to connect to the GSM network, those antennas can track it and pinpoint it at a precise location. So they know exactly where to come and search, and they catch you. Yeah.
Well, what if you wrap it in tinfoil, darn it? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they were doing that, but I just wouldn't have risk, because that's a crime which they give you quite some time. You get extra 2 or 3 years,
Listen, I know he's a career murderer, but he won't go anywhere without his Faraday cage, okay?
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but
Yeah.
can't get him in the cell unless he's got his Faraday cage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell, I don't even know what the thing does. Just an empty box.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do. Oh, God, that's my favorite part. It's the punchline.
Did you really say that in one
No, that's clipped
sentence,
together.
or-
No, it's clipped.
Yeah, clipped together, yeah.
He said, the things that you hear, he said it, but it's just 3 things putting together. But he said it the way he said it in there,
Yeah,
It's not like-
I know the context. He was trying to say, this is what flat earthers believe. Space is fake. You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah. Did he heard this?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he heard it yesterday. So funny. But somehow, with his act, somehow he's laughing at us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I do.
something's going on with his act where it's like, for some reason, no matter how much we see through it, he still keeps coming back. So I guess we haven't really hit that nerve yet, have we? We haven't truly figured him out.
He has some hard nerves.
He has some constant cognitive dissonance.
No, man, not at all. He's trained. They found the calmest motherfucker and said, you aren't shaken by much. He's like, no, I'm not. Okay, well, we need you to go in there and not get shaken ever, and defend everything about the globe. But even if they say so, but agree with them too. See, God, I'm trying to figure it out.
Is that Matthew?
Yeah. Tell him you can't back up any of your claims and it's just belief. Yeah. Tell him that. The flat earthers will eat it up. They'll spend 6 months making fun of you for that. Yeah. We got a Ron SG, VC verified, no rolls. What's up, Ron? SG stands for Super Galactic. I knew it.
No, it stands for Shield Gang.
Oh, Shield Gang. That's even better.
Shield Gang. You a gangster?
No, I work a 9 to 5.
Antifa.
I know gangsters that work a 9 to 5. Shit.
So you are
That's called
being
a front,
paid by
baby.
the government, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
a
it's
9 to 5
Yo.
gangster is FBI. Yeah, for sure.
To go out and cause chaos, vandalism, hooliganism.
Hooliganism.
Yeah.
No, not anymore.
Why not?
Oh, I'm a changed man.
What did you change from?
Oh, I realized the truth.
What's the truth?
I think we all know.
Well, no, I wouldn't have asked if I knew.
Oh, well, I was always aware of the Freemasons and all that, and then I pretty much came across this, and it just solidified everything that I knew and gave it a reason to why everything was happening, essentially.
Okay, what brought you to the flat earth topic specifically?
Oh, my mum and my brother were watching Ewa on the TV upstairs, and that's how I caught onto it. The Ewa non-documentary.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if it's a documentary, whatever, the Lost History of the Flat Earth.
Yeah,
series.
it's basically, I mean, you could call it a documentary. It's a lot of things, but yeah.
Yeah, then I watched all of that, and then ended up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you know that the only falsifiable information in all those movies is that the Earth measures flat? I don't even know if he touches on the Earth actually measuring flat. He might do like the cosmology and all that, but yeah, isn't that crazy?
What?
You can't prove anything of what he said other than the Earth being flat. All that other stuff is speculation. Tartaria, mud floods,
Yeah, I know that.
all that shit.
Yeah, someone said that a while. I just still found it interesting, regardless.
I thought
Like,
the
I knew
funniest
it was all
part.
speculation.
It's interesting. Oh, it's totally interesting. Right. It's all the big topics right now, and I think that was the point of the release. But, oh shoot, I was gonna say something. Anyway, continue. Oh yeah, my favorite part. I'm sorry, my favorite part was the moon stuff. He's like, dude, the moon is a reflection of Earth, and like, wow. Okay, go ahead and prove any of that right now. I'd love to see it. No, the moon's a map of the Earth, bro. Okay.
I mean, yeah, I know it's far-fetched, but he's doing good because, I mean, I watched it and it brought a lot of, like, me here. Even though I know it was a lot of speculation, now I know a lot of the truth from coming here, like a lot of the facts that you can prove. So, I mean, in a sense, it is doing good.
And the thing I like about it is that it's at the very least getting people to open their minds to the fact that not only have we been lied to about certain things, it's looking more and more like just about everything. So that's what I like about the content, that content.
Which content creator are you talking about?
Ewar Anon.
Could you give me a link? I don't
Somebody
think I've
could
heard
post a
about
link.
that guy.
I can't post a link right now.
Yeah.
But it's called The Lost History of Flat Earth, and there's like 7 parts.
Yeah, he's got 2 series, and now he's got a new series he does in his Telegram. And his new series isn't even about Flat Earth, it's just about the lost history of Earth and how they covered everything up. pretty much. Pretty
Right.
interesting.
Yeah. It's just the guy
They
comes out of
buried.
nowhere with all of this information. It's just sus to me.
They
But
they
Oh
buried.
yeah,
They,
definitely.
they buried the history like it died.
I mean, he could have been doing a lot of things, you know. Like, I know, for example, Wives of Cosmos, also YouTube creator. He has been on this moon map thing for like at least 3 years or something like
yeah.
that. So if he just sums up what other guys have made, you know, and see if they can make a name for themselves on YouTube, that makes sense too. There is a lot of these
Yeah.
compilation videos, you know, or creators or content
For
creators.
sure. Yeah. You know, you never know why they're doing it. I mean, it could be great information, but didn't this blow up? Didn't Ewarnon's thing, like amongst the truth community and otherwise, blow up? I mean, we talked to Ron. He says that he heard about Flat Earth through one of those videos.
No,
Yeah.
through my mum and brother. They were always watching it on the TV.
Right,
I'd
right.
just get home from work and see it, and I was always extremely interested in Freemasons and why there was so much like satanic worship in the world, but I couldn't piece it together why, pretty much. Like, they had it all. Like, I knew it was there, like, it's pretty obvious. But yeah, and then it kind of made sense connecting the dots to Flat Earth, which seemed crazy at the time, but yeah, not so much now.
I would have liked this stuff to come out with the internet, because then we could maybe do something about it by this time. But the fact that all this is, I don't want to say coming out, but people are starting to wake up. I think it's too little too late.
Oh yeah, I hear it everywhere now. I hear it a lot.
years-
Around Earth.
The 80s. The 80s and the 90s were the NASA apogee. Like, it was the best years they had.
You might have to explain the
Right.
difference between perigee and apogee, if you're gonna say that. Anyway,
Like the highest peak they ever reach in people's credibility, trust, you know. Nobody was questioning them in those times. I mean, it was only a handful of people who were questioning NASA, but they were not even heard. Because, not many people use
It's harder to
internet
get out. Yeah,
in those
it's harder
times. Yeah.
well, what's funny? You're right. What's funny is if we had the bandwidth back then in like the late '70s, early '80s in the internet,
Yeah.
we could have been sharing this kind of information and preparing some kind of defense against it. But now it's just like, oh, we need to distract the truth seekers. Let's just give them like 3% of maybe the truth, and they'll go fucking crazy for 15 years.
Yeah.
And here we are, you know.
Yeah.
Have you
I mean-
convinced anyone in real life about the Earth, like flat Earth?
Couple
Like,
people,
any
yeah.
friends?
Just not even a handful though, like 2 or 3 people.
I mean, this has been an ongoing project for them because just look how mainstream media works. They just need one major thing they can spam for 3-4 months, and then they can do so many. It's like this. Look at what I have in my right hand for 3-4 months, but no one notices what the left hand is doing for all that time. You know.
Yep. As long as the right hand has entertaining enough shit in it, then the left hand can do whatever it wants. You're right.
Yeah, we have
Unless you delete all
right now, for
social
example,
media.
we have the crisis in Ukraine, and then we have all the entertainment shit, and they are. Have you guys heard about like the WHO that is supposedly getting what is it? They're pretty much getting full control of health security in all countries, pretty much.
Oh, I
already
didn't hear
have.
about that because Johnny Depp won the lawsuit.
Exactly. But the funny thing is, they
are in
themselves in
Australia.
WHO had to vote if they wanted this power. It was not even like, I mean, the health minister from Denmark traveled to this meeting or whatever. But in general, it was the members of WHO who had to vote within themselves if they wanted this kind of power.
Yep.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, they signed it off in Australia. They signed themselves over the WHO a couple months ago. So now they're in control of all our worldwide health things.
Yeah, so those who control what's gonna happen, if it's gonna happen, is also those who controls if it is happening, if there is a worldwide P, you know.
Yeah, I see a lot of it on Twitter though. Like a lot of this stuff. Like that's how I know. Like I see a lot of accounts. Like people are pretty active when it comes to this stuff. I'd say after all the vaccines and COVID, people are onto the WEF and the WHO. It's
I
not
mean, they
as
can
like,
only
niche as flat Earth.
they can only censor us so much, you know.
No, that's
Yeah.
not true. Listen, they can pull the plug on everything. Electricity, internet, everything if they wanted to.
Yeah.
They're letting us do this. I think mostly because we're truly of no real consequence. The whole truth community. I'm serious, the whole fucking thing. Everybody from coast to coast, from continent to continent. Are you a truther? Truly you're a truther? Oh, good for you. You're not doing shit. They're going to go about their plans more and more and more until something else. I mean, maybe all of us, 3% of us apparently is all it takes, blah, blah, blah. But my opinion is something else, something drastic is going to have to be done on one side or the other. So we're not eating worm burgers in 10 years.
They already achieved their plans. That's why they're not worried. They had.
That's what I'm
plans
saying.
for
Yeah,
last
it's
time,
kind of like the
2020.
cogs. Yeah, the clock's already been
People
set.
are illiterate.
Yeah.
They can't read for themselves, and they don't want to. They just want to hear what people say in the news. Like they actually can't read stuff for themselves, their own studies or anything. That was a goal, just dumb down people, and that's why they're not really concerned about truth coming out. Because people are illiterate. By 2030, it's going to be 70% of the Western population's going to be gone. It's just going to be mass depopulation. But yeah, we'll see.
There's always a tipping point, at least in history, from what I've been told, and I don't know if that's true or not, but we keep hearing about a tipping point where, people just don't take it anymore.
Yeah, there must be a playbook or something because it's
because they keep
predictable at this point.
just quitting just shy of when we're all going to stand up.
I mean, they're kind
see
of
the
just
food
using the
shortage
same
coming.
blueprint over and over again. At least if you trust and look in written history and stuff like that. For example, back in the Great Depression, we are almost one-to-one seeing what happens. There was some crisis before that, like where people were getting sick and stuff like that, and then slowly into a 10-year depression. And it's the same as now, because back then there was the First World War, then there was something else, then there was the depression, and we are looking at it now. We have like war for like 20 years, a lot of crashes and stuff like that, like a lot of building up to this,
A bit of food shortage will come next, and then that's when it's all going to really start ramping up.
Yeah.
Well, I saw, and
I don't know. I don't know what's coming down the pike.
I mean, we have heard all these theories about what they want with the Great Reset, 2030 plans. But if we also look at history, they are not getting implemented these things at the speed they want. But every single thing that they are putting in place will step by step putting them closer to it. For example, like they dump down youth, like they're getting easier and easier to control. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So even though there is a 2030 plan and everyone is like, oh, the world is going under in 2030, just like...
Dude, I'm telling you, that's a psyop too. It's all just a big fucking joke.
Yeah. I mean, it is something we have to. We are focusing on that, but they don't want.
We're putting energy towards it. We're gonna make some shit happen in 2030 because we're so concerned about it. That's what they do. They plant the seed, and we perform the magic for them.
Oh yeah, but my point is that even though they have this finished goal or whatever they want, that is not what they're gonna implement in 2030. But because we are so concerned about this and nothing really happens, people get less trust in free. Let's just call us free thinkers, because the world didn't go under at that time, so we can't trust these nutjobs. But a lot of rights and stuff like that has been diminished, and more trust in these, governmental institutions and stuff like that.
20 years ago, did you? And I agree with all that.
That's a good point. Yeah,
It is a good point. 20 years ago, did you think you could identify as a toaster? 20 years ago?
No. That was not even a thought process back then.
Not even a thought. Today, I'm going to be a diseased rhinoceros. Why? Why the fuck not? I can do whatever I want.
They did the census themselves.
You talking about desensitizing?
No, the census, like how
Census
many
Bureau?
are there? Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit! I can't. If anyone believes that shit is real,
I saw the number and I did the calculations. Yeah, and they say the world's population must be somewhere at 500 million people.
Yeah. Well, we don't know the population of the world. We're told
those
numbers.
500 million of people are these corporatists and politicians and all these important people without which the system wheels doesn't work, So it's these 500 million that we have to get rid of.
Okay.
I don't even think it's that many, because let's just say 1 million is in the elite, like the top of the top. They need slaves. They need slaves to build machines. They need slaves to operate machines.
Yeah, I know. They
Even
need
with
Trump. They need Biden. They need Hillary. Yeah.
They need people like you and me who is working on the field.
All these are in that bucket, 500 million.
What's the 500 million number for?
It's the thing from the Georgia Guidestones.
Yeah. They counted themselves.
Look up Georgia Guidestones.
The
elite is what you're referring to, I assume.
That's why they're
doing all these video game cheat tricks. They got the cornerstone one of the cornerstones taken out of the Georgia Guidestones and put in a building in New York City, and blah blah blah. Polaris is always visible, and it's just lesser magic. It's all it is. But truth community for the most part falls for it being this huge big deal that we need to focus on. It's like, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about what's on those slabs? Nothing. There's nothing you can do about that. So why focus on it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I try not to use my energy up looking at all this politics because it's really pretty.
The problem is it's very, very interesting. Very interesting because it's truth, right? It's based on truth. It's like, oh my God, if I can head down this rabbit hole, what if I get the truth on this thing? And but then it connects to this thing. It's like, so what?
Yeah,
I mean, that's how we came to Flat Earth. We started with something like, at least from my perspective, 9/11,
Me too.
I spent like a year on that shit back in 2004 or something like that. Maybe 2
I was Alex Jones until like 2007. I was pro Alex. I was all the way Alex Jones.
Yeah, with his infiltrating the
Bohemian Grove, and everybody's like, "Oh, wow, what a guy! He can sneak in." He didn't fucking sneak in. They let him go in there and film all that shit.
Yeah,
staged.
I remember at the same time with Alex Jones, there was also this We Are Change running independent journalists and stuff like that. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday. But it's like we don't just come to this point just right off the bat. It is a process.
In 2007, I was saying in England to all these friends that I made there, I was telling them that Alex Jones is a psyop and CIA agent, and it's all about deception and lying and stuff. And they were like looking at me like, "Oh my God, this dude is so, crazy."
The part is that even if they're deception, they are still spilling some truth beans,
That's why, because it resonates with true souls, and then we pick up on it, and we're like, no, there's some truth in there. I gotta find it and exploit it, and make sure everybody knows.
I found out about the Illuminati when I was like 12 years old. I used to talk to it with my primary school teacher, and she'd laugh at me. And I thought it was obvious. I like looked at the US dollar bill and all that shit, and I was like, oh, all these music videos. So I knew
trolling us. They're trolling us with the dollar bill shit too.
For example, like also just the term Illuminati that has been brought up to like make mockery of it, because it's maybe not this ancient secret society of the Illuminati, which there is like, is it real or is it not? It's more about the content within what it means. It's not so much about the label it has gotten, because the label it has gotten it's made to mockery. Because if you go in any discussion class or any group of people and you say Illuminati, they will laugh at you. But if you start to unravel just some of the points, like look at, for example, like how to give an example, like if you start to unravel some of the things within it without using the label, people are much more enticed. Is that even the word? To actually
listen. They stigmatized or stigmatized. I can't remember what the term is, but they stigmatized. They made Flat Earth and Illuminati and Freemasons. All of these are trigger terms to trigger the subconscious of people who've been watching the news their whole life and don't know any better.
Exactly.
The natural knee-jerk response of this must be mocked because it goes against everything I'm told is correct.
Let's not believe in outrageous conspiracies, conspiracy theories. You are either against us or with us. Like it's right there.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Exactly. Like, I mean, it's right there.
I mean, that's when I was 12 years old. I mentioned.
Now watch this drive.
No, I never like speak about Illuminati anymore. But I refer to those Freemasons. But when I was 12, that's what was interesting to me was secret society, Illuminati. But obviously, I don't refer to it like that anymore.
Listen, it's not a boys' club controlling the world, okay? And it's not 50 boys' clubs controlling the world. It's a bunch of people or entities or whatever that know the cheat codes here on Earth, right? Just like a game genie, like on the video games, you can get the cheat codes. Well, those motherfuckers know the cheat codes here, and that's it. They're just using them.
Yeah. But again, I mean... I don't judge anyone who uses it.
We can't use those cheat codes too?
We can, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely we can.
Up, down, left, right, B, select start.
Yep, select start. See, I always missed the select start. I was just like, B, start, and everybody was like, bro, can't miss the select. Yep. What up, Chocolate?
Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Coming in right when I gotta take off. I gotta work here. Chocolate, take over. Spit some science. Spit some knowledge. I got a jet, y'all. I love talking to everybody. Love you guys.
Yeah, it was fun. Take care, man.
See you later.
Chocolate, you got to get another song out too. By the way, sorry. You and Witsit, and then you and Elijah, and then you Witsit and Elijah. Like tons of tracks, new tracks. Get it? Okay. Love you guys. Later.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, but what do you think about what to do with money, Tim? That's like I get it, like everything like base level, but you need money to live. And
I mean that is again the system of control. They have made us. They have made it so we can't live without it, and we think we can't live without it. But there was a time where we didn't use money, but we were trading goods for other goods. But I mean,
yeah, exactly.
with this,
that's not a reality now.
With this, what is it called? Materialistic worldview, where and everything has to grow. Like, what is? Oh my God! It's because I'm Danish and I mostly discuss these things in Danish and not really in English. I'm actually new to being on forums like this, so I stumble in the words sometimes. But yeah.
Well, I'm only 20. I grew up with the massive mass shift to social media and everything. So.
But yeah, I mean, it's the entire system. It's built around that we have to rely on XX factors, for example. You know, like what they're doing right now, making everything more expensive, is that over time they're making everyone more reliant on governments to pay for their goods, because at some point people will not even have money to be able to sit in their house, their apartment, or anything like that. If you own stuff, you have to sell it, because we just don't. The inflation rate right now is so sky high that no one can follow that speed. You know.
Yeah. I'm always constantly trying to find a way to financial freedom, but it doesn't seem viable in this day and age, especially for someone as young as me.
The real, I mean, it actually came with, from my perspective, the creation of big cities, because before that, when we were living in small rural societies and stuff like that, people were just, working their own little land. And if I had eggs left over and I wanted some goat milk, I traded that with the neighbor. And we didn't need all these real, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but stuff. A more simple life would be a much better approach.
Yeah, look, that's how we're meant. That's how farmers still do it.
But then again, what about technology? What about solar panels? What about all these kind of things that actually comes with the good things that it's coming with technology? Like, how would we ever get them if you're only trading goods for goods?
Have you looked into the ether and Nikola Tesla and the free energy?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something we really can confirm, but yeah, it's super interesting. But then again, I mean, it would also even if it was possible, it would also come with an initial investment. And how would you get that if you only have goods to trade with?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a free energy, but every time someone's came up with it, it's been silenced by science, or they've been shut out and rewritten in history, and you really never know the truth because it's all just been fabricated and scrambled. So it's just like solving a never-ending puzzle, essentially.
Exactly. I mean, all the ideas behind stuff like Tesla and stuff super interesting, and sure, it would be lovely if it ever came. What's the word? In fruition, something like that. Like if it came true, but
yeah, fruition. Yeah, fruition.
I mean, as it looks right now, I don't think that it's a dream.
Yeah, it's false hope. You can cling on to a lot of false hopes and hope that this is all gonna happen, but yeah, in reality, we're pretty set on our ways of how we do things, and it's not gonna all of a sudden change. With a couple people trying to make a change, it's just not realistic at all.
Kilowatt is a new member.
No, Kilowatt is Kiwi.
Oh, Kiwi, okay.
It says all. I think he is on his phone or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Are you religious at all, Tim? Or
I mean, it's a wide term. It's a wide.
Yeah, I know, not religious, but obviously not an atheist. But
I have come to
belief.
Yeah, I mean, let's just call it belief that this is an intelligent design, but the ramifications of it, I can't comprehend.
Yeah, well, I think it's important to have some faith, and obviously, like, not. I think atheism is obviously stupid, but yeah, like you need to have some faith in something. Whatever that is personal to each
Yeah.
person.
I
But
mean, my bottom line is that I can't say anything for real, but I feel deep within myself that there is something greater that connects everything. And that's to the lengths I want to go in that discussion. To be honest, if people
yeah, no,
believe in
that's
Allah, God, Buddha, whatever, that's up to them, and I really don't judge them. That's 100% within themselves to do whatever.
yeah, no, fair enough. I think some of it comes hand in hand with a lot of this stuff. Flat Earth related is like why the people ask that main question is, why would they do this to us and all that.
Yeah.
You can't really answer it, I guess. Everyone's stance is pretty different.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's like what is it called? Like the Muslims are saying, that's the big jihad within themselves to find these realities or truths or something like that about our surrounding world and beyond.
Mm. Yeah, no, it's all pretty. I mean, like going down like religion is a whole different. I wouldn't call it a rabbit hole, but it's like really complex. It takes years to like understand the roots of everything and where everything even stems from. That's what I'm trying to look into now, but it's pretty time consuming. Like the amount of stuff you have to read and go through, and that's the hard thing is there's just so much that you actually have to read and learn to get a solid stance, because my stance on stuff changes so much because of all the new stuff I read, and the more you keep reading on stuff, the more you kind of change your stance on certain things, and it's kind of never ending, I guess.
Yeah, it's a never-ending experience.
You find certain truths in a lot of different things and even conflicting things, so it kind of doubts your belief system at the same time, and I've just tried to stay flexible to beliefs and all that, and not try to get solidified in one, hard belief system of going to church or something every Sunday and all that, but just keeping options open to whatever it could be. But yeah, it's a pretty broad subject.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know that there is a bunch of guys in this Discord that is very deep into maybe not biblical studies, but scripture studies and stuff like that. And it is interesting to listen to, but going from
Yeah,
there
no,
to
definitely.
put it on my own awareness or whatever, like yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, it's getting late here in Australia. Down under they call it. So I'm probably gonna head off to bed.
Down under.
Yeah. Alright, well, it was nice talking to you. Take it easy.
Yeah, likewise, and come back one day.
Yeah, no, definitely, I will do.
Like right now, we are in the silent hours of the Discord, but if you come in around, let's say, what is it, like 6 hours from now, it start to wake up a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably still be sleeping, but I usually just hop in here when I don't know, have some spare time or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, right now in EU, people are like almost getting off work. People in America is waking up right now. So, and you're going to bed. So these hours is really not the best to find activity.
Yeah, no, I get that. Well, anyways, I'll leave it there. Have a good rest of your day or night, wherever you are.
Yeah, you too,
And,
man.
yeah. Till next time. See you later.
Later.
Oh, hello. Where you from, Kilbot? Ah, okay. Yeah, you get a role. There's a role they assign to you that you can do that kind of stuff. You get there. You just hang around, hang about. They don't just give that shit out to anybody. Yeah.
Who are you talking to, mate?
Uh, Kilbot.
I mean, he has picture permissions and stuff like that on his other account. So I assume it's just a matter of reaching out to a moderator, explaining him that this is his alteration account.
Oh, he has another account.
Yeah, it's that Kiwi guy, Kiwi with EW.
Well, I apologize to the guy that somebody took great offense. I must have been acting like that. I was probably singing down the mic or some shit like that again.
Oh, because you got muted last night or something like
Yeah.
that?
Usual. It's like normal for me when I turn Discord. If I don't have a red mic, there's something wrong, bro. Old dude's okay, isn't he? He's all right.
Yeah, seems okay.
Yeah, he's all right. He's all right. Yeah, that's a good question. I just nitro boosted the server and I fucking who was it? GMZ. Check your PMs, DMs, bro, or DMs, PMs. Yeah. I nitro boosted you, GMZ. So, what do you think about Justin Trudeau, the Kilowatt? At least the Canadian truckers, they went out and did something. And then that motherfucker frees the bank accounts.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Millions of people still believe the world is flat.
And it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself, do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in the direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research. Greg?
It really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard: Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. We're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hirsch, CBS.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Social criminals, these people in the space program, nassholes I call them. I have a very low tolerance level for stupid bull. Every one of those items is provably untrue at one level or another, but we believe them because they're pounded into our heads from the time we're children. That's what they do with that kind of stuff. They put it in the heads of kids. They pound it in there because they know kids are too young to be able to mount a sophisticated argument against these kind of ideas. And so kids, and up to a certain age, by the way, kids are going to believe everything a grown-up tells them, everything. So kids never learn to question things. Nobody questions things in this country anymore. Nobody questions things. Why? Americans have been silenced, bought off and silenced by gizmos and toys. And as a result, no one's ever learned to question things. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read.
Despite what you might be thinking, these two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition. Now, The Matrix is a story. It's a story. When told enough times to enough people, it becomes part of that culture. It becomes the tradition. And this story is being told over and over every day.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
I don't want to fool you.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
I ain't got no time for that.
We don't have time.
I'm tired of it. I can't take no more.
I'm fed up, bro. To the back teeth.
Are they floating?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
No. How you feeling this morning? This evening?
Hey, real quick, that thing that was just played on the bot, all them newscasters saying the Kyrie and all that stuff put together. Can somebody please post that in the live stream voice text? I'm driving right now, and I'd like to save the link. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ping you. Okay. Hey, who's there? Keep asking for stuff.
That was good. Good.
If I can, what was it? Thought for the day? Is that the one, Kenny?
It was the last thing played in the bot.
Yeah.
You know what? I can go up there and copy it, dude. Never mind.
Oh, you have access, don't you?
Yeah. Yep.
So for the record, okay. So for the record, I think it's the one called Thought for the Day. I'll verify that in just a second.
Okay, appreciate it.
No, Thought for the Day is the one with what's his name? Waking Up the Masses is the name of the video.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Yep, Waking Up the Masses. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeehaw.
All right. Well, speaking of the water.
Sometimes you are funny, bro.
All right, Watery, I've unmuted you.
Sometimes.
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, buddy.
Yeah, I wonder who that is. What up, Mr. P?
Hey, watery is kind of it's a derogatory term here. If you call somebody watery, that means
Is it like calling somebody moist?
yeah,
maybe.
Nice.
You're like a jellyfish.
I'll listen to you and be there for you if you need me. Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
I think they call that Dairy Queen, don't they? Self-serve.
Ooh, soft. Ooh, talk about a new insult. Hey, what's up, soft serve? Oh man. This person got the roll really fast. All right. Go ahead and unmute this person too. We'll give it a try. Little, would you like to say hello? Oh, well, there you go. Well, before they disappeared, they did acquire the role Degenerate Anime PFP. Because they had
little and large.
Yeah,
It's just
PFP
profile picture.
Gotcha.
And they had a degenerate anime profile picture, so that's why they got that role.
Idiot hedonist.
I have no idea what just got said.
Idiot hedonist.
Oh yeah.
This world needs an enema.
Ugh.
Just got to clean all that shit out of there.
Certainly need a based animal horses.
Well, don't all laugh at once, okay?
Well, it's pertinent. You got to keep that colon right, you know?
Need a based
Yeah,
animal.
definitely.
Shut up, asshole.
Hey, stop talking shit. You hear that asshole talking shit?
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. I'm in a little bit of a mood.
You hear that Glatzel?
Who? Slab blow?
Is me what now?
You know what? I don't know what you just said, but it reminded me of Spatzel, and I just thought about how I should definitely make some Spatzel. I should definitely do that.
What the hell is Spatzel?
Spatzel.
It's
Glatzel. Right, Glatflow? Glatzel.
Oh, he's saying Glatflow. You know, here, I'll see if I can Spatzel.
Listen, if I'm not answering, it's because I'm working. I'm sorry.
You're okay, buddy.
You heard him say it. He's sorry.
Spatzel. It's a German. I guess you could call it a dumpling.
Ooh, the grass is soft.
You watery bastard.
Big Mac, I appreciate the DMs.
Hey, Jebsy. You like?
I like. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome, bro.
Hey, how important do you guys think the radius is to the globe? Did you hear me? I said, how important do you guys think the radius is to the globe?
It's undivorceable.
So it's essential, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, because that's the definition of essential. Okay.
So it's undivorceable, like you said, but it's not an important thing. I don't need to go to the store and be thinking about the radius of the globe. But it is undivorceable from the globe.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make here is if we're trying to figure out how to define something, we got to go to the essentials, right? Because that's the definition of the word define. So if the radius is falsified, that means the essentials of the globe have also been falsified. Therefore, we can disregard that definition. You guys recognize any errors in that logic?
Falsification of the radius absolutely falsifies any possibility that the Earth is a ball. It is as simple as that.
Yeah, so we could just disregard the definition. Okay. Cheers for the help.
They took my rolls away.
Say what?
They took my rolls away.
Who is they?
Him, he, her, they, them. All them pronouns.
Who did such a thing?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
So you don't know who and you don't know what. What do you know?
No, why? I don't know what. I don't know who. What? Who said what?
He was kind of like drinking last night, so he probably doesn't remember much, but it's okay. We'll figure it out now.
You make it sound like it was past tense.
Let's let's concentrate on the now.
Yeah, I'm trying to it was updated. Oh, I guess you did. You just added. No.
Yeah, I'm just adding some rules for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand. I mean, muting should be sufficient. Removing roles is just
a waste of time.
Yeah, unnecessary.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Who?
I guess he didn't like me.
Yeah, I don't know. Roll.
The one where you can post shit. That's the one I want back more than anything.
Yeah, you have silver and that original Tinker.
That's the one. I like that one. Original Tinker.
Mm-hmm.
But there's another one where you're allowed to post shit.
Yeah, you're allowed to post now. Just
maybe it was an accident. I'm looking through the history and I'm not even seeing that it happened. So maybe it's a glitch with a bot or something.
Maybe he left the server by accident and came back.
That is also a potential explanation.
That's probably what I did.
He left the server because he was muted.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Never do it again, PMac.
Yep. I promise.
I'm glad we solved that mystery. Which one of us is Shaggy and which one is Scooby-Doo, Jimsy?
Which one is Shaggy and which one is Scooby-Doo? Good question.
I don't know. It was funny, Scooby-Doo was always portrayed as the more intelligent one.
Yeah. When next to Shaggy, he was the smart one.
Yeah. But so manipulatable.
Hey man, Shaggy wasn't dumb, man. Shaggy was just high.
Shaggy was quite a bit of a coward.
Oh?
Shaggy would run away from a flower.
How many Glapslubs do we have now? 3?
No, it's just his 2 accounts. He has a car account and a home account, and then of course there's Flowbass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Flip Loggy.
What's up?
I think that's overpriced. A 10-inch miter saw for $150?
Nah.
Craftsman?
Nah, I'd say $80 would be the max I'd pay for that for Craftsman.
Yeah. That's what I.
But with the economy going the way it is, that's probably why it's looking like that.
Yeah. I mean, Craftsman isn't garbage. There are worse. There are worse brands, but
I personally like Craftsman. I like their warranty and stuff like that. I think they got it going on, but I mean, I'm sure that there's things that aren't that great. But
yeah.
I've had good things with their tools anyway.
Then there's somebody else selling a miter, a compound miter. It's the sliding type, which I've been looking out for a while. But they said sliding compound miter saw has laser cut line. Only problem is miter. So only problem is miter. They said the miter clamp is broken.
Well, that may not be so bad. You could probably bend it back straight.
If the miter clamp is broken, I feel like that would just be a part.
Unless they bent it when the part came loose or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd put eyes on it before I paid for it. That's what I'd do.
Yeah. Currently, my only saw is a standard skill saw. I'm redoing my back porch this summer, and it's going to be interesting because I don't have an impact drill, so I'm going to be using a standard.
You got a compressor?
No, I don't have a compressor.
I mean, a compressor will save you a lot of voltage with that.
Yeah, so I'm doing screws. I'll be doing screws with a standard screwdriver or drill.
Like you're going to cut boards bigger than like a 2x4 or a 2x6, you're probably going to need one of those radial miter saws. Yeah, I'd say stick with that.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to do too much cutting. The primary cutting I'm going to have to do is with the stringers, which I'm tempted to abuse myself and do it with a handsaw.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with that as long as you've got a miter to keep you from cutting it crooked, you know what I mean?
True. Valid. Very valid point. Crooked cuts are like Yeah, no, because the wood is way too expensive to make any mistakes.
Yeah, it's like nowadays it's like measure thrice and then cut one.
Yeah. Why does PMAC get highly suspect?
I know, what the hell? It's the first time I seen that motherfucker. Highly suspect.
You a space criminal. Because you're a criminal for the space.
Space herpes.
You take the space away from the Globers. So you're a criminal.
Wouldn't that be more like like space vigilante or?
Who put that in there? I think Jamesy put that in there for a laugh.
No.
Say it isn't so.
Say it isn't so. Yeah, no. Listen, I might have like talked shit or sang down the mic or some crazy shit, but bruh, that man fucking deleted me. It's like it was like I didn't even exist.
You might have left the server, which would explain everything.
That's probably what it is. Just as a heads up, never leave the server. Just sit there, bruh.
Yeah. Also, don't do QR codes that you don't trust. It's bad business.
I don't even know what them things are, man. I mean,
yeah, those squares with all the polka dots, and you put your camera on it and stuff.
Yeah, I have no idea. Technology, it's beyond me now at this stage.
I gotcha.
Bro, since that day, every time I get like an invite to a new server, I'm very skeptic. I'm like, oh no, they're gonna take my account.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have been a big deal if I hadn't done the idiotic scanning of the QR code.
What happened there?
I was duped. It just happened.
Happens to it can happen to anybody, bro.
Yeah. Interesting.
You had to go over to Jim Panda server this morning and prove to them that mass doesn't exist.
What did you tell them?
I told them they'd never sensed mass. And I was like, that's the very definition of exist. If you can't sense it, right, then you can't prove that it exists.
Did they just laugh at you?
I tried to argue it, of course. Then they eventually muted me. But it's all recorded. It was like a couple hours back. It's hilarious. You guys should go listen to it if you're bored.
Next time, just ask them, can you grab some of this math, put it in a cup, and paint it green?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I should have said. The painting mass. Yeah, go paint mass for me, dude.
Jimsy, you know he's saying MASS and not MATH.
Oh, mass.
Yeah.
My bad, man.
It's okay.
I think it might apply for both.
Yeah.
It probably does.
Oh, 78. Huh. You could buy a Caterpillar excavator with 11,900 hours on it, 54-inch bucket, 78,000. I'm sure there's people that know just how long it would take to recoup your investment on something like that.
I bet, yeah.
I was just led on to a local what do you call these things? It's not Craigslist, but it's the local version of Craigslist for North Dakotans. And
we call them classifieds.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a good word for it, classifieds. And I was just browsing, seeing what was going on. It's kind of interesting.
Michael Collins couldn't recall seeing any stars at all. It's a little bit strange.
Mm-hmm.
And then, according to Don Pettit or Dumb Pettit, you can see the Magellans. Hey. See if this works. It's working.
Bruh. Some people are so weird.
I know.
What do you listen? What techno nonsense are you listening to? P megahertz. What are you listening to?
He's in a Porsche 911 going down the fucking Autobahn, dude.
Max.
I'm actually on the Autobahn. Get out of my way, motherfucker!
Well, if you're on the Autobahn, you should definitely be listening to Kraftwerk. No.
Oh, shut up.
You know about that?
Yeah, I know a little bit about that, about Kraftwerk, yeah. A little bit.
I'll post
Waar is me handy?
Ba-dum, boom, 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 boom.
That's actually good, though.
Oh, Robert Miles. I know, man. I was listening to Robert Miles in the early 2000s. The titles of his songs started to creep me out, and I kind of got disinterested over time. You're hot, Mike and Jimsy.
Now that you mention it, it's a little bit suspect.
But yeah, Robert Miles, some classic techno. Not as classic as Kraftwerk, but here, I'm going to... Jimsy.
Oh, my bad.
No.
My bad.
For your own protection, sir.
For your own protection.
Robert Miles. Now I'm trying to remember the bald guy that his music showed up in so many movies in the early 2000s. I know that's probably not enough details. Gone in 60 Seconds, I think some of his music was in that, and I'll find out. 60 Seconds soundtrack. Oh, yeah, Moby. That's what I'm thinking of. Moby just is right up there with Robert Miles in my mind.
Moby, yeah, he was big, bro.
That dude really likes space. I just went to his website. If you're looking for interesting music along those lines, I highly recommend a guy named Ronald Jinkies. He's one of the coolest techno nerds I ever did see.
Spell that last name?
Yeah, Jenkees.
I hear he has some kind of, he's like a savant where like he's not good at other stuff, but he plays a mean piano, man.
Yeah, I really like that guy. Yeah, I've watched interviews with him. He's socially awkward for sure. But
I don't care. Make that music.
Yeah, but he's got a sense of humor, and he is extremely talented. It's like He's like, I can taste the music.
Right. He's one of those multi-sensed. He's probably got perfect pitch too. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those guys do.
Post something in there, Gospel Bear. Do like one of his old ones.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy, BMAC for sure.
Anyway.
Ronald Jenkins, that's the one. Yep, his signature is always wearing a hat, usually a goofy looking hat, and saying, hello YouTubes. Hello YouTubes. And he's been going at it for a long time. Dude brings in a modest income over and over again, year after year, doing what he loves. And I say 40 to 60K. Just he's making a. Yeah,
you can be happy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. He lives in Kentucky, so his costs are low, and he's just chilling. He got started on YouTube in 2006. Been doing the thing. One of the few people I ever supported on Patreon.
Yeah, that guy that does like research into like psychedelics and stuff. He made a few big YouTube videos. I support him on Patreon too. He's doing good work.
Where he's been in the last 2 years, though. Interesting. Globe Master.
Let's see if he's truly a master.
Would you like to say a word, Globe Master?
Or are you a globe novice?
Just here to listen in the background, guys. I'm doing some work and I was listening what you have to say. Okay?
Okay. We were just shooting the breeze.
Yeah. Maybe I'll join later.
Yeah, I'll give you some food for thought. It is my determination that the radius in equations can be replaced with the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
Some food to chew on.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I literally think at this point, Gospel, we're training the Globers how to tell the truth. Like, I think they've never told the truth before, and they don't know how. And then they come in here and they start to learn how to tell the truth. Wow.
I wouldn't make those claims, but sure, some of them maybe.
Hello, YouTubes.
Hey, YouTubes. He always does this. Hey, YouTubes. That's this little chuckle. Got a little song to play for you.
Here we go.
It's just something I've been messing with.
Yeah, thanks, Gospel. I've been watching him now. I think I'm hooked.
Yeah, he's so much fun. He's so lighthearted, and yeah, it's nice to. I like folks like that. It's just like you watch them and just puts a smile on your face because they're just so not like a lot of the garbage you encounter in this world.
Yeah. Yeah. Always wears a funny hat.
Yeah. Usually a type of fedora, but he's got some other.
That's what's going on here, man. I'm trying to post this shit, and I can't fucking post it.
I just drove by a guy picking his nose, can barely fit in his huge truck, looking at his phone. Fucking, where the hell do I live right now?
Wait. If you don't know the truth, can you tell somebody the truth?
Truth is subjective. Facts are not.
Wait. Truth is subjective.
Yeah.
I gotta go back to the drawing board, dude.
Facts.
I thought they were synonyms, man.
That's pretty
I think they're synonyms. I think Gladflub's trying to pull a fast one on us.
Man, y'all can't even take a slow one. You feel? No, I'm just kidding.
I never trusted that motherfucker.
Okay, the body of real events. What? Yeah, facts. Yep. Okay, synonyms. Thank you.
Yeah, colloquially speaking, I think he has a point.
So the
because
truth can't be subjective, correct? If it's based on fact.
Colloquially speaking, the word truth has been appropriated into a completely new meaning.
Ah, I see.
That's true. There's 72 genders.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So,
hold on. Wait, are they virgins?
Probably.
It was a little funny.
You guys not get jokes or something?
It's a little funny.
I shouldn't have picked that number because I set it up and you knocked it down. So
damn it. I finally found out what's funny to you guys.
Did he knock down two of them?
What?
Just two towers.
Nah, he lied. He lied for sure.
Well, yes, one plane knocked down 7 buildings. I love it. Love that shit.
Never in the history of mankind has a high tower collapsed due to fire. They're not built that way. But suddenly...
What about the low tower?
Well, I don't know. Man. I said to the guy that worked the other day, he's like, well, Paul, what the hell, and all this crap. And I was like, listen, Ryan. Never in the history of mankind has two towers collapsed. A skyscraper collapsed due to fire. They're not built that way. Suddenly, two of them collapsed. Yeah.
And I think that their response, which would be the appropriate response, is the fact checkers tell me you're wrong. And they have no basis for their claim, but they know you're wrong.
Can I talk to these fact checkers?
I want to be a fact checker.
Fact check out, fucking motherfucker.
I want to knock you that.
Where do I apply to be a fact checker? Sign me up.
Factchecker.com.
Factchecker.net.
If they accept you, man, I'm trying out,
I'd be the best person to fact check everybody, dude.
I'll fact check you back into the fucking last century, bro.
In order to apply to be a fact checker, you have to use your Netscape Navigator version 3.0.
Damn. I haven't got that.
And somehow it's still the most secure browser on the net. That was my favorite. When the new Netscape came out, I was like, oh, man, now I'm going to go twice as fast, and it's going to take only 2.5 minutes to download half a JPEG instead of 4.
Mm.
And those JPEGs were only about homework stuff, right?
Of course.
Didn't the world change? Didn't the world change with the arrival of the internet? Didn't things just fucking change? What are you saying? Yeah,
it changed things for sure,
massively. I remember playing the golf game, and we downloaded a new golf course, and it took us about 25 minutes to download like 1.5 kilobyte. We thought this is the greatest thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, and you compare it to driving to the store and back of what you would have otherwise had to have done. That 25 minutes didn't seem so long when you thought about it in those terms.
And you got to go ask Mom, hey, Mom, can I go buy another fucking video game? No. Okay, I'm just going to download it for free and play it, after dinner. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I had to, so my mom didn't like that I use the internet so often. So she shut off the phone line in my room. And, because we were using dial-up at the time. 28.8, though. It was 28.8. We were balling. Then we got that T1 line shit. But anyway, so my mom shut off the phone line in my room because, Anyway, so then I was like, well, fuck all that. I'm going to go get a 100-foot phone cable and run it down the hall to the other phone jack. And I did. And, folks, it was just as fast, if not faster, which, whatever, it's probably about the jack itself. But, yeah, and so she didn't notice. She never went up there, right, where my room was. She never went up to that hallway for anything. And so I got away with it for like a month. And that's my story.
It was like a black hole. Up
Just
the class. It's like
nice
a black
Colin
hole.
Quinn outro there, Black Club. Classic Colin Quinn outro.
See, now your parents, they don't want to interfere. They don't want to get in your shit.
Well, yeah, they do, and they did. No, they'll never stop that stuff.
Yeah.
That's okay. Keeps me in line, kind of.
So are you still living in your mom's basement? Sorry. Oh, that's good.
I'm living in your mother's basement. You fuck.
Right, my mother loves you, man. My mother loves you.
I know.
She can't
If
share
you
it
are-
with you.
If you
So-
are, I hope you're paying good rent.
Bro, I love the back and forward here. The back and
Oh,
forth.
she gets paid. I'm just kidding. This has turned into something I didn't want it to. Sorry.
This has gone places I never thought I would.
That's funny, man.
Well, what happened? Did everybody just stop talking?
You get distracted doing other stuff, you start doing other stuff. If you have a leak, it's probably some kind of procedure. Deal with it.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to take a leak.
That's not what I was saying.
Somebody told me you had a girlfriend last year.
Okay, watch the copyright,
In before
bro.
red microphone.
Yeah, watch the copyright, bro.
Sorry.
I'll start singing if you don't start talking.
Give us your best globe proof, rookie.
Proof? I got lots of proof. I went to the ocean with a straight level, spirit level. Then I measured the horizon from 4 different angles, and it's flat. All different. All 4 of those angles were completely flat. That was
I
enough
can
for
show
me.
you a curved horizon if you want.
Not with my eyes, you can't.
Hold on, I'll show you one.
No, that would be a picture. I'm talking about with my own eyes.
Oh no! I can set you up to where you can see a curved horizon for sure.
Sure, you could, but that would be deception.
You're gonna have. It's not like you're gonna be able to see it very easily, like standing up there. You're gonna have to. I'll have to place you in a certain place to curve the horizon. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Course,
Okay.
You'd have to bend the rules.
But it is possible, you know.
Is it curving 8 inches per mile square or only curving?
Not consistent.
Is it only curving?
Hold on. Wait. Whoa. I thought it was an oblate spheroid. That doesn't mean round, does it?
No. The Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
What is the Earth?
Well, you might want to check with your
land.
homies because that's what they're saying.
I heard
It's not my homies. My homies don't say that. What my homies say is Earth is dry land.
Yeah, dirt. We're talking about the whole thing in one big picture. You know, like the realm or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying the Earth is related to the horizon for sure.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, the Earth is in the definition of horizon, so yeah, they are related. You can't have one without the other.
Well, yeah, and you can't have gas pressure without a barrier either. But
You said without a container?
well,
Yeah,
technically I said barrier, but
I don't think I've ever seen anyone demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I think you're right.
well, there you go. There's another reason.
But wait, what does that mean? Like, if there's a container, does that mean there's no space?
No.
Well, unless there's a barrier between us and that space, then I would say no, there couldn't be. Because a vacuum would definitely suck all the gas off of the Earth. And don't give me that gravity crap, because I can prove that wrong too.
Yeah, but how did they get through the container if they went to Mars?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious they didn't go to Mars, and they're not going to Mars. They're lying.
But what
That's
about the
my opinion.
rover, dude? I thought the rover was running around on Mars taking pictures.
What about Johnny Five from Short Circuit? He must have been real too, right?
Sure.
So you're
Look at the
telling
devil-
me the rover's not real?
Look at the devil with
No, I'm telling you that whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, it's not going to space and it's not going to Mars. It's simply
real,
going
but
in
it's just
a
not on
studio.
Mars.
Well, yeah, they built
the stupid thing. They have to make it look good.
I mean, I'm gonna have to agree to you. I mean, there's no way that rover got to Mars if it had to go through a solid container to get there. There's no way.
Yeah, they ride the rover and they played golf and they put the flag, but not on Mars.
Is it
They really?
is it cold?
They
Is it
put
cold?
on the moon?
Is it cold on Mars?
I wouldn't know.
I would say it's probably does. There's probably no place to stand at all.
I've never
to be
been to
honest
Mars.
with you.
Okay.
It seems to me no one's going to Mars either, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting. We have rover to send to Mars, but we don't have rover to send to Antarctica. So Antarctica is very cold.
We don't have a rover to send to Africa when we lose somebody. I mean, come on.
Antarctica is too rough for the rover. It's too much. You can't take it.
I thought it couldn't get a grip on the ice or whatever.
Whoa, slow down, hold on.
Mars is beautiful highways. You can go. Everything you can travel. Everything is built there. And there is 35 degrees, sometimes 20. Rover can go easy. It's not cold. It's not hot.
Can you see Mars with the naked eye? Have any of you guys seen Mars?
Yes.
I can see a light in the sky.
Wait, Gospel, you saw it? What color is it?
Orangish reddish.
Oh, that's badass. Thanks.
Yeah, I've seen it, and it looks kind of like that kind of orange reddish. Yeah.
I guess what I could say with certainty is I've seen an orangish reddish object that is known to be referred to as Mars.
I can see Orion, and it's it's more far away than Mars with my naked eyes. Orion, you can see Orion.
That's my name, by the way.
Yeah.
No, the Irish version, Rookie.
And I'm Irish too, by the way.
Bro, it was you do jokes, I do jokes, nobody laughs. We're all in the same.
I know, what's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong with these people, bro?
We're all in the same boat.
That was pretty funny, especially when it's people like us opposing each other. It always makes people laugh, right? They're like, "What? What did he say? Oh my god!"
The Irish version of Ryan.
The Irish version. That's good.
So you're saying we're in space, but we can never go to outer space, or what they call outer space, correct?
I never said that space existed, did I?
Wait, you don't think space exists?
Well, how could you have a vacuum?
Yeah, the
not
space
sucking the
between
gas
you
off?
and I does exist. Yeah, and it's a good thing.
Yeah, there's air. There's air. There might be water or something up there above the whatever barrier. I don't know. I mean, we can find out pretty easy.
Kimchi's throwing shade around.
No. I'm saying space exists, but I'm talking. We can't go to outer space. We can't go outside of space, correct?
As far as I know. Unless somebody's done it and they got evidence of it. No, I don't think so.
I think that what he's doing is presenting a logical conundrum. Outside
Oh yeah, he's working on it, isn't he?
of space.
That's the definition of outer, from what I've read. Outer's outside of.
Isn't Columbus was out of space?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Why? He thought that he's in India, and he was not in India.
I thought
he
outer
was
was
in
when the
space.
belly button
Okay, I see
popped
what you're
out.
saying. Yeah.
Like an Audi? Danny and Audi. You talking about belly buttons?
So Columbus was thinking that he's in India. That he was out of space. That was not correct space.
Do we have any evidence that Columbus even existed?
Yeah, for real. Thank you, Rookie. Thank you.
Yeah, there's some evidence. The history of him and his brother who extorted and took advantage of the Aboriginals of the Caribbean.
This is the way I go whenever somebody tells me that God doesn't exist. I'll just be like, well, then neither did Columbus, neither did Nostradamus, neither did any of these other idiots. Like, prove it. Well, yeah, you like that, don't you? They hate it when you throw that in their face. Yeah, they hate that stuff.
Yeah, we have to be able to sense them, right? For somebody or something to exist, we have to be able to sense them. That's like, I can't sense these people. They're gone and dead. It's like, I don't know why people think they're real, right? But they're not here.
Like your great-great-grandfather, huh?
Yeah, I can't talk to him, never heard his voice, can't taste him, you know what I'm saying? Can't sense him, so it's not here.
So wait, what did you say? Taste him?
Grandpa, dude.
Yeah, you can lick your grandpa, dude. You never licked your grandpa, dude. Come on, dude.
No, bro. Sorry.
I've smelled him enough to be say I might be able to know what he tastes like a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I know grandpas taste great, but I'm just not going to eat my own.
Well, okay.
Oh my goodness. This is,
Dude, you think if your grandpa was feeding you some peanut butter, don't you think he got a little bit on his finger? He let you nibble on his finger. Come on, you taste your grandpa, dude.
Whatever.
The fuck is he talking about?
So
Yeah, what the fuck, bro?
At least this
I was trying to make a joke, not fucking gross people out, bro.
I'm trying to meet P Drinker on his level. Y'all know what's up.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you need to be big ego, a lot of nihilism, and you're there.
All you gotta do is drink your piss, bro. There's stem cells.
No,
gold,
no.
all kinds of shit.
We'll live forever, just for one day.
I found my What in Tarnation gif, by the way.
Oh yeah. Post that up.
Mr. Clampett.
What in tarnation?
Don't think about him so wrong because he said P Drinker. He has very good points about food and other stuff.
I think we have a concerned troll in the room.
Somebody get him out of here.
I'm just kidding.
Hey. Fuck off.
No, the proper way to say it is "feck off."
That was
Get
rude.
him out of here. Get him out.
Why you flat out the roof?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Be well. Get to the chopper. Fuck off.
Can I sing the song? Somewhere
No.
over the rainbow.
No.
Over the
Way up
coast.
high.
Hey, who wore it better, Looney Tunes or the other one?
Looney Tunes for sure.
What's the other one?
I think it was Disney.
Looney Tunes was the bomb shiggity.
You know why?
And
Looney?
Animaniacs.
You know why? L-U. It uses first Looney, like lunar, L-U-N.
Yeah,
something.
it has to do with moon.
Gospel. Prove me wrong. Do it.
What are you? What? Prove an ME wrong?
I believe there's only two genders. Prove me wrong.
My God.
Usually a liar exposes himself. We don't really have to expose.
Hold on. Are you asking me, Glatt, to do the literal impossible and prove an unfalsifiable claim falsifiable or falsified?
We're asked to do
Please
it
do,
all
sir.
the time.
What incarnation?
Oh. Wait, you're talking about like when Globers come into the chat and say, would you
Where's
prove?
the edge?
Yeah.
Show us
I
the
know
horizon.
what you mean. Yeah, I do think it's the unfalsifiable claims are always a little bit aggravating to me.
Oh, well, yeah, like Looney. My guess is it started with L-U, like Looney, like lunar, loony. You know, because you worship the moon or whatever. You're crazy. Right? Sounds.
Oh, okay. So
the etymology of loony.
Yeah, so separate from, so there is a spelling, and it comes from the word lunatic, which is spelled Lunatic, which does have the etymology with lunar, however, or moon. However, there's also a spelling of Loony, i.e. for the cartoon, I believe, but Loony being associated with the bird, the loon.
Oh, sure, of course.
So, or EY, I guess, is the So.
Oh yeah.
Here, I'll post, because it is interesting when you have a blended word that like is influenced from two roots. It feels contrived, but there are other examples of words that have multiple like combined meanings.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mutt words or mutts.
Yeah. Typically modern words. That's not a very common convention of it, like old words. This is more of a modern convention to have like dual rooted words. But yeah, loon. It says the bird being noted for its wild cry and method of escaping from danger.
It's kind of like that, you know. But it's louder. I can't do it. All right, hang on, guys.
That description kind of sounds like meep meep.
Meep meep.
Is influence of Looney, yeah, this is it's interesting. I don't think I had looked this up before, but there's mid 15th century, a loon, a rascal or worthless person, or a boor, B-O-O-R, of uncertain origin, perhaps from Middle Dutch or Middle Low German. Compare Dutch loen, stupid person. the modern sense of crazy person is by influence of loony.
Did somebody just describe me?
What's that?
Did somebody just describe me?
No.
You're said not, dumbass, unless that's you.
You're not loony. You are goofy from time to time. It's a little different. But hey, you're by no means a worthless person, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good sign.
That's a good sign. I'm Taurus, by the way.
I can't do the loon sound anymore because I was punched in the face too hard. And I got a scar tissue right where my whistle sound should be on my lip. It's weird.
Interestingly enough, there's a guy that I watch on YouTube. It's a group of guys, but one of the guys in the group of guys, VLDL, he did I forget what kind of martial arts it was. I think it was maybe jujitsu, but whatever the case, he got several injuries to his throat and lost his ability to falsetto. I found that really. He talks perfectly fine. No issue with his
I've heard of that.
voice.
That's weird. It's hella weird.
But he cannot falsetto. His name is Ben from VLDL. Vandalier or something, I think is his last name.
Ben No More Balls?
No. Ben Vandalier from VLDL.
We got to bring balls into it.
Because it's balls, bro.
I think it's Vandalier.
Why not?
I asked you first.
I replied. Easy peasy, my balls are squeezy.
Cool.
Shut up.
What? Shut up. What?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I don't want to shut up. Why don't you shut up?
You shut up. No, you shut up.
Here I go. Watch. Get ready. Here I go.
All right, Karen, Nancy, Phyllis, calm down.
My name's Kevin when I'm being an asshole. Don't forget that. All right, moving on.
Next joke.
Zippity-doo.
Zippity-day. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zip.
Doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth. It's factual. Everything is satisfactory.
Smash.
Doo-dah.
Uncle Jemima's pure. Oh, that was Saturday Night Live. How about that?
That's actually good. Yeah.
You ever seen the Uncle Jemima's Pure Mash Liquor commercial on Saturday Night Live?
Yep. Quite funny.
It is. It is kind of funny. Oh, boy.
When's the last time somebody slapped the shit out of you?
Last week.
Goodness.
Cruising for another one, boy.
Ouch.
Yeah, you can try.
For me, it's been like...
I'm sorry, was that too harsh?
23 years.
Hey,
21.
can If you're drinking a large coffee with a bunch of sugars in it with a regular sized drink straw, you need to slow down.
Just a tad, though.
I found myself accidentally asking Burger King to add an extra shot of espresso in fucking coffee. Whoops.
Probably charged you for it too, didn't they?
Now, as you well know, they don't have espresso. Burger King.
Oh, yeah.
I know, but that's the point. See,
I'm like, hello, can I get an avocado toast, please? But just one slice.
No soy.
You have the fat-free avocados?
No soy.
You got avocados. You got some avocados.
Do you have the special fat-free, gluten-free avocados?
Yeah, we got them. Yeah, we got them. Fucking.
We can remove it for you.
Yeah. They're blue, sir. They're the blue ones. Okay, fantastic.
Hi, can I get some vegan burger with vegan bread and vegan bacon and vegan lettuce and vegan mayo, and vegan?
What about
Imagine walking into a place and asking for a vegan burger and vegan this and vegan that and vegan fucking everything. You're not gonna get anything. You just
like to get a vegan pot roast.
Sorry, we don't have that, bro. Fuck off.
That's funny. What was it?
Like
What would it be
What do
made
you
out
mean?
of?
It's 2022. You should have vegan everything everywhere.
I'd like to
Let
have
me get this straight.
We
You're a
actually don't
vegan.
know.
You'll eat the meat, but you won't. You'll eat the eggs, but you won't eat the meat. I don't understand.
We
I
Isn't
wonder
the
if
egg-
there's a
isn't egg
vegan.
like
I wonder
meat?
if there's a vegan foie gras
Hmm.
or a vegan pate.
Ooh, I wonder.
I don't know, man.
I'm sure it's tasty. You make everything out of chickpeas now.
Who's
Can I
snotty
get a
enough?
vegan bone broth?
Who's snotty enough to get vegan caviar? What are you fucking?
Vegan caviar.
How about some vegan? How about some vegan gefilte fish?
Oh.
They would probably just take the what is that stuff called?
Oh,
Cream
I
or
think
whatever.
I could pull that off, Sonny. I would use something like one of those Asian fruits or something, because they have some funky flavors in some of those Asian.
There you go.
Yeah. Oops.
I like it. It could be like the artificial crab meat you get.
It'd be like durian, or you do some kind of some
Yeah,
Asian
durian.
thing.
That's some weird stuff.
Some kind of vegetarian fish you would have to use.
You know what they'd ruin is vegan pork
Excuse
rinds.
me. Make sure my eggs are vegan.
Oh no.
Want an over easy vegan egg?
that
I got some vegan lard at the Mexican store the other day.
Yeah, I guess it'd be sup sup. That's the one that I remember.
Soup. Soup.
Sop sop breadfruit. Breadfruit is its alternative name, but it's called sop sop.
Breadfruit. That's interesting.
Yeah.
How
Or
do you-
sour sop
How do
is
you
another
fruit
name.
bread or
for it.
breadfruit? How do you do that? You just break
It's a
fruit into
Malaysian. It's a Malaysian
Oh.
thing.
Sounds good though. I can do that. Fruit and bread. That sounds good.
Apparently, it's a variant of jackfruit.
Oh, I see. Jackfruit's not bad. Sour is really good. You ever had gooseberries?
Yeah, I have actually had gooseberry.
They're the bomb. They're sour, but they're the bomb.
I had relatives that used to make muscadine and scuppernong beverages. Ferments, you might say. Special ferments of muscadine and scuppernong. Yeah, like about as sweet as Welch's grape jelly. If Carr was here, he'd know what I was talking about. Or Dave. Oh, man. I'm laughing at Trace.
What happened? Nobody wants to talk no more?
That's what you said last time. You had something to talk about.
I
Come
do.
on.
I need to get it out of my system.
Out with it.
I got this problem. There's this guy on the live stream, and he's driving me crazy. His name's Gospel Bearer. I can't stand.
How long has this been going on?
What do I do? Yeah, what do I do about that?
Well, there's options. How long has this been going on?
Oh, forever, man. Like since I got here. He follows me around everywhere and he talks smack to me all the time. I don't know what's wrong with him.
That sounds like paranoid schizophrenia.
And then he tries to be nice to me and make me feel bad for yelling at him. He's such a great guy.
I don't recall you yelling at anyone.
I have yelled at people, believe it or not.
You probably
quite a few times, but I try not to though. I yelled. Let's see, the last person that I actually lost my temper with was what's his name? I can't remember his handle, but he was in here for a while, and then he went over to the server for a while, and then he disappeared. But he was. I showed him a bunch of videos of like NASA launches and things, and I showed him a bunch of anomalies, right? And there was this one particular shot that I took 5 different shots from 5 different space missions, and they all had the same anomaly in them. And then there was one more that I found right at the end that actually was the way it should have been. And I showed him all 5 videos, and he said he couldn't see anything. And I got mad.
So you are like, talking about me?
No, I was kidding.
No,
you do give me a lot of crap, but you're supposed to. That's what you're here for.
I did that. Huh? What, P-Mac?
No, I was saying it was you, bro. It was you.
It might have been. I think I saw the videos where you were talking about the angle discrepancy.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Yeah, I can understand why someone would have difficulty recognizing.
It's not real easy, but I showed him with a demonstration with my hands and with the cap, right? And I said, okay, this is how this would work. And he was like, and he just sat there and he said, I don't know what you're meaning. I don't understand how that changes anything. And I lost it. I just chewed his ass out. I was like, really, bro? But yeah, I've yelled at people. Actually, if you came over here to my house, you'd probably hear me yell all the time because I do have somewhat of a temper. But obviously, I'm able to control it at some point because.
Yeah, I almost never yell, but I sometimes raise my voice, especially when I think people can't hear me.
Why are you yelling at me? I know you're good about that. I like you have the great voice too, Trace. You got the voice going for you because it's deep, but it's like mellow. It's like the perfect tone. And when you talk, people actually stop and listen to you. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool thing, dude.
It is. It's like Get Beget or Jamsey or Trace.
Or that guy P-Mac. Yeah, he's a real pain in the ass, huh?
He is.
Who else is in here we can pick on?
Absolute retard.
How come there's nobody in here to pick on ever anymore? What happened? Did we scare them all away or what?
Yeah, they lost years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Just took time for that to circle around that they actually can't win this argument.
Yeah, I can understand why. Yeah, I can see that.
Not going to happen.
There was a topic that I was thinking of earlier, and it not escaped me. I'll think of it here in a minute. Something like new-ish. So, I got a question. I know this is a weird question, and it's probably going to trigger a bunch of people, but I think it needs to be talked about a little bit. What do you think the odds are that there's somebody within our ranks that's duping us?
Don't know, don't care.
Yeah, if you're being duped by something, that'd be a personal problem. So to answer
I
your
don't mean
question,
personal. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I just sometimes I wonder, like, with the way things happen.
it depends on how you define within our ranks. So if you're referring to people that
I just mean like people that are involved with the server. I didn't mean like necessarily like high ups or anything. I just meant in general.
Yeah. So if you're being duped about something in particular, then I would say that is a personal problem. In another way to answer that question, are there people that may be wrong about different details? They posit their opinions as facts and that sort of thing. Yeah, sure, that probably happens from time to time, and it would be, I think, the responsibility of the listener to determine and or discern the difference between opinion and fact.
I accept that. That's a good point.
So when somebody says this, blah, 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 I think it's your responsibility to determine whether or not what they just said is a matter of fact, or they are promoting their opinion as the most probable explanation or whatever. So there's certainly a lot of people that say things that other people would disagree with as the explanation for the cause of a certain thing, but that doesn't mean that it's an intentional misdirection, gatekeeping, or anything of the sort.
Yeah, I hear you. I was just thinking because somebody asked me about it, and I don't know why it came up. I was just saying I thought it was an interesting question because I never really thought about it, you know. And I thought about it last night, this morning, and I was thinking, you know, like maybe I'll mention it and see, you know, like what kind of a conversation it strikes up. But I don't, you know, I didn't mean it like personally or anything. I was just like, in general, somebody was talking about on another server that they thought that they had a bunch of people coming in there and just causing problems from the inside. And I was like, wow, that I never thought about that.
Yeah. So, for instance, I'm currently and actively promoting the idea that the Rayleigh criterion could adequately replace the radius value as a new constant to base determination of long distance observations. And that is not a matter of fact, but it should be a responsibility to anybody that hears those words to determine for themselves whether or not it's as plausible as I have come to the conclusion that I think that it is.
Anyway, I guess maybe it wasn't a good subject.
Oh, I was just giving you a personal example. Oh, I love it. What beautiful artwork. I don't know, man. The Soviet vessel there definitely looks like a Jules Verne creation, and the Soviets have stars, so there's that. The Soviets have the stars. Apparently, the Chinese do too. But yeah, the Soviet moon mission picture there definitely looks like something Jules Verne thought up.
You talking about this thing that Byte posted?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like somebody did it with coloring crayons and coloring pencils. Funny. Show me on this doll. Where did they hurt you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mic wasn't working earlier. To answer your question, Rookie, from my perspective, sure, we see a bunch of people pretending to be flat earthers to try to smooth their way in here, but it's pretty easy to identify them. Is there someone who has copied all our arguments and is pretending to be one of us? I don't know. No, it's impossible to know.
It would be a moot point unless you could provide evidence against that person to support that they were also doing some kind of back channel DM thing at the same time.
Yeah, it would require a bunch of evidence, and it's not something we can just guess. I think it's possible, but that's about as far as I'll go.
You know what it reminds me of? Not that it's a bad question. It does remind me of the
Sorry
question.
about that. I got a phone call at the last minute. I apologize.
Well, I don't know if you can hear this. But
Well, you were referring to me. You were talking to me, and I was actually on the phone, so I didn't hear what you said. I'm just letting you know and apologize because I just kind of cut out. I didn't mean to.
Oh, it's fine. It reminds me of the question that I heard from like in middle school. Kids would ask silly questions, but one of them was, "Have your parents told you you're adopted?" I've heard that before. Or something along those lines, and it reminds me of that because, yeah. Anyway,
yeah,
it reminds me of that. Not that it is exactly the same, but
I get you. The question really doesn't lead to any constructive and.
Good point.
Well, I got one. Why does anybody believe in anything?
Because there's something to think about.
So the ability of thought is the dilemma, I guess. See, I'm trying to get to the root of the problem. Thank you for your help.
Wait, it raises doubt? Maybe. Yeah, what is a thing?
Drace is actually he's a really good rapper.
Oh, was somebody else talking? I'm sorry.
I said Drace is really good at rapping, bro.
Yeah, he is pretty good. I agree.
Let's go, Drace. Use the tune.
Yeah, no. I'm just a normal person who doesn't know anything about rapping. Any of you could probably eventually do the same if you just practice.
I agree with that too. I think he was meant your voice, the way your voice sounds. Of course, yeah, you could probably improve on your singing and rapping and all that, but you do have a good voice for it. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, I can accept that because rapping is the only thing I could do. I couldn't really sing really well, so that just fit with my voice.
Are you serious? Like, you tried and you just didn't like the sound of your own voice, or how did that
I don't
work
like
out?
the sound of my own voice. That's why, like, the rapping was...
Does anybody, though? Does anybody really like their own voice?
Yeah,
I mean, like, when you sing and you hear yourself singing, do you ever really, like, think, oh, wow, that sounds good? I don't know. I've never heard myself singing and actually thought I was sounding good, even though everybody else did.
Helio sings real good and thinks he sounds good. So.
Helio is a great singer.
You're right.
He's got the range. He's got the high and the low both. He's got it. I get screwed up right in the middle. I can do like some highs and I can do a lot of lows, but I can't do those like right in between it. My voice cracks and it like screws me up.
Yeah, there are some songs that are like low range that I can sing and I love singing those songs, but the songs I want to sing in my head are not those songs, so I'm screwed.
Yeah, I've always wished that I had pipes and I could just scream to the heavens, like that would be awesome. To just be able to, like sing really high pitch and sing, just exactly in tune, it'd be awesome.
Yeah. I would flex.
But then you look
I
at
envy people.
Coaching, you can actually see people who are not the best singers actually get vocally coached in just a few seconds just by pushing in their diaphragm, making them correct their posture, having the throat in the correct position, the jaw in the correct position, and all of a sudden the whole thing just changes. So I think a lot of it is technique and we just don't know about it.
Yeah, that's something, I've studied a lot of stuff in my life, like looking up things and reading books and things, but I don't think that's ever come across my mind to look up, so I think maybe I'll do that.
I don't know how this conversation got into this fucking place, but here we are now. This is Trace can rap, bro.
It's all your fault. It was all your fault, I thought.
It's always my fault.
Yeah. Well, then why are you asking us what happened?
I don't know.
You should just apologize.
I'm sorry, bro.
No. I didn't mean like that. I meant like instead of saying what you said, just say I'm sorry. Just start saying that all the time. Everybody be like, why does he keep saying that? You'd be like, well, I'm sorry that I screwed up that conversation. And everybody would be like, what?
Every time you open a sentence, just start it with I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah. No, don't do that. That'll drive everybody crazy. That'll drive me crazy too.
I'm sorry, I'm funny.
Okay. I think the only time you should really say you're sorry is when you really are, or when you fart and everybody has to smell it. Otherwise, I don't know. You really need it.
Bro, you really don't want to smell that farts, bro.
Hey, I had to throw some potty humor in there.
You need a gas.
Change the subject, though. Let's go back to our flat Earth. Is there any subject that I think there are a few subjects that have come up lately, right? That we haven't heard a lot about, or maybe it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. Example?
Well, that's why I'm bringing back the Rayleigh criterion.
My farts.
Okay, that's a good subject. I don't even know much about it. What exactly, can you describe it for us? So that way the people that don't know can, or post it or something.
Also known colloquially as angular resolution.
Ah, that makes it easy. Yeah, I do know about it a little.
Yeah.
The first picture of a black hole.
It can also be called the diffraction limit.
Yeah.
That's too cerebral for me, man.
Now, does this include refraction or whatever? Is this like a really serious scientific look at it?
No. In fact, that's not a bad thing, because what it gives you is a constant number that you can use, and then you can understand or realize the fact that there are things that impact our natural limitation. So what when you take into consideration the Rayleigh criterion as a constant, and then somebody starts talking about refraction or any other conversations about what light is doing, it's no bother. It's not a problem whatsoever because you need not invoke a concept of curvature. Rather, you can simply use the Rayleigh criterion and be in complete agreement with all of the other things that may or may not impact the way light travels from point A to point B.
Yep.
And it can increase or decrease the Rayleigh criterion number. So technically, certain things existing, temperature and atmosphere and whatever, and I use atmosphere colloquially, of course, can actually increase the number. So instead of it being 0.02, it could be 0.03, 0.04, 0.05 degrees, which is where I point to examples of short distance observations where the horizon is at a place it shouldn't be, too short of a distance, where you have obstruction where curvature couldn't possibly be the accounting reason for that obstruction. So I point to that, and then same thing with long distance observations. It stands to reason that there are things that impact the point A to point B travel of light, and you need not invoke curvature whatsoever. In fact, the Rayleigh criterion very likely can replace the R value, and it just so happens conveniently it also has an R in it.
Yeah. It's also easy to show when you take like a small aperture device like an iPhone and you use your eye, and then you have a bigger aperture, either telescope or a camera like the P900, and then you can just see with some things you see with your eye still are not visible in the iPhone, even though the iPhone is at the same level, and things in the P900 you can actually see further than your visible eye. So you have three different horizons with three different optical devices. There's not three different globes based on the optical device. That's just absurd.
Yeah. So it's more consistent. It's more logically consistent.
Right.
And Matthew was here yesterday talking about his observations of the moon as his defense and foundation for remaining a globe believer. And he said he said he was under the impression that because of the laws of perspective, the moon should be getting smaller as it goes towards the horizon. Now, observation has it that the moon appears either the same size or sometimes even larger. Now, here's the irony about this. I've read articles about the appearance of the moon, and interestingly enough, and I think that this is a convenient lie. Personally, that's my opinion of the matter, but the articles about the moon's appearance at the surface of Earth or near the horizon, they claim that the reason that it looks so much larger is because of comparative relation of objects. And what they're saying in these articles is if you were to just simply move the same moon when it's in the middle of the sky, directly above you, if you were to just move that at the horizon in Photoshop or something, that all of a sudden it would actually look bigger because of its relationship to the things near the surface. And personally, I reject that. I think that that's absurd. I think it does stand to reason that the angle through the atmosphere, the lower layers of our air towards the surface, is the cause. The angle that you're looking at through the layers, the lower layers, as opposed to the higher layers, you're passing through much more dense air towards the surface. It's all about that angle and what angle you're looking at it through. That's what makes more sense to me. And I told Matthew, I said, man, if you just take some time to think through this, if you're intellectually honest with yourself, I think you'll come to the same conclusion. But, that's wishful thinking, maybe. Yeah, some do, but most of the articles I've seen, Drace, they act as though the moon's apparent size is not changing at all. They make the claim that it's the exact same apparent size the whole time. And I'm not okay with that interpretation or explanation. It's akin to the same explanation of the moon and the sun being below the horizon, but we still see it anyway during a selenelian. I mean, it's right up there with that pathetic explanation.
That's very awesome. I saved all that for myself. Thank you for sharing it.
Yeah.
I remembered what I was going to talk about that I was talking about earlier. If you don't mind me changing the subject for a second, because that way I won't forget about it. So I looked up how far a human eye can see, right? Like over the ocean. And just looked it up on YouTube and looked through Wikipedia and some other sites. Okay. And I thought, okay, there's got to be, this has to make sense, right? There's got to be some stuff here. So I was reading it for myself and I noticed something. So just a question before I share it. How high do you have to go up before the atmosphere supposedly ends or gets close to it? We don't need an exact number, just a roundabout.
I don't know. I looked at the
70 or 80 or.
I looked at the 180,000 feet observations from those balloons, and I go, that appears to be high enough to no longer get the blue. So what actually is physically present at that height, I would have no idea. But
no, I mean, I'm just saying that there's the amount of atmosphere, like between the ground and the supposed wherever it becomes zero, right? No pressure anymore.
Where would it ever be zero? Isn't that only?
I'm saying in
somebody's imagination.
Ball Earth model. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, they would
that's
say.
what I'm asking for. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not. I know I'm.
They would say zero is probably outside of the solar system.
No, yeah, the absolute zero, yes, but the Globers actually claim that there's vacuum up there, or where an average Delta flight flies, or there's so little gas up there that they consider it to be a vacuum.
What at 30,000 feet?
No, I'm just wondering how many miles is it between the ground and the sky? Like just a general number. Like aren't they saying like it's 100 and something miles, right? 120 or something, or 80 or something like that?
That's why I keep telling them
it's not that far, right? But I'm saying when you look up how far the eye can see, I'm trying to get to my point. I'm sorry.
Rookie, he answered. Just listen to his answer. Drace answered the question. Just listen.
Yeah, I forget what I was talking about now.
You said the Delta flights, right?
According to how Globers look at it, because they're like, oh, we're at one atmospheric pressure, so as soon as you go up, you start going into the zero. So for them, they think it's pretty much vacuum up there where the Delta flights are, and above that, because there's so little gas. That's why the plane is pressurized and all that jazz.
Right. Okay. Can I get to my point? That way you'll understand what I'm talking about. I think I'm just you're misunderstanding.
Talking about the Kármán line, Rookie? Are you talking about the Kármán line?
I'm trying to get to a point. Okay. When you look up to see how far you're supposed to be able to see, right? And the answer to the question is supposedly 1.22 miles. If you know what I'm saying, if you're a foot off the ground or whatever, off the water. You see what I'm saying? So they say when you look it up, it specifically says that you can only see a certain amount of distance because there's a curve, right? And it says that it also says there's dust and all that. But then they say, well, but when you look upwards to look at the sky, you can see thousands of light years, right? And what I was trying to point out is that conundrum. There's definitely a clash there because they say that you can't see any farther than like 1 or 2 miles, right? But then they say you can look up between the ground and the sky, and suddenly, even though there's atmosphere between here and there, suddenly they say that you can see infinitely. It's just ridiculous. That's what I was trying to get to. I'm sorry if that sounded like something else, but I was trying to get that, how the distance and the amount of atmosphere between the ground and when you look up, right? Well, there's still atmosphere between the ground and the sky before it becomes space, supposedly, right? But they say that when you look up, you can see infinitely. But when you look straight across the Earth, it says that it curves away from you, and you can see through. Even if it wasn't curved, they say that. Do you understand what I'm talking about? God dang it! It came out so wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the diffraction limit doesn't, or the Rayleigh criterion doesn't apply as much when you're looking up, because when you're looking up, you're not looking across a flat surface, so there's not that limitation to the angle, making you reach the criterion faster.
Right. But I mean, like with like fog and dust and all that is really what I was.
When you're looking up, it's kind of like when you take a hair and you move it away from you. Eventually, you can't see it because it's beyond it's too small to see. So too small for your eyes to resolve. And so that's what basically happens when we look up. And then they claim, because we're in this imaginary vacuum, and they think all this light is traveling infinitely in this imaginary vacuum, you're not actually seeing this stuff. You're seeing the light that has traveled to your eyes from the past. So you're seeing the past in their mind.
All right, I posted the article that I was reading when I
don't agree with all this shit.
Me neither. But I was just saying, if you look at this article, if you click on it, if you want to, it's up to you guys. But this article, it says, dust, water vapor, and pollution in the air will rarely let you see more than 20 kilometers or 12 miles. Okay, that's what it's saying here. And I looked it up, and it says the distance you can normally see with your eyes when you're standing, 5 feet or 6 feet off the ground, it's about 2.9 miles, or what was it in kilometers? 4.8 kilometers. Okay, so it says, and then it talks about curvature. So what I was talking about is, from the very beginning, it just says that you can't see more than 12 miles even on a clear day because there's dust, water vapor, and all that, right? That's my point. But then it turns around and says right down here later, it says, on a clear night, you can see the Andromeda galaxy that's 2.5 million light years away. Now, how does that work?
It works.
That doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't.
Would you like an answer?
Okay. Yeah.
Because they're referring to within the troposphere. When you change your direction, you're all of a sudden increasing your distance. The rules change, so to speak, because the layers that have different elements or substance, density, particulates, all that stuff is different. So that's how they would answer that. The distance changes because you after 12 kilometers, you're out of the troposphere.
Okay, maybe I'm just thinking weird or something. I'll just digress on this one. Is there or is there not atmosphere between the ground, when you're standing in the ground, between you and the sky, where the sky ends and the space begins? Is there not at least 20 kilometers of space between there and there? Yes or no? Because this says that dust, water vapor, and all that, you can't see farther than 12 miles. So that you're not seeing into space if you can only see 12 miles. Am I right? So I think this is relevant. That's what I was trying to point out.
That's because the thickness of the air is greatest at ground level. So when you look up, you're looking up through a pressure and density gradient. So they don't think it's the same thing. So like the picture I just showed you here, for instance, the when you're looking through the air, because the air isn't perfectly opaque, it starts to occlude what you can see.
Am I right? Can you see the horizon on that picture, Trace?
Yeah, barely, but
Yeah.
I don't
I
even
see.
know if that like, well, it probably is right there. Maybe just a
Yeah.
little bit higher.
Yeah.
Don't know.
It's
Because it's hard to say because of the
It-
diffusion.
Yeah. Could try to draw maybe a line. See maybe if. Oh. Just for the sake of it.
I think it's easier to see on the left side of the mountain.
All right. Oh.
What I just find really funny is when you're really close to the ground, like 1 foot off the surface, the horizon is supposed to be 1.2 miles away, but it's flat up till that point. Completely flat up to that point. And then as you rise, that horizon is supposed to extend further, but it's always flat up to that point. They don't have a ball at all.
Yeah. They wish they did.
Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living like on a cartoon ball. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then
you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature because we're all too. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not that. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It has to be. It has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go awake, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I do love funk. I love funk, man. It's funky.
Grace in the house.
Biz on the track.
SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no about it, experimentation. They lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the ball belief. Going through life looking for some relief. Spiritually changed, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you think brings peace. And your captors, the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom by bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present it guarantees. With measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth masters fight. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared. Unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the global is at. The light falling apart. The models under attack. Good defenders they lack. No doubt about that. They think they are smart. But the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation. Gas pressure mediation. Solved with gravitation. Straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth. That was the birth of channels like dirt. Imagine the mirth. We faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed, remove from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough when you don't know your stuff. And your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff. Actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
That is brilliant.
It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, yeah, shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm fucking token. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep, like the clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dolphin in a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs in a book. Nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. But let me hear it, let me hear it. Yeah. It's for all you globe earthers riding in on that high horse. But to knock it down, better knock it off. Yeah, shout out to the lobby, y'all. Catch me on the live stream, y'all. 24/7. This that new shit, the earth ain't moving. Globers talking all that shit, but they ain't really doing it. Betty say that it's a globe, he ain't trying to prove it. Heard him say the earth is moving, he's clueless. Got him asking what had happened, the globe's on backspin. Globers came into the trench and we fucking trapped them. That's the flatter than the napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they unrefracted, get back, bitch. In the globe, getting smoked, Elon Musk on Rogan's, cultivating all the facts while I'm fucking token. Start to troll, we take his rolls, throw him in the moat quick. Put your bitch right on a flat earth, yeah, we told him. Cause bitch, I'm a globe earth killer, yeah, it's flat. Nigga, smoked all the globers, extort the feelings. You can't front with us, I can't fuck with your wig split. Pilum, cog this, Hillum, globe, I'm a stump, curve dumped in my trunk, bitch. Shadows in them sticks, that shit's weak, archaic, a fuck do you mean? Aim that beam at the beach, Black Swan, he put his face in the dirt, yeah, with that Nikon D. Hey, Black Swan, Nikon D at the beach, down in the rabbit hole, drew to go deep, like the clipper, yeah, now he can't sleep. Some of them lurk, yeah, some of them creep. Said he measured out just like a dolphin in a dip. Got a Nerf gun, no bullets on his hip. Wilbur proof, but the trigger goes click. Shadows in the dirt, popped up a couple sticks. Brought up black holes, now I'm cheesing. Talking about gravity to please him. Now he's talking about seasons. Head on my forehead like she's by proofs in a book. Nigga, my turn FE on Facebook. I want that proof, no Captain Hook. But let me hear it, let me hear it. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore, you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional, puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron? Is not that important. Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Act astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
but why would they not? They're plotting to ride by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise, and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Oh gee. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Yeah. Are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being manipulated? Are you tired? Do you want your freedom back? Or are you worried about what people think about you? I'm in space station. A lot of our kids want to kill themselves. Bill Gates, they don't need your help. The new normal's a prison cell and your jab won't go over well.
Things like producing child to death and just shoot them right into the vein. Hold on. Get attention.
First off, Bill Gates, viruses are dead cell debris, and you telling me it ain't a felony to perform experiments on humanity? Hold on. Let me back up. I don't talk big or even act tough. If you ain't heard about the flat earth or the resistance, that's us. Neil Tyson, I don't like him, always lying. Pseudoscience, now they claim helicopters flying somewhere on a Martian island. Don't they just love NASA? Astronauts in swimming pools splashing. They get a huge bucket of cash, and we gotta survive on only rations. Sorry, lost my composure. Tends to happen when I start exposing. Fields of passion just start exploding like the Challenger, but they're alive and going. NASA, what a moon mission tapes. Oh, you threw them all away? Getting 8K from Mars, but 5G towers are 1,000 feet away. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that means any horizon distance measurement is currently on trial and can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why the black swan killed the globe. And here's how we know, cause the horizon is beyond 9 miles from 1 foot, you clown shows. Glovers, annihilate them. Space is the second law violation of thermodynamics while you're waiting. Research entropy and educate them. Oh, and Newton's gravity was changed by Einstein. You'll be mad at me. Look up his theory of relativity and then you realize the globe's your enemy. Shout out to the Freedom Alliance. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. Better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. It's on display. Truth is on display. The truth is on display. Earth is black. Give me my mind.
I know
Hello?
lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps, nah. I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare. Yes, I hear the trash, take it out back. Oh, you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash. I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask. Snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick. Fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it. We got you spinning and now you dizzy. You looking like Disney, seeing sixes. All these agendas and all these false flags. How many times till it gets familiar? They've multiplied so many times, they form in the line to normalize the pedophilia. Half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining. But how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they be living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic. Hillary Clinton, she's gon' send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your Tasya secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a diet woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get hurt, him, you, me dead. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question. No.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told you I was a rap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, no ball to ever show for a nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. Well, it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Back slapping your belief, since enigma that's sweet, your brain's obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leap? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
I answer with a heavenly glow, ready to go. Eyes on anybody that be stepping too close to my job bubble. Trouble is always a stone's throw. Learn the hard way, even those close will turn cold. Now the child's grown, I can see the world around me's vicious. This is a world where fathers rape their own children, where men smuggle trillions and somehow get away with theft, treason, murder, trafficking of slaves, where little kids are violated inside cages, while crooked politicians getting paid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. It's been 10 years since they got away with 9/11. Still begging the question, what about building 7? Facing henchmen with my brethren and my sisterin. Hear our footsteps glowing in the distance. You hear that? That's the sound of the resistance. Modern revolutionary steady on a mission. Listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. I said listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. They call for world peace, but the fire won't cease. Presidents on television lying through his teeth. A wolf in sheep's clothing, killer in disguise. Since when are warmongers awarded peace prizes? I realize then most people here are hypnotized. Mass media making mass murder seem justified. Terror. Gotta kill the terrorists. Oh, you wanna protest? Now you want a terrorist. Oh, you wanna live here, slave? Get on your knees. Get your vaccine and RFID. See, your freedom here has its limitations. We don't wanna see no protests or demonstrations. A cops will lock you up with no hesitation. And we make money off you rotting in a cage. Here we make the laws and you're in clear violation. Now be a good little slave and drink your Kool-Aid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list.
The truth is objective, but it's not always obvious, especially when we have preconceived ideas about what it is. Please wake up. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Or will it break you? It's about how we respond to new information, shutting down our with curiosity and elation. It's the fear of new things blocking innovation, a fear of old things, a forgetful nation, a fear of facts, of moral resignation. As per design, it's the plantation. But I don't want that for you. Please learn logic and study creation. Then you can discern what is true for yourself with experience and experimentation. It's called empirical verification and falsification. But it requires logic, since mankind is prone to fool itself with fallacious connotation. So the cabal simply removed logic from public education. Do you know the truth? 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 Do you know it? Do you know it? You don't have to know everything, just know the value of logic and objective evidence. You don't have to believe a thing, just do the work, know and note the righteous precedents. Simply take back your mind and take up residence in the objective reality. Don't let them rule you through decree, becoming an unwitting devotee, parroting religious zealotry. Let me give you the skeleton key. First part, logic and health, mental and physical deficiency. Sunlight, iodine, B12 and vitamin C. If you want to become an escapee and be set free, stop eating the fruit from the poisonous tree. And I know it might sound at the edge of crazy, and the general first thought is, you're lazy. My expert has the highest degree. Everyone knows it's totally outer spacey. You must be crazy. That is an example of why we need logic, since that is an irrational red herring from what I'm communicating, combined with an ad hominem, ad vercantium, ad populum fallacies. That's not actually debating. That's being deceptively calculating, or in ignorance too accommodating to the fallacies on TV that have been indoctrinating. It's honestly nauseating, with fresh NPCs every day populating, an uphill battle, yet we're dominating. All we ask is for you to start investigating so you can start substantiating and articulating and perhaps a modicum of self-regulating. We had enough of the easy mode troll decapitating, just turn to stone with the truth illuminating. The truth can't be stopped because it's reverberating. You don't go back to the lie because it's liberating. Do you know the truth? 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 You're not a person, a fictional entity, a man or a woman is what you're meant to be. Your children are not kids, the offspring of goats. They're your treasure, your future, your freshly sown notes. Not to be given up for government notes. If you believe otherwise, you're very nice, not wise, but very foolish. A bit ghoulish, cause you don't know and you cannot rule this. You're afraid of being idiots, I'm serious, it's insidious. It comes from the word idiosyncratic, meaning peculiar and distinctive. Like being Socratic or romantic. Epistemology reveals it, words have meaning, and most have no idea what they mean. Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth? Do you know the truth?
looking for.
They make shorter photographs of standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines.
High and dry. Everywhere. I'm looking for.
How can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow. And I know I just can't leave these things behind. Trying to feel satisfied in my I'm looking for.
Look into a lot of the claims that is made by the Globe, and you'll find that it's either just an assumption or just straight up lies. Straight up. Lies.
Hello? How come there's so many people in here but nobody's talking?
You know, only a Glober complain like that the way you just did.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity. Hell bent on vanity, you gave it for sanity. Freedom lost rapidly, you gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies with scrutiny. Objective reality, a global fatality. Public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The stolen your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, three, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, the genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, it's no mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
So hello, who was it that was wanting to talk? They still on here?
Yeah, I'm here. That's a cool song. I like that.
Cool. What's up, Red Bread? What brings you by the Flat Earth Discord today?
No, I just wanted to see what's going on. Didn't mean it like in any rude kind of way. I was like genuinely wondering why it's like, how is there so many people and like nobody's talking? It just seems weird.
That's a legitimate question. This place runs 24/7. Sometimes there's periods of time when nobody's got anything to talk about. So we're here to discuss the shape of the Earth. What do you think about it? It says you're a globe skeptic, right?
Correct. So I'm on the fence about this. I didn't have anything in particular to talk about today, except for I am looking for somebody in the Northern California or Nevada area to do some experiments that I need one other person for. If anybody's interested, just DM me, please.
Okay, fair enough. One point of clarification there, if you don't mind. Are you doing an experiment or are you going to do an observation?
Well, they're pretty synonymous. Maybe observation would be a little bit more accurate, but it could also be described as an experiment. I don't want to be dogmatic about that.
I hear you. I mean, just we have to adhere to scientific measurements, and I mean, what is shape of the Earth is not even a scientific question; it's a what is question. You understand that? So you're going to go out and observe that the curvature is not where it should be. Correct?
If I don't get the results I'm looking for, I'm still going to report what I find, regardless.
Yeah, we want to see our results because every time we, besides whatever these Globers come up with, bendy bridges and shit, 99.999% of observations are coming back flat. That's why we're here. So, if you're going outside and doing stuff, we'll probably pay you, man. If we want to join him, and you said in Northern California, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
Northern California.
Around that area.
Or where they do Burning Man. I'd be willing to go out to where they do Burning Man. I think that's a good place to do an experiment. Yeah, or even lower parts of like Oregon.
I know one way to find local people around you is that I know it costs a little bit of money, but that clock app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock. You heard about it?
No.
You can get on it for like $3 a month, and you can meet up with people around you and have get-togethers and all kinds of stuff. But I'm not promoting it. I'm just saying that's one way to meet local people. I have it.
Did you say Zodiac? What do if I wanted to look at it?
Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac clock app. Or easiest place to get the QR code or something, just go to DITRH on YouTube. That's David Weiss. So, yeah.
Since you think an observation is an experiment, what are the three constituent parts of an experiment?
Yeah, go ahead, Joyce. You still with us, Rat Bridge? You hear Trace's question?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
I can help you with it. It's abbreviated IV, comma, DV, and control, essentially. If that helps you, I could even give you a citation to help you understand this. And I put on a bunch of citations here which show that you need an experiment to actually call things science. Everything else is just poetry and imagination. For instance, this quote, the most fundamental error is to mistake the hypothesis for an explanation of a phenomenon without performing experimental tests. Sometimes common sense and logic tempt us into believing that no test is needed. There are numerous examples of this dating from the Greek philosophers to the present day. But there can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are known as controls. So these three things, the independent variable, the dependent variable, and the controls, are the three constituent parts to an experiment. So can you elaborate on how you looking at things fulfills that criteria.
Was that a question for me?
Yes.
I lost the first part because my Discord crashed, but this observation that I'm trying to make will be most likely in conflict with the globe Earth model, and I just think it's better to do my own experiment. I really am tired of trying to debate about it with other people's data, and so I just want to do my own thing, and
That's real smart.
So that's why.
Yeah, my issue is calling it an experiment when it's really not. At best, you can call it a test. You looked at something and you tested it. But if you call it an experiment, you're cloaking it in the authority of science when it's not an experiment. It's not a scientific experiment. It's just a test at best, but an observation generally.
I don't see the problem with calling it an experiment. I'll just Google it and whatever the Oxford English Dictionary says.
Really quickly, they're mutually exclusive. An observation is just a part of a scientific experiment. It's usually the first part. So, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a full experiment, so you probably shouldn't call it an experiment. I'm not going to get mad at you, but somebody else might be like, "Oh, that's not a real experiment," and then they try to throw you under the bus, and then the listeners happen to just go, "Oh yeah, what a dumb flatty," right?
I'm fucking raging, bro.
We want to be accurate, so they can't just ad hom us and strawman us with some bullshit. So, if it were an experiment, you would have an independent variable. Do you know what that is?
Independent variable. Oh, so I'd have to do like a double-blind study, basically, and like, well, how could I even have a baseline? Well, I haven't even described the experiment. I guess I don't. What is a independent variable?
I'll give you some citations. An independent variable is the variable that you manipulate to show that it is the cause of the effect, or the dependent variable. That's how the scientific method works. If you don't understand the scientific method, do not try to claim that you're using it by saying experiment, because that's what that is. An experiment is a hypothesis test in the scientific method.
I don't see. They don't own the word experiment. I can't look it up because my Discord's crashing, or I could leave and come back real quick. But yeah, I wish I knew what the definition, what the actual definition is in the dictionary, and then I'll go by that.
Yeah, I gave you a bunch of citations from higher education, but you're free to take Wiki or something you find on the internet to confirm your beliefs.
So
Real
me
quick,
wanting to
I heard
go
you say
look
earlier-
at the dictionary.
Sorry, but I heard you say earlier you don't want to be dogmatic about it, and we're not playing semantics with something. We just have to clarify what is actually scientific, demonstrable, repeatable. You know, we have to make that point of clarification. So when you're just going to look at something, that's just an observation. So you don't want to call that a scientific experiment. Like I said, the shape of the Earth is not even a science question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave and come back. I want to see what the dictionary says the definition of experiment is. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, ain't like we were jumping on you. We're just trying to clarify the point that we have to have natural sciences that we can adhere to and define so we can prove things to each other. But do whatever you got to do, okay, man?
Yeah, also, a dictionary will contain the layman's version of experiment generally as well. So do not just jump on the first thing that appears to confirm your bias, is all I say. we're talking in scientific terms here, not in layman's terms.
Agreed, Dre. Some more power to him if he's actually going to go out and do observations. We encourage everybody to do that, even the Globers.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the Globers. Go outside, measure your Earth, please. It's not a ball. Back to you, Droce. Okay, did I disconnect or did I dead air Dave the room?
You're here, I hear you.
Thank you.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the
Whoa.
Yeah, I didn't mean to play that. I was just gonna post a link.
Gotcha.
Droce made an error. Shame on you, Droce.
Yeah, no man is perfect.
That's what they say in it. Wide open airwaves here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. We need some evidence of the globular object that we're all taught we live on, and most of you still think you exist upon, but we're here to share information disputing and really disproving the claims of the globe. Mainly that it's a spinning ball that exists in the vacuum of space. So if anyone would like to discuss that, click the link, come in here, share with us. Just be civil, be honest, you'll be okay. Back to the next person or silence. Here we go.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs.
Whilst
And back.
And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got to eggs on space station.
I'm back.
whilst in space, could you see the stars?
Who wrote them the question and used the word whilst?
Whilst,
Who did
they
that?
misspelled it. Some kindergarten kid.
No.
Whilst in space.
Yeah, but who would use that? What is it? Time traveling kindergartner? Like, what's going on here?
Probably.
They're just very, very bad actors.
When did Sal
I think that I'm using experiment appropriately. I've posted it in voice text, the Oxford English Dictionary of Observation and Experiment. Maybe if I was just using my camera,
Yeah,
it would be more appropriate to
No,
say
you're not doing a
observation.
scientific procedure undertaking to make a discovery, to test a hypothesis, or demonstrate a known fact. So you have
Well,
not.
you don't
tested
even
it
know
by
what my experiment is. So how can you know that?
You're not testing a hypothesis because a hypothesis requires an independent and dependent variable, and you need to be able to manipulate the independent variable. So show me how you're going to manipulate the independent variable in your experiment.
Well, that's not what the definition in the Oxford English Dictionary says.
Oh, it
doesn't say.
says that. Do you not know how to read? A scientific procedure that is called the scientific method, undertaken to make a discovery. Yes, that's scientific method. Test a hypothesis. You're not doing that.
It doesn't say the scientific method. It says a scientific procedure. There's plenty of scientific
that is the scientific method.
No, it's not. It doesn't explicitly say that in the definition.
So, because it doesn't explicitly say a scientific
yes,
method.
Exactly. If that were the case,
your observation becomes a hypothesis test.
The Oxford English Dictionary is an exacting thing. That's what the definition is.
Listen to what I'm asking you. Does your observation become a hypothesis test just because you don't understand what you're reading here?
Does it become a Well, I don't even know what you're trying to get at by that.
You know what a hypothesis test is?
Yeah, so I theorize you have to have a theory, and then you test it, and then so your hypothesis is what you think's going to happen.
If it behaves the same way time after time, then it's no longer a theory. Unlike the theory of gravity, Big Bang, and dinosaurs.
So a hypothesis test is an experiment, just so you know, and it's defined according to the scientific method and the independent and dependent variables and the control variables. I already cited all of this from reputable sources.
It's like, how could you even know that? You don't even know what my experiment is. So it's like, how do you know I'm not going to use the scientific method anyways?
Because
why don't you briefly describe your experiment?
You will be manipulating, and you do not have any control variables, so you're only looking at things and making assumptions. That is not science, and that is not an experiment.
Sorry, Joyce. Why don't you briefly describe your whatever you think is an experiment, and then we'll say.
I have to take a trip that would require me traveling by a lake bed that's dry or has it has a little bit of water in it, thankfully, but can go dry sometimes. Anyway, if I could just get myself a P900 or a P1000, and then while I'm there, if I could drive like on one side and then to the other, and then have uninterrupted 5 miles, maybe 10 or 15 if I start like checking this out better. And so I was going to put a big mirror on one side. I got a big heavy one, so it won't be too hard to like locate with the camera. And I want to do this at sunrise and be able to see like the sunrise in the reflection and from a flat perspective, like over at least 5 miles. And so if I shouldn't be able to see the sunrise in the mirror and in like person at the same time, right? Like, shouldn't part of that be obscured by the curvature over 5 miles? But if I can see both, then does that make any sense?
Yeah, kind of. I think it depends on how where the sun is located and where you're reflecting it and how far away between you and how high the mirror is off the water. But yeah, it should work, and it would be a good test.
So, on the same this after I do that, and I have a little bit more money, I'll get a really good laser and do the same thing. But I want to be able to point the laser at the mirror and then get the mirror to point back at like the side of my truck or something, over that distance. But that would
That's
require
crazy
more
hard,
money, and
dude.
so that'll be later on.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy hard because when you're shooting something straight so far, a slight angle change will make all that go out the window. That's why it's really hard to level the lasers, and generally they horizontally pan them to level them. So yeah, you're gonna have to. It's gonna be tricky with the reflecting it back the same way. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I would love to see that.
If one of you guys want to let me borrow a laser, then I could get on it right away. I'm in a location with like dry lake beds that I have to drive back and forth from anyways. Not dry, but have a little bit of water in them, nearly dry. And so it's like I have the means to do it, and it's not even putting me out. I just don't have the money for a laser right now. So I would need I'm probably going to actually get a P900 or 1000 off eBay used soon. And if I take care of it, I should be able to resell it after I've done my experiments.
Most of us probably wouldn't want to throw money away since we have tested this for ourselves and stuff like that. And there have been Globers trying to scam the community and stuff like that. So, you're doing this for yourself, and that's really cool. And I really love that, and I would love to see anything you can bring back from that. Either one of those.
I haven't uploaded any content like that, but it would be on my channel. It's linked in my profile. If you, I mean, it won't be like anytime soon, but it'll be on there eventually.
Eating crayons with barbecue sauce. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, it's funny. I'm not really that crazy. It's a joke. I make money doing that, so it's whatever. $100 a month so far, or every month. I meant.
Yeah, the problem with all of these optical ways of looking at the Earth, a lot of globe believers just will tell you that there's no way to detect the globe using optics. It's just impossible because they have this belief that all the light is bending however they need it to bend to make the world appear flat.
Everything tastes good with barbecue sauce, right? What the fuck, bro? Are you for real?
I just told you it's performance art. I pretend to be crazy so I can get famous on there and make money.
I know what you told me. That's strange, man.
If I could just get a little bit of a break, I might not have to work anymore, and I can just be an idiot on YouTube.
Wow.
Full time.
Man, they have really messed with people's brains.
Yeah, wax on, wax on. Do you know how much fucking wax you're okay.
When you want to, man, you can actually make a YouTube channel and you call it like Man Sky Dan or something, or another silly name, and then you tell everyone how smart you are by debunking the flat Earth. Then maybe you get like a government chill email, and the government tells you, if you're gonna do this and that, we're even gonna pay you some more money.
Thing is, you actually look like you're enjoying them.
Or just become an actor, Maybe they need some actor for the future of SpaceX or something. Who knows?
Oh, and Ratbread, I can give you the specifics required so that you can stop the Glober counter arguments before they start all you gotta do is have a humidity reading at your target destination and at your location, temperature reading at the target destination and the laser's location, and humidity, temperature, and what was it?
Humidity, temperature.
Take as many extra readings as you can. Pressure,
time of day, wind direction. Just think of all the possible things.
Yeah.
The more you get, the more you exclude their ad hoc excuses.
Yeah, it's true.
They give you like
Yes, take as many variables out as possible, 100%. And I'm gonna probably do it more than once. Then like whatever the one that was like on the coldest, like calmest day, where like the fraction would be like minimal. I mean, it's a high altitude place, and as long as it's not all stormy and stuff, like it's a good place to do it. High visibility. I'm really surprised that people haven't like actually taken trips out here specifically for this, because it's a really good spot to do these experiments, and I think somebody's got to do it, and if nobody has, I might as well. Hmm.
Let me try to help you even more with the experiment test thing. The floor, or is the floor curved, is a what is question. So we test it and we measure it. If the floor were causing something, we would use an experiment to figure out that it is the floor causing it. Do you understand the distinction?
I think so.
It's like when it comes to curvature of the Earth, all we got to do is look at it, observe it. It's either there or it's not. And it's not there every time we look. So there.
I really should just go ahead and get one of those P900 so people will take me seriously. And then maybe I'll get some people to help me, because I'm really going to want somebody like on the other side to help me like move the mirror around and help me like aim this stuff at. It's like,
I would say in the course of about 3 months, you would be able to find a cohort that's local enough to participate in that.
Yeah.
In the course of about 3 months on this server, making the suggestion from time to time, you should be able to find someone that's local enough to your region to make that work out.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't live in Iceland, maybe I'm a little bit closer. Maybe I would be willing to come out and see that happen.
So what quadrant of the
like
U.S.?
1,800-mile drive for me. Sorry, guys. We'll go ahead.
No, it's fine. What quarter of the U.S. are you in?
I'm in Northern California.
Oh. at least one other person that I don't remember what their screen name is, but I've definitely heard of at least one person that is in the northern area.
I'm right on the Oregon border too. Oregon's fine.
Yeah.
I want to do the same experiment, even though it won't have water. It's good enough that it's a dry lake bed because we can just do it again in the wintertime. But right after Burning Man, if we did this experiment, like we'd get a lot of people there to view it, and that would be like prime time exposure.
That's a really interesting idea.
Or we could do it right before when everybody's showing up, or both, honestly. It would just be hard because you're not really allowed to leave. Like once you're in the fence, you're in, and so it'd be best to do it right after.
John and Shazam.
Can I post YouTube links in here? There's this video I was gonna watch, and then come back and ask you guys about it later on. Just gonna see if you guys heard of it.
The live stream voice text.
Oh, okay. You can put it in there.
Hi, John. Feel free to say hello.
Hello, me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Oh, I thought it was muted. That's why I wasn't talking. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I unmuted you. You were muted.
I know when you come into the server, you guys are like trolls, so you like to vet everybody. So I was waiting for you to contact me so you can unmute me. So thank you for doing that.
So you've been here before?
Yeah. I've been here a whole bunch of times.
What were your previous screen names?
It should be the same. I haven't changed my Discord name in years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're admin or if you have access to the log, I'm sure you can see my join date. It's I don't know, over a year ago maybe.
Gotcha. So were you like previously banned or something? Why do you think you might be rollless?
I don't know. I should be asking you. I was never banned because I'm a nice guy and my views line up with yours, so I'm not here to troll. So I should be asking you, why was I muted, if you don't mind me asking?
But you don't have any roles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you don't have roles, that's a by default sort of thing.
All right. Well, if you don't mind, you can hook me up with a role if you don't mind, or if you want to vet me some more, you can do that too. No worries. I'm no trouble here.
Yeah. Well, by no means does somebody have to have a similar. How did you phrase that? You said my views are the same as yours. Yeah, that's by no means a prerequisite for being able to communicate here.
Oh no, I was just implying that that I'm not here to troll. I know I've seen it before. I've been here for a year, so I've seen people hop in here and just say stupid things that don't agree with the community. You know what I mean? I spend a lot of time here just listening. I don't know what's true. I don't accept anything that anyone tells me unless I can see or feel it for myself.
Uh-huh.
So basically, I'm just here to absorb.
Yeah.
Yes. I this is a Discord for obviously 24/7. I normally use Discord for gaming. Do you have any other Discords more geared towards government corruption? Maybe more geared towards controversies and stuff like that? Because I know this is a flat Earth 24/7, not necessarily flat, but
so the answer to that question is no, and the reason is because those sorts of things go against community guidelines.
Interesting.
Right. So most platforms these days don't permit that type of behavior.
So no free discussion is what you're telling me?
Yeah.
That fucking sucks. I'm sorry to use that word, but that sucks.
Well, yeah. Now, on the other hand, that is in regards to tracked communication. So what I mean by that is there are platforms that exist where there are aspects that are tracked, such as text.
The algorithms, I understand. I'm a techie.
And then there are other aspects or functions of different platforms that are not tracked. Oftentimes, but not always, that would be true for voice.
Okay.
Now,
okay.
The exception would be when a platform is being, like this one, for instance, is being live streamed, and everything that we say here is being algorithmically cataloged via YouTube.
That makes sense.
So we limit our topics to comply to community guidelines, not for any reason except for continued existence.
I totally understand. If you don't mind, where can I find this live feed so I can watch? I'm here watching, Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. I'll watch this one as well. Where's the live feed at? You said YouTube?
Yeah. Give me just a second. I'll post it.
Please, if you don't mind. Yeah, I'll watch.
Yeah. Here.
Where did you put it? Inbox, mean chat?
Nope. Live stream voice text you.
Live. Let me find it.
And I hear you loud and clear, Glatt, but I BOD. BOD.
Thank you for the link. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
I feel like Flat Earth servers have been getting targeted, and they're using that as a
if I'm correct,
justification.
Isn't this like the second one? Because I've been here for a while, and I think I was on another one that was huge, and then one day I woke up, it was totally gone. I assumed that you guys remade it, and I assumed this was the second one. But I know...
It's literally called 2.0, bro.
Oh, it is literally. Oh my god, yeah, so there it is. I'm sorry.
No, it's...
Yeah, I was a member of the first one too, and that one was thriving like a mofo, and then I woke up one day and it was totally gone, and I was upset.
You joined this server this year in February.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask John one question?
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
John, sir, what is the claimed radius of the globe Earth? Miles or kilometers, whichever one you use.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you sound very muffled. What kind of microphone are you on?
Wow.
Somebody else asked my question for me.
Yeah, did you not understand what he said?
Well, I would have understood a little bit more clearly, but I mean, you have to agree, he is kind of muffled. We all have Discord here, don't we?
Yeah, this is an really interesting version of tone policing. What is the claimed radius of the globe Earth model?
When you say radius, you mean the size? Is that the size?
So you don't know what radius means? Yeah, I can define radius as half of the diameter of the globe. So radius means half of the diameter. So do you know what that number is proposed to be?
No, but you should enlighten me. I guess you're not going to enlighten me?
Well, I'm just a little surprised, I suppose.
Oh, trying to see what my knowledge is with this?
But he had that question for you. I was repeating it for him because you were tone policing. So 3,959 miles is the equatorial radius claim.
So the diameter of the Earth is only like 7,000-ish? Huh.
No, just under 8, right? 3,959 times 2.
Who took these measurements?
Well, that's a good question.
I was getting mixed up with metric. That's why I was thinking, because that would be like 16,000. The diameter would be
No,
how many kilometers?
The diameter would be 7,918 at the equator. Because, again, radius is half of the diameter. It's a fantastic question. Who took those? They're derived is the answer. No one took those measurements. Obviously, that would be impossible. They're derived.
When you just said gospel, you said you said 7,000. Are you talking flat Earth?
No, not at all. No.
Oh, okay.
What's going on?
Yeah, I would claim that I would assume that that's an unknown number from North Pole to to whatever distance.
Wherever the barrier is, yeah.
Unknown.
Yeah, unknown for sure.
But in regards to the globe model, you had asked that question: who measured that? And the answer is no one. Who claims 3959? Well, that is the model claim, and those numbers were derived, right, based on assumptions.
Right.
Well, thank you for answering that question.
What's going on? That's all.
You're still hot, Mike and God Rockin'. So, did you have a direction you were going to take that, Dave? I didn't necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was just trying to say if he's really been looking at the globe, he would know that number.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you.
My mic's not working, so I'll shut up.
Well, it's working. It's just it's a little scratchy, and it's whatever. Some of us are more tolerant than others in regards to what someone's voice sounds like and how their mic is coming through. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's got to sound CD quality, right? 24 kilobits per second for this guy to talk to us.
No, you just don't sound like you're hanging out a window is all we ask.
You're asking something right now? I don't understand what that's about. You've asked for a lot since you've been here, you know that.
Who, me?
Who, me? Yeah, you.
Can you list the things that I asked for? Because I don't think it was much.
We is awkward.
You listen. You were asking for an explanation for why you were muted. That's the first one, and the second one. Now you said that's all we ask. Already lumping yourself in our category. Listen, man, we're not even sure you're here not to troll. Okay, so just calm down. Tell us what you know about the globe, and then there's that. Please, thank you.
All right, about the globe, huh? Well, when I look up, I do see everything circle. Do I think that Earth is a circle? No, not necessarily. I believe that things have been watered down and oversaturated to the point where I don't believe anybody unless I could physically see it, touch it, or smell it for myself. So technically, I don't know what to believe. I don't accept everything. And last time I checked, I thought that was a good thing to question all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And if anything, I don't know where your views are, but here I am in a Flat Earth channel. I've been here for a while, and I haven't got blacklisted. So obviously, I'm not the troll, and I'm just here to absorb.
You've popped in the VC a couple of times in February, and now again here in June. Okay, so. That's why you never got any roles, is because your time here has been extremely limited.
Oh, yeah, I get that. I have a very large computer enthusiast server with about 80,000 members, so I understand why I didn't get a role, and I understand it was because of my inactivity. Unless I'm here to absorb. So I am an introvert. And I am kind of quiet. And to be honest with you, this is the most that I've talked in a while because I am an introvert. So good job on you guys for getting me to actually open my mouth.
Cool. So have you looked into long distance observations on your own? Because you're talking about personal experience and stuff.
No, I haven't. No.
Okay. So you haven't. You're here on the server. You were interested in the topic, but you haven't taken personal time to explore. So, are you familiar with why you can use geometry and long-distance observations in order to falsify the claim that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles at the equator?
No. I have no answer for that. Over my head, buddy.
Okay. If you were living on a ball, you understand that there would be a limit to what you could see based on the geometry of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we were living on a ball, I mean, things would also cut off. If I'm looking at a straight line, a ball is a circle. If I'm looking at a straight line, I don't see how can I see something that's below, that particular level. So, everything that I hear, in layman's terms and rookie terms, as long as you guys don't freaking kill me, it's an extremely convincing argument. I don't feel like the Earth is moving. Supposedly, the Earth is moving, spinning around and while spinning around in the galaxy, a lot of spinning going on. Do I feel it? No, you know what I mean. I don't feel any of it.
No. Okay.
I used to watch D Marble. I don't know if you guys are familiar with D Marble. I watched him, a couple of years ago until he fell off. And this whole topic always intrigued me, so that's why I'm just kind of here to listen.
Yeah. So because of geometry, it's fairly simple. You can discern for yourself. Because there's a claim, we can test that claim and discern whether or not it's valid or has been falsified. You can make short distance observations that falsify the claim, and you can make long distance observations that falsify the claim that there's a geometric tangent point known as the horizon dependent on a 3,959 radius.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is we make short distance and long distance observations that both falsify the claim that it is what they say it is.
I gotcha.
And both of those examples can be provided. There are many examples. You can take long distance, the world record long distance observation. It's from Spain to France, these two mountains. You do the math, and that can falsify it. Lookout Mountain in Georgia and Tennessee, seeing the 7 states, that can falsify it. There's a spot in California that's pretty famous, and that can falsify the claim. But basically, any short and long distance observation can falsify the claim because there should be a geometric position tangent point, and there isn't. It moves around all over the place, both shorter and longer. Because it moves around, that means that there's something affecting something that changes what we see. So the necessary component of there being some type of curvature is irrelevant. So the question is, why do we see what we see from where we're at? Well, we see what we see because that's all we can see based on the different factors that influence whether or not we can see short or long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Why can't we see forever? Because there is a limitation to what we can see, both because of those factors and also because of what's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So
I'll tell you which started, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If I speak for a second, I'll tell you what started me off. This is what got me interested in this. This is what made me come look for this particular server. I'm really into computers, graphics cards, CPU, RAM, hard drives, Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6 speed, Bluetooth. I'm a computer enthusiast freak. When they said we went to the moon, none of the math matches up. We had nowhere near the computer hardware to do that. I mean,
bro, really smart people did it on paper with their pens. They had epiphanies, and they had breakthrough mathematical accomplishments at the last minute to accomplish the. I mean, didn't you watch that movie with that great actress?
Yeah, I watched it. In order to get to space, you gotta have black ladies. They don't have any black ladies anymore. The Nazis had too many black ladies back then. That's why it worked.
I mean, she's a great actress. Don't get me wrong. I think that was actually a really well done movie. But and yeah, I'm being a little facetious in regards to the pen and paper math. But I mean, that is their defense.
Well, it doesn't add up because back then, man, our CPUs, our hard drives, our Wi-Fi signals, our antenna, it was all trash garbage. Lately, we've evolved, our tech has evolved a lot lately. But back then, man, we had our computer power was, I mean, we used antennas. Antennas can only go so far. They said we got to outer space with what friggin' antennas? Are you friggin' kidding me? An antenna. When did an antenna ever do you justice?
Well, the thing is, their claim is that it was human ingenuity, not computers, that made it work.
And then to lose all the data. Come on now, who are you lying to lose all the data? Please. That's not how it works.
Well, I tend to agree with that. However, they would claim that it was unimportant to retain it.
Another thing that I'm on is, I buy a brand new car, I take 500 pictures. I buy a motorcycle, I take 500 pictures. I build a computer, another 500 pictures. I go out of space, I'm taking 5,000 pictures. Whenever I look for a gallery, a photo gallery, I don't want to see 13 pictures. I don't want to see 109 pictures. If I'm out there and out of space, that's all I'm doing. My camera's... I'm insta shooting pictures, thousands of them. You know what I mean? I'm going to give you a huge gallery, and you don't see that. You don't see huge, thriving galleries. At least I've never found any.
Yeah, no. NASA has tens NASA has tens of thousands of
It all looks like CGI though.
images that they took or made or whatever.
Let's
It's on
go
their
with the make
website.
part. Yeah, I know. I've seen that. Someone schooled me. Go to their website. You can see their CGI. I've seen that, but I don't know. I don't feel it.
There must be CGI, otherwise they look too real. Otherwise they look too fake, so they need to be CGI.
I'm just saying. I take 500 pictures of my cat. Come on now. I mean, you guys go. I need to see a lot more
They have
pictures.
tens of thousands of pictures. I have gone through a bunch of those pictures with a forensic image analyzer, and a bunch of them don't show any obvious sign of manipulation, but like there's a bunch of techniques for that.
Yeah,
But
that's a
some of
good
them
topic right there.
do
No.
show some signs of manipulation, or did back in 2016 when I did test this.
Oh, interesting. I like you.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
Do you think images are empirical evidence
No.
of something?
No.
Good boy. How about video?
No. That could be manipulated too. I manipulate pictures and video all day on my computer. I have a bomb-ass computer. Right?
Thanks for the life story. Now, what you should do is go out and measure. So that's my third thing. Have you gone out yet, or at least done a long-distance observation to try to get drop over distance?
Okay. Huh. Did you say try to get drop over distance?
Correct. Yeah. We need to get an arc segment measured. So
I see that with my drone. I have a top tier DJI drone, and I take it extremely high. I've been up to like 800 before.
No, you don't. And even if you show us the footage, remember it can be doctored. So you need to do a direct physical observation with your eyes only.
Okay.
You can use a camera as long as you take a picture from your vantage, like 6 feet, or you can do 1 foot above water. 1 foot above water, that kind of deal, and you shouldn't be able to see past a certain amount.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. I've seen a ton of videos of this on YouTube. D Marble did a video on it, and I've heard the theories about the planes and stuff like that. I said, I've absorbed a lot on a newbie term.
Right. So what I'm just saying is get your hands dirty. Maybe go to a lake, big body of water.
Yep.
Water's always level, and you can trust that.
Yeah, and it's flat. It's always flat. I don't see the curvature. I've never seen it.
Yeah, totally. So, anyway, that's what I recommend. We could gum flap all day about this, that, and the other, but until you see it for yourself, you're probably going to remain with that just twinge of sarcasm in your voice, a little clown show you're putting on for us. Okay, so go and measure it, go and observe it. Get that data and come back to us, please. Thank you so much.
I know it's not there. I've seen enough data I see people when they get all smart and use the smart words to try to convince me that the curvature is there, but I'm pretty convinced that there is none. I've seen a bunch of reviews on people that I actually trust. You know what I mean? People that that I feel that there's only so much you can trust somebody, but from everything that I've seen,
do you appreciate the difference between book knowledge or something and experiential knowledge?
Yeah, because I don't believe books either. I mean, books are watered down as well. I mean,
just because somebody told you different details about how flat it is, seeing it for yourself, you appreciate the difference. That's all he's telling you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. I see it for myself. Are you kidding me? Like I said,
hold on. He's actually not even saying that. He's talking about falsifying the radius, which is a great thing to do, but he does experience it as flat.
It's actually both. You're both right. Try to falsify that radius by observing and measuring. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, but I think it's worth pointing out that I myself have never falsified the radius. Not really so well. I mean, I sort of have with mountains around here in Oregon. And, I've certainly seen the base of Mount Hood from way too far away, good 70 miles plus. I shouldn't see the bottom of that mountain from 70 miles away. So I sort of have technically falsified it myself, but I just want to point out, if someone can accept the base axiom, like I did when someone told me the Earth is flat, you should be grateful that they can accept the base axiom like I did when someone told me the Earth is flat back in 2016. So, just saying, the base axiom.
Oh, Ryan, I don't know if you've seen this dude named Rat Bread. He's a relatively underwhelming fellow, but he's interested in doing some long distance observations from Northern California. So I'm not sure how close you are to the line, but I just figured I'd mention it for his sake. Just in case you cross paths on the VC,
So what was he planning on doing?
From what I gathered, he wanted to go to like near Burning Man, and before or after do a flat Earth test right there, and maybe get some of that crowd in on it. I think.
Yeah. I was mentioning it to someone else who came in here and was talking about bringing a laser there, and I was thinking about this myself. How it's a big lake bed, and it's just flat enough, and it's at the very least 10 miles across at one point, but they use part of it as an airstrip because people land airplanes there. So I'm not sure if that would get in the way of making it the full distance that you'd want. But basically, I was just thinking how great it would be with the big crowd of people, and how there's like 400,000, maybe 500,000 people there at the highest. And I was thinking it'd be great to have like a dozen people show up, a few of them set up a laser a few feet above the lake bed, and then have a few stands, like tripods, set up with colorful rings, big rings like hula hoops, pretty much, and have like maybe 10 of those if we could at the maximum. Probably more than that would be probably more of a hassle, but just get them to set up and put like poster on it, staple something to it that explains, hey, we're seeing if we can get this laser through these rings and see if we can get it over a certain number of miles to where we falsify the radius. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the dimensions of the lake, figure that out for sure. But still, it'd be kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he had a very similar idea, so you could probably coordinate that somehow. I just don't know his name, and I have to run.
See you later.
Yeah, I was hoping that the rings might catch people's attention and be like, oh, this is going through that, and it's going too far or something. But actually, it would be great even just for keeping track of it, really. Putting levels on them and all that.
I don't know if you got an explanation, Orion. I got a, inconvenient timing on that phone call. Mid-thought. Did somebody explain what Rat Bread was up to?
With the lasers, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I heard it.
All right, cool. Yeah, and not trying to. The kid, he's young, so he's apparently attempting to be cringe on purpose to somehow generate for himself some type of YouTube stardom. So he is apparently attempting some cringe stuff for that sake. So he comes across somewhat, or at least as far as his profile and about me goes, very trolly. But he seems to have some sincere interest in doing these long distance observations. So I'm trying to give him the BOD, the benefit of the doubt. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm going to bad cop him.
Oh yeah. Wait, you're talking about Rat Bread or this other person?
whoever sounds goofy.
Oh yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, you hold people's feet to fire. The testing fires. It was.
I don't know. It's almost like he's making fun of the English language or himself while he's talking. He just speaks weird. I don't know.
The rat bread one.
I think so. I can't tell. I'm driving. Everything's really chaotic right now.
Well, okay. Rat bread was here like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, John Rivera is the guy I'm talking about.
Oh.
Hey,
John.
How are you?
Yeah, John is the current conversation person.
Yes. Hello.
Anyway, I don't care about someone's tone of voice. It's the content that matters.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
What's up, dude?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
Glad to hear it.
You haven't been here for a year unless you've been listening on the YouTube.
Yeah, no, it was the other server. How would I know that there was another server? So maybe my dates aren't correct, but I had a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord that I enjoyed back in the day. I woke up one morning, it was gone. Now, mind you, I have thousands of of Discord channels.
Yeah. That was almost 3 years ago, but
it was that long ago. Yeah.
That's okay. If you were hanging back then, that's cool. I wasn't, so I don't know one way or the other. I'm glad you're familiar with the topic. Back then, they didn't have the 3 questions. You know what those are?
Oh, no, I don't. Is that what I got hit with when I came in? The ones that went over my head?
Not really.
Oh.
If it went over your head, then you might want to come back when you've had some more experience.
No, he didn't. No, that's not what I was asking him.
Okay, so quickly, I'm not going to ask you these questions. I'm just going to tell you what they are.
Okay.
You can ponder them, and if you want to write this down real quick, that'd be
Yeah. Because to be honest with you, I'd like to go through them, and maybe I can try to answer them, and see what happens. Go ahead.
Sure. So, let me know when you're ready to write it down.
I'm ready.
Okay, great. So the first one is, we need to know if anyone has directly measured Earth curvature.
Okay.
Who's done it, when, where, how, etc. Who's ever done it? Because we can't find one person, right? And you'd think, if it were a globe, man, it'd be everywhere. So, but we can't find one person, one group of people.
Okay.
So, when was curvature measured and how, etc. Then,
what?
Are you writing it down?
Well, I have it memorized. When was curvature measured? Who did it? When? And get all the details
and that's easy
on
to
when
remember,
and who,
right?
and location if possible.
The reason I'm asking you to write it down, though, is because it's 3 points: curvature, rotation, gas pressure. And those will help you remember what I'm going to tell you.
Okay, save the curvature thing. I want to hear about that one. What were you going to say about that one? The question.
Okay. Do me a favor, though, before I go into any of that, can you please write down curvature, then separate line rotation, and then a separate line gas pressure?
I haven't had a...
You can use Notepad on your phone or computer.
I'm good.
Too.
I'm just
got it down.
All right. You said write down curvature.
Literally the sound of rummaging through a drawer. That's fun.
Yeah, for sure. Should have clipped that one out for the Foley sounds later.
Okay, curvature, and you said the third was gas?
Right, so we got curvature, separate line, rotation of Earth. Okay, that's a big one, because these are 3 strikes, you're out.
Really? You guys cancel my contract here? That sucks.
No. And then the last one is gas pressure without a container. Gas pressure without a container.
You guys automatically know that I'm not performing any of these tests.
Listen. And they're yes or no questions. Can you have gas pressure without a container? Who measured the Earth curvature? Who got the detection of the Earth moving, right? It's simple points. That's why I had you write down just those.
I think I already have my answer because it sounds like you're very passionate about this, and you kind of already gave me the answer in the beginning by telling me that no one has ever been found. I'll look and I'll ask a couple of my friends when we get stoned and we talk about it. But I think that you already dove into it pretty deep. And
right. Last thing, keep in mind that there is a stark difference between a calculation and a direct physical measurement. I'll leave you with that. Calculations are not measurements, basically. They're two separate things. They're mutually exclusive. Okay, take it away, folks.
Okay. I'm just thinking that I don't, with my circle, if I bring that to someone's table, they're going to have the same, because, they're basically at my knowledge level. They're going to have the same answer I have. I have no one smarter enough, no one tech savvy enough, no one who performs, them kind of tests. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe you guys have people you could access. Hey, you were testing this yesterday. Can you test this today? Like, I'm out of that realm. But I totally get it, and I'll ask my, a couple of my buddies.
Yes, sir. That's the three primary claims the globe makes, and that's the positive claims, and we still need to see proof of any of those three.
Well, one that my buddy's always thrown in my head, and we're always talking about, is the fact that they say that the Earth is spinning. You know what I mean? Extremely fast too. You know what I mean? And obviously, we don't feel it. You know what I mean? I do see the clouds move, but that's what I think it is. I think it's the clouds moving and not the actual Earth. I'm not a scientist. I wish I had more answers for you guys. It looks like the clouds are moving. Does it feel like the Earth is moving? No, it does not.
You don't have to be a scientist to figure out where you live, man.
Yeah. So that's what I said. If I can't see it, with my own eyes, if I can't touch it, then I kind of just don't believe anything nowadays. It seems like I've been spoon-fed just way too much stuff from this, the flat Earth theories. I'm not going to say conspiracies. Just from flat Earth to please don't even get me started on the government. The U.S. government, and get tricks and stuff that they pull on. I'm all over the place. I'm an introvert. Like I said, I don't believe no one. Besides my senses and what I can feel is, I don't believe the Earth is spinning. I just don't effing feel it. I'm sorry. Just like I said, I'm all over the place lately on Ancient Aliens. I've been just trying to absorb and watch anything involving mega structures. Them, obviously like the pyramids and beyond the pyramids, just any kind of mega structure that man couldn't produce back then. I've been watching a lot of that. For this past week, I've been watching a lot of caves. I guess they've been finding new, very, very large caves, deep down in the earth. I've been watching a lot of cave stuff lately. And everyone in this chat is muted. Is everyone a troll? You've all got to get vetted. Why am I the only one allowed to talk?
Everyone is allowed.
We're all here, but
what are you talking about? You're the only one allowed to talk. I can talk if I want to. Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Oh no, I see a lot of mute symbols. I didn't know if administration had you guys muted or.
No, normally we're allowed to do whatever we want. Larry's not rude and all that. Works out pretty good.
So you were talking about ancient structures. I have a little 10-minute video I will send to you. I feel like you should see it. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, the megastructures blow my mind.
It's in the VC chat if anyone else would like to see it. I think it's a great approach before we claim that our ancestors was just dumb primitives.
I would love to hear your views on that topic. Like, who do you think moved that stuff around? Who did that labor? Stuff like that. I mean, we don't have to dive into it now. I'm sure it's a huge
I feel like if you watch this video and put one and one together, we don't really have to have a deep conversation about it.
Right. Where'd you put the video exactly?
In the chat that is applied to this Discord live stream voice text.
Okay, live stream, okay. Yep, I got it right here. Thank you for that.
I mean, it's nothing that says that oh, these buildings was built by this and this and this, but it's just giving you like an idea that primitive tools could, for example, as they will show here, move giant blocks of stone, for example.
Wow,
Very
primitive tools, no way. I gotta watch this now. Hold on, let me put on one of my second screens.
It just gives you an idea that our ancestors was not dumb at all, you know, and we shouldn't take away some of their achievements without at least considering that they might actually have done it themselves.
That's a very good point. Yeah, why do we have to look elsewhere? Why do we have to think that other beings did that when what you're implying is it is possible that they did have primitive tools that made it easy. That right there blew a hole in my mind. What if we actually did that? What if humans actually did that? What if we had a primitive tool that did that? Wow. Wouldn't we be able to find that tool? Well, I mean, see, you say tool, I think like a wrench. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can look at like.
Does it have to be a physical tool that I can touch? Like, is that out of the realm? Like, maybe some kind of different tool? I don't know. I'm all over the place. I'm just grasping.
Whatever helps you look for that curvature, my guy.
I've seen enough reviews to the point where it's not being seen. I mean, the smart people will come and try to convince you that it's there with their awesome words, but I don't think any human is going to see that with their own eyes.
Yeah, exactly. For instance, if you want to detect the rotation of the Earth, guess what you got to do? You got to leave the Earth, okay? And then you got to detect it from another body. That's how that works.
Okay.
You cannot detect rotation if you're on the thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but people don't care. They're like, no, man, 15 degrees per hour. Really? So some shit moves all around us, and you call that Earth spin? Okay. As you were. And they got a long way to go if that's what they think.
Oh my gosh!
You okay there, Gospel?
This article, bro.
What's so amusing, Gospel Bear?
This article's title. I'm gonna read the title, and then this is so funny. NASA video shows space junk trapping humans on Earth in terrifying toxic vortex. Okay, so this is the title of this article written 2019 from express.co.uk. The video title that they post on the article, its title is Incredible Animation Shows Space Debris Orbiting Earth. And I laugh because the article title says NASA video, but the video title says incredible animation. And of course, there's irony in the word incredible, which literally means unbelievable.
It means it's not credible.
It does mean not credible. But so anyway, it literally says animation, but then they say video, and it's just wow. Just big wow. Big wow.
I think they're just seeing what people will buy, pushing the envelope.
Sure.
I really do. Really do think that. Like if tomorrow they say Matt Damon is really on Mars, people would be like, no shit. That Elon, gosh, he can do anything, can't he? Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Why Matt Damon? It should have been Johnny Depp. He deserves it.
Don't you dare say that name ever again. I'm just kidding.
But anyway, John, for example, look at a crowbar.
Okay.
If you, that is a simple, very primitive tool, but it enhances the strength of a man to for example, take two plyboards apart. If they, like simple tools make you do better, more.
Yeah, I get it.
I stumble so much.
I actually love that theory you have on the part that humans, could have did it. That's what you leaned upon. Don't rule out that humans did it with, primitive tools. I love that theory of yours. I'm going to stick with that for a while.
It's just I often see people
that would be more. That's more realistic because I was kind of reaching towards something else. You know what I mean? Like, we can't do that. There's no way we could have did that. But I that might be wrong. Now after thinking about what you said, that could be wrong. Maybe I don't have to look outside of the box. Let's keep it here.
Well,
I can see here.
Don't look too far outside the box because then you'll get in the weeds. Now, do you know what the term unfalsifiable means?
I can imagine what it means.
No.
Unfalsifiable, something that you can't make up, something you can't fake.
Something you can't prove true or false.
Yeah, yes. I got it.
You can't do it so a lot of the globe evidence, quote unquote evidence, is unfalsifiable, right? So rotation. Well, no one can leave the Earth as far as we know, and get that detection of it. If they did, show us when they did that. But until then, that kind of thing. So it's all unfalsifiable. Oh, what's the moon made out of? Well, since you can't go there, I'm going to fucking tell you whatever I want. Say it is, right? Remember they said moon's made out of cheese? I'll bet there were so many people who bought that. It's like, what, cheese?
People actually, no, come on. No one really bought that.
What I'm trying to say is...
No, I get it, yeah.
If after looking into this subject, even with a mere cursory glance, you have to try afterwards to imagine all of the things that have to be happening on this Earth for us to be spinning so fast and for it to be so curved that we never see the curve and we never feel rotation. You know what I mean?
It's almost ridiculous. Yeah, it's almost like
Just leaps. People want to believe stuff. Man, I thought Star Wars was something that might be able to happen one day. It was easy to drop because, I was like, oh, well, fuck it. It's just cartoons. Okay. But there are so many people out there that are just chronically addicted to the space idea and aliens and all of that stuff. It's such a big industry that it doesn't matter what the truth is. People literally eat it up. They buy it up.
I ate it for a while. I thought it could be something out there, but but now I'm kind of realizing there's been enough time. We us humans, we've been here enough. Like we would have seen it. A lot of time has went by. I think they too much time has went by. If you ask me, you know what I mean, of just guessing and stuff like that. And I don't know. At first I thought there was aliens, but now I'm thinking I don't think there is. I don't think there is.
It's unfalsifiable once again. Anything about aliens, and they can help you out with the etymology of what alien actually means. It means from another land, I think, right? Somewhere else.
Extraterrestrials, extraterra.
I think I went toward that route too because of the megalithic structures. I told you how they fascinate me, and for a minute there, I thought that there was no way possible a human could do that. But now this dude just blew a hole in my head, saying that it is damn well possible with primitive tools. Don't look out of the box. Look here. Maybe humans did do it. That's something new that I got to deal with.
Yeah. It's interesting, it's compelling, I think, at best within our conversation here just in this server. But yeah, the thing is, I wouldn't call just to speak momentarily on it, I wouldn't call the tools primitive. There's some stuff that has been done and found that can't be reproduced at all today, and that's...
That's wait, hold on right there. What if they just made all these megalithic structures out of cement?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. But what I'm saying is nobody builds like that anymore, and I feel like there's a reason. But again, that's just speculation.
No. That's incompetence. You see, we still use cement, but we put rebar in them. And so our structures that we build today with rebar, they won't be standing, 100 years in the future because the rebar will rust and it'll crumble. But when you build cement structures without rebar, they stand for thousands of years, potentially.
Alrighty. Well, then there you go. History. Just that. It's history. It already happened. You don't know what happened.
Yeah, are we getting smarter? I don't know. We're building with rebar.
A friend of mine's dad owns a clay mine out in West Desert in Utah, and it's the only cement that's certified for highway use nowadays. And they're making a killing out there on this cement they're making out there. And
I bet.
Yeah, and so I was checking out the rebar that they were putting in the roads along with that cement one day, and the rebar is they paint it now with some anti-rust paint. It's green, and they put a real thick paint color on it, or coating on the rebar nowadays. It's supposed to make it last I don't know how much longer, but quite a bit longer, they say. So maybe it will. They've got stuff that will maybe last a little bit longer these days. But you're right about the rebar rusting and falling apart in a matter of 50 years or whatever. It's just not good. Or 100 years.
Is that a part of planned obsolescence, perhaps?
It's part of what?
Planned or unplanned, but one way or another, obsolescence. Part of the reason why the bridge infrastructure in America is so
decrepit.
Yeah, not going very well.
Yep. But as of recently, they have tried to make some improvements with this cement and the rebar being painted with some green anti-rust shit, whatever. But who knows?
Yeah, it wouldn't be planned obsolescence because there is a practical reason for it. When you put rebar with cement, you can build structures that you couldn't normally build with just cement.
Right.
I also think the rebar is for the bend factor, isn't it? Is to make it so that structure can flex a little bit better. Correct?
Not necessarily. It's more or less made to hold it in place better.
Yeah.
I worked on the conference center, the LDS, the Mormon Conference Center in Salt Lake, and we built this wall that it's called the hanging wall that would hang a big seat or big thing of chairs that hung onto it with embeds in the wall. If you know what an embed is, it's like a big flat steel plate that has bolts coming out of it, and then it has rebar that goes into the wall. Anyway, you stick them plates in the form.
That thing in my head. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this wall had so much rebar in it. It was 2 foot thick. Before we put the forms up, the rebar was so much rebar in it, you could not see a person on the other side before you put the forms up. I mean, and then when we vibrated it, we'd run the stingers down into the concrete just to get the air bubbles out and bring it up slow. You count one foot per second, and then the bubbles follow the stinger up. Anyway, there's at least 100 stingers we had to cut off and just leave in the wall because they got tangled up in the rebar. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that rebar could get messy.
Yeah, there was so much rebar in the wall.
I wanted to ask John a flat Earth question.
Okay, I'm here. Try not to go over my head.
Cool.
Yeah.
It's a quick one. See if you can join me on this. So, if nobody had told you the reason the sun moves in the sky is because we're moving, would you have automatically assumed it's us moving by seeing the sun move?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
So, listen here. So, we're born, okay? And every day, if we go outside, we see the sun moving, we wouldn't assume we're moving. We just look up and there goes the sun, right?
Yes, that's how I felt. Yeah.
Right. So if nobody came along and said, well, it's actually, that thing's moving.
I get where you're going with this.
You would never have assumed it was.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah, I get that. Good point.
Okay.
I get it. Yeah,
Making sure
yeah.
you got there. That's a mind-blowing one for me. I loved it when I.
Yeah, no, I did like that one too. I liked it. It made me smile. You're right. You're right. You know, as a young buck, that was embedded in my head. I walk outside, I see the sun at nighttime. You know, the sun's over there. You know what I mean? So I assumed it was that. You know, and then someone else told me that it wasn't that. That it was something else. It's you know, they're trying to convince me that it's the Earth that's moving. Yeah, I get it. Interesting. Too much.
All right, real quick, I'm going to unmute you. Gist, you can say hello. Gist, however you like that to be pronounced.
Wow, the vetting process here is major.
No, I
it's needed. I know. I understand. Well, hopefully the new guy says hello. Where are you?
No, they left, and we actually do have a procedural vetting process. It's called
I've been through one. I've been into the chat room where before I was allowed to come into a main room, I had to sit in a room with one person. This was on like the 1.0. I went through that on the 1.0. I joined.
We do that too, but every now and then I circumvent that procedure and just directly unmute people.
I wish I could remember who I had that conversation with, because it honest to God lasted about 45 minutes. Yeah, he was a great guy. I didn't remember his name. He was in the 1.0. He was the guy who vetted me, who gave me access to these other rooms. Yeah. In the 1.0, like I said, this is the 2.0.
If it was a 45-minute conversation, I would guess it was Helio.
That name rings a bell. Yeah, that name rings a bell. Actually, to be honest with you, my Discord hasn't changed. I'm sure I can just go into my messages, because we're going back and forth in messages too. So I'm sure if I scroll down my messages, I can probably find it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, whoops. What could be used that makes the 3 look less? No one.
Gospel, if you don't mind me asking, where are you located? I'm near New York. I'm in Rhode Island, East Coast.
I'm halfway between you and the other coast.
Okay.
Actually, much more north, 6 miles from the Canadian border, right in D. You're in NY, I'm in D.
Okay.
Yeah. I live more north than a third of all Canadians. How about that for a factoid?
Canada, they got it tough right now. Oof. I forgot his name, that dictator over there.
Trudeau? He's a teddy bear.
Is that what you think? They've always, Canada has always ran a tighter ship. I do understand that. They've always did run a tighter ship, and most of them don't seem to mind. I mean, how can you want something you've never really had? They've never really had it like US. But, yeah. That Trudeau guy, he's been in charge over there for how many years? They gotta stop that man.
No, they don't want
2 years, 2 years of dude. Are you fucking blind? Are you blind? They are blind. That's the thing. And it's like you said, they don't want to, but deep down inside, man, you can't let people stay in power that long, man.
Just FYI, John, politics is way off topic. We don't care which clown puppet is doing what.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yep, no, I agree. They both work for the same people, kind of. We only have two teams, red and blue. It's all bullshit.
Did you just assume my color?
No, I assumed the political color for the United States. Yeah, I know. Hey, you could identify as that color nowadays if you wanted to.
Another factoid, I live in the third flattest state in the United States.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Flatland is valuable.
Let's throw that out there. Can anybody name the top two?
I can, but
You don't spoil it. See if anybody else knows it. I think I know it, but I won't say it yet.
No, I'm not gonna act like I know. I'd like the answer though, so can you give it to me?
Nobody else gonna guess. I'll go ahead and guess. Florida and Kansas.
Well, it is actually Florida number 1, and Illinois is number 2.
Illinois, for real.
North Dakota's number 3. I think Kansas actually is either. I think it goes Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Arkansas, Kansas. I think, but I'll double check. Double check. Zippity doo. Florida. Nope. My apologies. Florida, Illinois, North Dakota, Louisiana, Minnesota, Delaware, Kansas. So there's actually quite a few before Kansas.
What kind of makeshift, second-rate, shim-sham, flim-flopping numbers you getting? Kansas is first. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Kansas is jealous.
Way jealous. What is that, 8? Pathetic.
1, 2, 3. It's number 7. So yeah, 6 of them there. Lucky number 7, Kansas. Delaware kind of makes sense. Coastal, small, not too, Louisiana also.
Wasn't Delaware the first state?
Delaware's number 6.
Yeah, wasn't the first state though invented? First American state. I don't know. That is not important. Continue.
Yeah. But yeah, Texas comes right after Kansas, then Nevada, then Indiana. So there you go. The least flat state, or the least flat states, are West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Kentucky. There you go.
No matter what the list is, it seems like Kentucky's on the bottom every time. I'm just saying.
Well.
So who's this new guy that you guys have been talking to all morning? Is he still here?
John, well, it hadn't been all. John's been here about an hour.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing, John?
I'm good. How are you today?
Good. I just wanted to say hi to you.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. I've just been listening to you. You sound pretty receptive to everything everybody's been talking to you about, which is
yeah. I mean, it's to be honest with you, it's more convincing than the other route. You know what I mean? I mean, like I said, I could almost smell it with you guys. I could almost see it. At least you guys are trying to make sense out of it, opposed to throwing gibberish over my head.
Right.
Like I said, I'm a noob and I'm all over the place from aliens to mega structures, from caves to flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Right.
It makes me really mad when you talk about flat Earth with someone. Someone is really, really fast to say, "Oh, so you think you're gonna get to an edge and fall?" I really hate when they say that. It hurts me. And I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know much about anything. You know what I mean? Do I think it's a globe? When I look up, I do see a circle. I can't lie about that. When I look up, I do see a circle. Do I
When
feel
you
like
look
do
up
I feel like
there,
I'm
what
on
do
a
you mean?
globe? No. Like when I look at the sun, the moon, things are circle out there. Well, things are circle. Them two things appear to be circle, the sun and the moon. Do I believe we're on a circle? I don't see no curvature. I can't feel a curvature. I can't even feel us moving. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I don't know.
Right. Well, at least you're
What
at
do
least
you
you're
mean?
putting
What
some
do you mean
critical.
by you see a circle? I'm just curious what you mean by that.
Excuse
You
me?
look up and you see a circle. What do you mean?
Well, the sun and the moon, doesn't it look like a circle to you when you look up? It doesn't look like a triangle. It doesn't look like a star. And I'm not saying we have to be a circle or a globe as well. I don't think we have to be that as well. Because, like I said, I don't feel the curve. I don't see the curve. I'm into camera gear, so I've seen a lot of people with the new high end, the Nikon. I forgot which one is it. The P900, I think. The Nikon. It's got an unbelievable zoom. And I've seen people zoom from long distances, and they can still see what's on the other side with no dip. It doesn't go below the horizon. And I've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least you're putting some critical thought into it, and that's really all we ask is that someone actually sit down and look at what we have to present for you, so you can make up your own mind. And so, yeah, that's excellent, bro.
You have
Hey, John, if anybody ever says to you, "Hey, I see the moon as a circle, so I think the Earth must be a sphere," or something like that, or I see the Earth and I think it's a sphere, and so I think the Earth must be a sphere. Even though you're right, we just see it as a circle. We don't even see it as a sphere. We just see it as a circle.
Yeah, I need a rebuttal.
But the rebuttal I would suggest you use is ask them, why would you think that anything in the sky has anything to do with the ground?
Okay.
You have an accent twin on this server, John?
I have. What do you mean by an accent twin? I don't know what that means.
You have an accent twin. You have a guy that is also a New Yorker.
Oh.
And he has a very similar tone.
Okay. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. And I'm an introvert, so I don't talk to too many people. I have
I don't know
more
why you're
people online.
apologizing. I didn't even finish what I was saying, and I'm not complaining. There's nothing to apologize for whatsoever. I'm merely pointing out that there is a guy that sounds very, very, very similar to you. His name is Sir Vagabond.
Okay.
If you see him, you will have a forewarning that you have an accent twin. There's nothing wrong with it. It wasn't a complaint.
Thank you for that. I hope I do see him. Thank you for that. I drive to New York all the time.
I think it's interesting to meet people that have a little bit of an accent. It just everybody's different. You got to let people be who they are, and you can't.
Is mine really that strong? Honestly, I don't talk to too many people.
Not particularly, but I'm just letting you know it's just kind of funny. There's a guy that has a very, very. You could double. Double. You could. It could be my audio doppelganger.
Yeah, it could be my swag too. The way I use my words. It could be that.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Very, very similar patterns and everything. So it's all good. It's nothing wrong with it. I'm just pointing it out.
All right. I won't apologize, but I don't know anything else. Like I said, and I am an introvert. Really, my circle is very small. I got literally one friend, and my daughter. My daughter's my best friend. Yeah, I'm always by myself. I'm always on my computer. I'm a very huge gamer.
Gotcha.
I guess, John, I could kind of give you the way that this whole thing makes sense to me in a kind of a short little explanation is that when you look at the whole picture and you think about, well, I don't know if you know much about the second law of thermodynamics, where it has to do with entropy, where hot moves to cold, high pressure moves to low pressure, it migrates. That's what causes storms. When it's a low pressure area, the clouds move towards that area. So if we were actually in a vacuum, like the vacuum of space, the air on this planet would want to move into the lower pressure area.
Okay.
Very quickly, as a matter of fact. And they want to argue to say it's gravity that holds it down, but whatever. The thing of it is that it just makes more sense to me to think that we're an enclosed system. The plane was designed very, very well so that the amount of surface area that's on the plane It's where all the gases and oxygen come from. It's all produced from the trees.
Yeah.
Trees and plankton and all that kind of stuff produces oxygen. And so what happens is this realm that we live in was so well designed that the surface area of the plane is the perfect amount. So that it completely keeps us always supplied with oxygen. And it's enclosed so that it's a dynamic system. So it's always producing oxygen at ground level, and it comes up and it's pressurized. And so 14.7 psi at sea level. And the definition of gas pressure is when gas has collisions against the walls of its container. That's like when you put propane in a tank. You can see you can read the pressure on the gauge because the gas inside is colliding with the walls of the container. So, in other words, we're enclosed, we are contained. I can even show you one of the NASA employees. There's a video clip where he says, there's one thing I would like the young people to know if there's one thing I would really like to get through to you guys is that we live in an enclosed system. Cannot leave the Earth. There is nowhere to go.
I've been feeling that lately as I dive into it on my newbie terms. I have been coming to my own conclusion that there's no going anywhere. Forget about that. There's no leaving. This is where we're meant to be.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, it just makes more sense to me when you sit and think about it that we're actually on a plane, flat plane. Who knows how big it is?
Yeah.
And it's immovable. It's mounted on pillars and a foundation. At least that's what the scriptures say. I mean, I don't know if you're into all that, but at least that part of it makes sense that, we're actually stationary, immovable. And if we were moving and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, good hell, who in the hell wouldn't think you would feel that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. So anyway, I just kind of kicked back and looked at the whole picture one day while I was watching videos, and I was like, oh my gosh. This thing was designed and to be this perfect little realm that we live in. It's all set up to keep us all supplied with oxygen.
Everything we need, yeah.
Everything we need. It's all just right here. I don't feel any movement or whatever. The stars have been used for a clock by all the ancient people as to know when to plant your crops, when to harvest.
Really? I didn't realize that. Stars used as a clock, used as time, huh?
Yep. Yeah, but that's where the 24 hours come from. It's because it takes 24 hours for the sun to come back over the top. It'll be in the exact same spot it was yesterday.
I knew that about the sun. I just never took it past that, towards the stars as well.
Yeah. So
let's say if the sun wasn't there, you could still achieve the same time factor using that a star rather than the sun.
Yeah, you could. You could.
That would be a skill. I wish I had that skill. Wow.
So anyway, I just kind of sat back one day and looked at it after. It only took me like one day to decide. Yeah, we're not moving. It's flat. It just made so much more sense to think that we're this spinning balls flying through space at all these crazy speeds and spinning, and it's like what?
Too far fetched. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just super far fetched. Yeah. So anyway, if that helps you, I don't know that it will, but it.
Yeah, no, I'm absorbing it. I'm getting all my buttons together. I'm learning the terminology. Yeah.
Right on. Well, thanks for having a little chat with me, brother.
Oh yeah, Actually, it was. I didn't know how this conversation was going to go out in the beginning. I felt a little, pressure because I felt my knowledge wasn't, up to par. No. But now I feel a little bit different, and I've never left this channel. I went from 1.1 to 2.1, so. Keep these conversations. I have a friend that I want to drag into these conversations too. He's just like me. You're not going to get any trouble out of him. Just so that way he can listen and I can listen, and then when we're here smoking our doobies and we can shoot.
Well, the thing of it is, we're just normal people when it comes right down to it, and we just expect people to come in and have a normal conversation and not call names and not.
I'm not gonna lie. It's a little harder for me. My knowledge might not be up to par as far as
Oh, that's not even a concern, bro. Because that you're obviously thinking about this stuff in all the right ways. Your knowledge is going to grow, and you're going to be right on top of it very soon, bro. I can already tell.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, thanks. I appreciate the.
Oh yeah, no need to thank me. Thank you too for being cool AF. Much appreciated.
Yeah. You'll find there's a lot of people on here that it's really all they want to do is have an open conversation with most of the people that come in, and just sit down and discuss a few things, and listen to our present the things we have to show you, and
exactly why I'm here. Exactly why I'm here.
Right on. Well, you have a nice rest of your day, brother.
You too. Enjoy your day, boss. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, where are you? Are you in the U.S.? You East Coast, West Coast?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Okay.
Yep. Has anyone told you? They probably have. I'm probably just going to be repeating what you've already heard. But has anybody? Did they told you about all the information that's down below, where you can scroll down, go to the additional information channels down below when you scroll down?
When I'm scrolling down. Oh yeah. I feel overwhelmed. There's so many of them.
Yeah. Take your time with them. You can't do it all. You can't do it all in a day or a week, probably.
I'll go through them. Yeah. There's a lot.
There's a lot of really good information down there.
Nice. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'll scroll down and definitely dive into those categories.
I guess Brett goes to court, video court today. He told me that his lawyer told him that he would get it all out.
Hot mic, God rocking.
Oh, sorry, guys. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. You've been unmuted. Oh, well, you're gone. So never mind. I tried to greet this person. Just, I gave you the opportunity to be unmuted. You can say hello. GIST. Go ahead. Your mic is functional. Just say hello. Your mic is functional. Just say hello. All righty.
Give us a gist of why you came here. Come on, gist.
Hello.
It's sort of a requirement just that you speak. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just to hear your beautiful voice, Dave. Just to hear your beautiful voice.
Ah,
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh, it's Mr. Pete Drinker.
Yeah. He's BOS. So.
Yeah, no wonder it
Again?
was so hard to
You
get.
went and got another account from this morning? Wow.
Yeah, because he's BOS.
Boy, he sure dug a deep hole for himself, hasn't he? I feel bad in that way because I've actually had some good conversations with the guy in another room or two, and he actually even acted normal and knows quite a bit about flat Earth subject and all the above, and then he has to say and do the things he does to irritate everybody, and it's like, what the fuck? I just don't get it, man.
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Thanks for pointing that out, Matthew. We have a lot of evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, the Miggy's 3 points. That's what I was listing.
Is that Matthew live or on tape?
No, that was me live.
Okay, well, that freaked with me for a second.
Oh no, Clander Seal played the quote, but this is me live.
So
yeah, you chimed in. You chimed in at the perfect moment, Matthew. It made you sound like you were part of the recording. They do. That was funny.
So are you offended that Clay Under Seal is playing your quotes here?
No, that's fine. I mean,
Okay.
that quote is like that's from my video that I did about the topic.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, the rest of it explains why I don't buy those evidences, why I think that they're not conclusive, but that's the start of the video.
Could it be that you're adhering to the official Globe story you were taught and there's nothing budging you off of that?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I haven't seen any I mean, the flat Earth story doesn't hold water for me. I mean, there's too many things that are wrong with it.
The irony of that, the Globe literally doesn't hold.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Anyway, I'll let somebody else talk to you.
What do you mean it doesn't hold any water? It's like a cereal bowl. It holds a whole bunch of water, Matthew.
Metaphorically, like so many things don't work, like sunsets and distances to the cities, stuff like that.
Sunsets do whatever they do. They're not doing it over a ball, as far as I can tell. I'll shut up now.
I think the first thing that actually kind of woke me up, or the first thing to open my eyes or open my mind, was one day when I was talking to my friend about the computer tech that we had back then when supposedly we had went to the moon. As far as how big supercomputers were then. I mean, think about at that year you didn't have a computer in your house anyways. I mean, I didn't get my first computer till like 89. But the power and the specs that they claim that the technology was used to go there just nowhere near adds up. I think that was the first rabbit hole I dove into, was the fact that on my computer I'm constantly running out of space, and just spec wise as far as CPUs and RAM and hard drives and blah blah blah.
Hey John, welcome to the server. Yes, you're right. It is complicated. However, they were able to to build Boeing 747s back in the 60s, and those are pretty complicated also.
I think a motor is a lot easier than computers, and I don't know, a motor or something that spins and runs off gas. I mean,
yeah. But I meant the avionics and the flight control systems, like all that. It's pretty complicated stuff.
I don't know. My friend used to own an old tail dragger, a 1957. I can't remember. I guess Cessna 150, 149, something like that. An old tail dragger, and it had a stick for the controls. It was pretty cool. We used to steal it. It was his dad's airplane when we were in high school. When he went to take flight lessons to get his pilot's license, after he'd done his first solo, we would take off out of school and go down to the airport and jump in his dad's airplane, and we would go take joyrides in it all the time. He didn't have a license. He was like 17 years old.
Oh my God! How old were you when that was going on?
I was 17.
I've never been on a plane ever in my life.
And we just get in the little tail dragger and take off and fly around and come back. And I guess if you think about it, that's a little bit. I mean, I just felt like he already went on one solo flight, so I figured, well, he must know how to fly the plane, because the instructor's not going to let him take off in the plane by himself if he doesn't know how to fly. So I said, sure, I'll go with you. And so we'd done that a few times. Went down and jumped in his dad's airplane and took off and went joyriding for an hour or so.
God, Roger, the difference in those technologies, the plane technology, nobody lost, destroyed any of that. They just kept making it better, right?
Yeah.
But the moon technology, they lost and destroyed that. That's the problem. Sorry about that.
I was just saying that the technology back then in that little plane was not, there really wasn't much to it, just
I get it.
The stick and the controls, but it flew just fine. You know what I mean? I mean, it was fun to go up and fly around in, and quite. I don't want to put this kind of old and archaic type, technology that plane had, but it sure handled just fine.
Yeah, there might be a difference in technology between a 1950s tail dragger and a Boeing 747.
Yeah, just a little bit, Matthew, huh?
Right. I'd love to fly a 747, but I don't know if I could keep it in the air.
Do you think you would have gotten in the tail dragger and went for a joyride with your buddy?
I wouldn't have. Well, that's someone who's never been in a plane ever before. Well, was that your first time in a plane? Like at that moment when your friend took you up, was that your first time ever in the sky?
Yep.
Oh, it was your first. Okay. I probably would have passed on it. I pass on a lot of stuff, and so I probably would have passed.
Wait, John, you've never been in an airplane even now?
No, I've never been in an airplane ever. I'm 43 years old. I've never been in a plane. I've
Why
never
not?
left the East Coast. Well, to be honest with you, I never really wanted to. I mean, I have VR. Not saying that's equal. You know what I mean? As far as going places, I know it's nowhere near the same. But I don't know. I never really had it in me to leave my box. You know, everyone says go on vacation here. I don't want to go somewhere that's better than where I live. You know what I mean? I don't. That would make me mad to go to this beautiful place and then have to leave and come back to my place. Not saying my place isn't beautiful. I loved it and I've been working on it for a long time, but I've never had the urge to travel. I've never been on a plane. All my family is here.
That makes sense. I mean, I like traveling, and I think flying is fun. It's fun to be way up high.
Fun. This guy, he said it's fun. I find it a little scary, and it's weird because I do know it's safe. Yeah, I know it's totally safe. It's more safer than anything else. I've seen the statistics.
Well, to be honest with you, I was more scared and when first time I ever flew was in a DC-10, and those are big, long airplanes or jets. And when I got in that thing and it took off out the runway, the nose came up and it tipped up. And I was sitting in the back, and I looked up this fuselage, looking up at I was almost in the total, right in the rear of the jet when it took off. And when that nose came up, and it was headed at a quite steep angle, and it was a powerful, powerful jet to be moving all that weight, that steep of an angle right off the runway. It scared the shit out of me at first, because I thought, man, this thing goes down, there ain't no gliding it in. There's no chance to glide down and find a road to land in, or a field or anything like that, because jets don't glide too well from what I've been told. And the little airplane that we were in, all you got to do is, I mean, my friend used to own 3 airplanes. We'd go up and we'd actually turn the motor off and purposely glide in toward the airport, just to practice in case the engine died or whatever. And they're easy to keep flying. You just have to keep the nose down and keep the airspeed up, and you can fly a little plane like that. And they fly just fine with no engine. You just have to find a spot right below you. And that's one thing my friend taught me. He says, if your engine dies, you don't look for a spot to land out away from you somewhere. You look straight down, and you look for a spot right below you, and then you just kind of dive towards it at a real steep angle to keep your airspeed up, so you can make sure you stay flying at all times in the air. So you keep your airspeed up 80, 90 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, or whatever. And then when you get close to the ground, you just pull it back and flare it out and just drop it in, and land it. But you need to find a spot right below you, because you can't just glide for miles. You pretty much just go straight down in a circle.
Yeah, it's neat.
That's a good tip in case I ever go on a plane and something happens. I'm going to be looking down immediately. Go down.
Passenger airliners can glide for many miles if they're high enough.
What's that?
Yeah, passenger airlines can glide for many miles if they're high enough, if they need to. They have done in the past, but it's not a good idea.
Yeah, they're just not as proficient at it, though, as a little plane. They're a little more tricky, from what I've been told. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, as long as you have the right speed and you do not stall, it's all good. I can only say that even if you lose one engine on a A320, for example, which only has 2 engines, there's nothing to worry about. Not even the slightest worry. That's a very...
I was going to ask that, do planes stay in the sky with 2 engines when they lose one? Because I've seen it on TV and movies. They lose one, they keep on going for a while. You know what I mean? I didn't know if that was true or not.
Yes, you can go on for a very long time, but the problem is what they mostly do is because I think it's not allowed to just use one engine. They will dump fuel and then land at the nearest divert airport.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And the cool thing is, the plane is still very easy to fly, because they just put some left or right rudder in, whatever engine is out, and they can
make the adjustments to keep it stable.
Yeah, exactly. And even with both engines, would die, which then would cause electrical failure, because if you don't have 2 engines, you have electrical failure, and if your APU, your auxiliary power unit, would also fail, which can also generate electricity, which it does mostly on the ground, you can still use a little fan that is that can drop out underneath the plane. It will then spin with the wind and produce enough electricity for the basic instruments. For example,
Oh, wow.
the A320. Yeah, the A320 needs that because the A320 has a fly-by-wire system, which is not with cables. It is it's a hydraulic electrical system, which means every input that the pilot does goes through a computer and then to a hydraulical how should I call it, to the flaps that are hydraulic and whatnot. For example, that's why they have a yoke, a joystick in Airbuses. In Boeing, for example, the normal 737, which is famously being used all over the world, they still use the wire system, right? So they don't have that means if they have an extreme electrical failure, where they can produce nothing and which would cause a dead stick. I mean, that's what they say, dead stick. You can still maneuver the plane because it's direct wires to the flaps and to the stabilizer and whatnot. So actually Airbus would be screwed if they would have no way to produce any electricity anymore, because you cannot you cannot fly without electricity. But that's actually must be a very rare thing. I mean, it's almost impossible that would happen. And we can be very glad that so many mistakes happened in the past regarding plane accidents. We actually live in a time where
hot micing, John.
Excuse me?
You're hot micing. Your mic is open and
I'm
sound
sorry.
is coming through. Yep. Go ahead.
I think it was my gain. I turned it down. Let me know if it's better.
What I'm always happy about is that we live in a time where there have been so many accidents with old planes that today the training for pilots is so efficient and good that it's these common things that have happened in the past with maybe there was a communication error which led to a huge catastrophe and whatnot. Yeah, many things are just being analyzed by new student pilots and so forth. So in order to stuff like this never happen again, and so we can be actually happy to live in the year that we live in, because I'm not saying that it's extremely safe, that never anything will happen, but because since there was so many accidents in the past, the aviation industry really is extremely safe. Tool for traveling. But and there's the big but. When we look at Boeing, for example, which is an American company, and I'm not trying to bash America or whatever, but they in the past were very how would you say it, very unprofessional when it came to their training of pilots regarding new software updates and changes within the airplane, because they had, I think many people are aware of this MCAS crash where the new 737 MAX just crashed into the ground with the nose straight into the ground and killed many people because Boeing just decided not to train their pilots on a specific thing regarding the trim system, or even made them aware of it. And that led to these, I think, 3 airplane crashes where everyone instantly died. So that's why I personally appreciate Airbus, which is a European company, a little bit more because they tend to really highly prioritize safety. Hence why they also have more deep safety systems than Boeing within their airplanes. Which doesn't mean that the very new Boeings have not already, jumped onto the train. Like the very new, 787, or the most of the new Boeings that you use for intercontinental flights are very much up to date with also, Airbus. But again, we never know. Human error is the biggest problem, especially regarding software updates or whatnot.
Well, I'm right in the landing flight path for the Hill Air Force Base, and I just watched like 12 F-35 Lightning IIs fly over and land, like 10 or 12 of them in a row.
Is that unusual?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're pretty much every day, all day long. They're flying over, landing.
Yeah.
I just looked at a picture on. I just Googled and to see how many they had, and I'm not seeing a number, but it shows them on the landing strip, and there's a line. There's 4 lines of them, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15. So what's 4 times 15, or maybe 20? So there's probably maybe close to 80 of them on this picture, all lined up on their Hill Air Force Base landing strip.
Neat. Yeah, I used to see the Blue Angels all the time when I lived in Pensacola.
I've seen them a couple of times when they come to New England. The flight shows that they do, they're very, very impressive.
Yeah.
The nose dives, the going straight up in like a straight line. I love those the most.
Or when they're flying inches apart.
Oh, that's just too scary for me. I like looking around, looking at all the other aircrafts that they have on display. There's always so many of them. I've only been to 2. I can't wait to go to my next one because now I have a camera, so I would love to take pictures. One of my old school movies, you guys probably never heard of this movie, Can't Buy Me Love. It's an old cheesy movie.
Oh yeah, of course.
This kid goes to the airplane graveyard. Does something like that really exist? And can you tell me where? Like, can you give me an address? Because I would love to go there.
Can't Buy Me Love. I know that girl. That girl's name. She was in a bunch of '80s movies.
Yeah, she's very popular. But you know what I'm talking about, the airplane graveyard thing that they do?
Yeah, they do exist. Yeah, there's a very big one in the US. I think the biggest one actually.
Wow, you said a big one. Wow, I don't know what that thing friggin' has.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think it's not very. It's not like they want to see you there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's not really accessible, not really open like that.
I just posted a picture of the planes or the ones I just watched land.
Oof.
No, the F-35.
That thing looks like a jet. Probably is a jet. I don't know. F-35. What exactly does that mean?
It's just their most advanced fighter jet they have, I guess. One of them.
What about the decals on the side with the country flags? What does that like? Is that like affiliated countries?
I don't know what that is. It's probably the UN. I'd imagine. I don't know.
It's actually built by Boeing. As far as I know.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, sorry. I should turn my soundboard off. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's actually built by Boeing.
I know they're loud son of a bitches, boy. They got 2 engines on them, and they are freaking loud. The F4s used to be here, and those were even louder. The old F4 Phantom. I think they were some of the loudest jets that they had at one time, but they're close. They're fucking extremely loud.
Sorry, my fault. It's built by Lockheed. But there is a new drone that looks equal to this fighter jet.
You said a drone? Now that would entail 4 propellers, correct?
No, it's a jet drone.
Jet drone. Oh, can you get a picture of that, please?
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by drones right now. I have a few from DJI.
This is something else. I mean, you can look on the Boeing website if you want to.
Thank you for the link.
It's a stealth drone, I think.
Whew.
And it's very expensive.
All the cool technology is.
Did you say stealth drone?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's supposed to have some.
Like a jet drone too.
Yeah, one of the issues with stealthness is also sound.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I guess you can't be very stealthy if you're rolling in like on a Harley or something, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just saying drones.
Right.
It's like, whoa.
Drones are so loud.
Yeah, they're not exactly stealthy. That's why I'm wondering. There's a balance there between silence and enough energy, I guess you would say, to keep it aloft.
Well, they just need to get a Skylink. Have Elon get up there and start making some, little mini Tesla drones. I can't even keep a straight face, dude. Because you know how like Teslas are supposedly like quiet, right? They don't.
Oh yeah, for sure, but they don't fly.
No, I'm just totally messing. And there's tons of tire noise still. There's like lots of road noise as well, just because the engine's quiet. It's still the medium it's traveling through, like on the roads, and it's a buttload of noise. So I just jumped in. I don't want to take over the conversation, but
no, you're fine.
Stealthy drones. This does sound interesting.
Depending on your personal noise bubble or whatever, like let's say you're on a bicycle, a Prius can sneak up on you, or a Tesla too, I suppose. Any fully electric, depending on the speed that it's traveling at. The higher the speed, the higher the road noise. But if you're going like 15 miles an hour, 10, 15 miles an hour, and it's going 20, 25 miles an hour or whatever, I guess it could potentially sneak up on you. But
So who needs a stealthy drone? What are we doing?
Well, that's the thing. Some people act like a drone can sneak up on you or privately observe you or whatever without your knowledge. I'm like, I don't know. Those things could be like 300 feet away, and you're still like, yeah, I hear it.
I don't think that's true. 300 feet away, I cannot hear my drones. I could list them: a Phantom 4 Pro and a DJI Mavic Pro, which are 2 high-end drones. And when my drone is above, honest to God, I'm going to say I can't hear it at 300 feet. There is no way in hell I can hear it.
Some can be heard, though. Some, yeah, I mean, maybe there are higher-end, more efficient ones that's not the case for. So
they are,
and
for sure.
I just kind of threw that number out there. I haven't measured.
And I get it. Also, too, got to take into consideration. Well, I know you guys are talking about being stealth, and this isn't exactly stealth, but when they're high enough, they got unbelievable cameras with impressive zooms nowadays.
Oh yeah.
So as long as it's high enough that you can't hear it, that they could still be getting a nice clear image.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're still not able to zoom over Earth curvature. That just gets.
Oh, definitely not. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I got to go mute. I have a phone call. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
I think that drone I posted is the same one that Clay Under Seal posted. It looks like it might be the same one.
Yeah. Very similar.
What are you doing?
Huh? There you go. Zippity doo.
Speaking of drones, don't they debunk a spinning Earth?
No, because the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. Remember?
Oh, so it's like Velcroed together.
Yeah, something like that. I was just talking yesterday to Matthew about this. I said it makes sense? That wind goes in a westward direction. He said, "Yeah, absolutely." So it makes sense that wind would be going faster than the spin of the Earth. And he's like, "Yeah, it makes perfect sense." And I said, "Okay."
Yeah, I was watching a video recently, and I guess this guy emailed a MIT professor or something like that, and asking him like how he would prove that the Earth spins or moves, and he basically was like, "Well, generally, the wind." Wow, really? Generally speaking, the wind.
Yeah.
Very rigorous there, brother. I'm sure they MIT. I'm sure they have those same standards. Dummy.
Yeah, I mean, I had shared this website before. I like to post in the chat because when I look at it, there is a certain level of order to it. There's a lot of eastward wind, and then there's a bunch of westward wind, and then below that there's a bunch of eastward wind, and then there's a bunch of it goes back and forth. It alternates over and over again. To the bottom, it's eastward, and then it's westward, and so on and so on. I just find that interesting.
Yeah, the wind blows in all directions on the Earth, really, at the same time. All directions.
For
that's
sure.
How you know it's a spinning globe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I asked that question to Matthew, and he was like, "It makes perfect sense." And he said Coriolis and air pressure with those two forces combined.
Oh my god!
It makes perfect sense.
Is not a force.
So here's the issue that I have with that. You're claiming that. I mean, these people are claiming that the Earth is making the wind. End of sentence. Okay. So why does it make sense that, why does it make sense that any input energy would have a net positive outcome?
Yeah, because the wind goes faster than the spin of the Earth. You're absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
How is that even? How's that even possible?
Yeah.
Because the wind generally, from here where I live, it comes from the west coast, and then pretty much goes east, and it goes northeast, southeast. It does all various different directions, and every now and then we'll have an east wind that comes down the mountains, and boy, is that something to see.
But if I say conservation of energy, then I can just weasel out of that.
Yeah, no, but that's the whole. It's the contradiction of the conservation of energy to say that the Earth spin could result in a higher speed.
But then I could just say you don't understand conservation of energy. I still am a weasel and pretend like I win.
Well, you can make your mouth say anything. That doesn't mean it's right.
this would also be my if I were playing that game, I would say, if I was playing this game, I would say, well, it's because of the mass of the Earth that there's a net positive outcome. But that's a specious thing to say, because then you have to go, oh yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
I don't know about that one, Gospel.
Wait, but if I hit, did you say math? Because
you're stretching the goalpost there a bit.
MASS.
Oh, math. Okay.
Yeah, MASS. Well, I know it's a stretch, but my point is, oftentimes these types of arguments are made that on the surface do sound possible. I mean, look at this. This is how about this for a location? Look at these arrows. I'll post this in the chat. Dun, 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 dun.
Okay. Are these water directions or wind directions?
These are wind directions.
Okay.
Toward and away from.
Gravity.
Toward and away from. You just poke around on there and look at the different spots, and then you can click on a spot and it'll tell you the direction and the speed. But yeah, I mean, you just find different spots like that are really fascinating. And
and anytime it's going the same direction as the spin, that means it's going faster than the spin. So that makes no sense. I mean, I can't possibly figure out how that could even possibly happen.
Listen, the great mass of the Earth has more energy in it than the lesser mass of the atmosphere, and therefore, hey, I can sound like a smart guy too.
Yeah. Well, I kind of look like at it like this: if the Earth were spinning, then you've got all these mountains sticking up, and it would be like putting fan blades on a ball and then spinning it, and put it in a smoke, put it in a container of smoke, put a rod through the ball like it's on an axis, and then put some fins on it, little fins that are mountains sticking up, and then spin that ball and look at what the smoke would do. Nothing. It would be nothing like what's going on the Earth. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's just so big. Why would you expect that? You wouldn't expect to see that.
What I would expect is something like that to fall out of your mouth.
I hate when they say that, dude. We wouldn't expect to have the evidence that you're looking for. Like, dude, really?
Yeah. Good old-fashioned begging the question, right? Alrighty. Apply.
On the road again.
Howdy. All right. Please.
Hi.
Can't wait to get on the road again.
I'm in between where I live and where I'm going. Feel me?
Well, just put the car in neutral, let the Earth rotate underneath, and then you'll be fine.
No, it's too slow. 500 miles an hour plus is too slow. I got to get there sooner.
Wait, just go closer to the equator, and then it'll be 1,000 miles an hour.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm fighting Coriolis as it is.
Yeah, true. Forgot.
Yeah.
And gravity. Wow.
And gravity. I'm fighting it all. And I just got a full tank of gas, and I drive a Jeep, so gas mileage is meh. And I just paid $52 for a full tank. That's not unheard of.
Lucky. It was 70.
I know.
In my Honda Pilot, it was like $74 to fill up the other day, and it wasn't even all the way low.
If you filled up for $50, you must have an awfully small tank.
52. No, check it out. It's a 15-gallon tank, or 16, but what was I going to say? Oh, I was driving through Iowa to get to where I'm going, and Iowa has ethanol gas that was like $3.60 or something a gallon.
Wow.
Yeah. Flex fuel, but I was like, dude, I don't have flex fuel. Fuck it, give me that gas. So, yeah.
It ran okay on it. It ran okay on the flex
Running
fuel.
fine so far. She's a tank, man. This Jeep's fine. She's good to go.
You said you owe her. What do you owe her? Why? What
do I owe any? What?
You said Iowa. What do you owe her? Iowa?
Oh.
Iowa who?
Dude,
I'm just messing.
No, you know what IOWA stands for? Idiots out wandering around.
Aw, I used to live there. There's a lot of good people in that state. I actually really enjoyed.
Check this out. First time I ever went to Iowa or in those states in the middle of the country, I was headed across I-80 going to Chicago. And when I got passing through some of those towns, now this might sound a little bit weird or rude, but when I got out to fill gas up at a couple of these little towns along the way, I looked at these people and I thought, oh my God, these are nothing but a bunch of inbreds.
How dare you?
I know.
Well, I hear you.
I never seen anybody. Never seen
a lot of
people
big
that look
people
like
around
that.
here. Yeah, there's a lot of steak and potatoes people here for sure. That's okay. They're great. Listen,
I'm sure they're great people. They just look strange looking to me. I mean, I was.
Yeah.
It was really odd for me to see.
Yeah, I don't know how girls like me, how any girl is attracted to me because I'm from kind of the same area and I got a funny looking nose and all kinds of deals. But anyway, I was going to say something. Oh, I'm in Sioux City right now. There's a lot of people that I know and love that used to live in Iowa, moved to where I live, and but some of the nicest people. The only problem I have, and it's not a problem, it's a gripe. It's a first world problem. It's very bad. Iowa just don't know how to drive, bro. They cannot drive. If the
Does anyone?
If the speed limit's 65, they're going 48. No problem. Just not trying to get anywhere today. Just kind of cruising.
Yeah.
And it's weird because, I don't want to be prejudiced, but I live close to Iowa, and I'll tell you, I'm not being prejudging or prejudiced. I've seen it my whole life now. It's a judgment, and I feel like I'm on the money with that one. They can't drive, so, but it's okay. They make up for it, right? In personality.
They don't drive the way that you would prefer them to drive.
That's fine. That's fine. I can agree with that. Sure.
Hey, if you're not hauling ass in the fast lane, you better get the hell over.
Yeah, life's too short to sit here for. It's so funny. My dad used to, when he was driving a bus, he'd get all these hot rodders just going fast, right? Zooming by him and such. He's going slow in a bus. And more times than not, he would go, see you at the next stoplight, genius. And he'd pull up all slow next to the guy, just went right by him, like, oh, we're at the same stoplight. You sure you wanted to be going that fast? There was no reason for it. I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny.
Why you may have received this.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know what car company it is, but they started coming out with cars with lighter color hoods that look kind of like cop SUVs, and I'm getting confused out here, playing with my emotions.
Emotional damage.
Oh my gosh, are you watching him, Stephen He?
What? No, I just said it out loud.
Emotional damage.
Were you watching it now? Or?
That's Stephen He.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I just said it out. Yeah.
I
you were
like
watching just now?
No. When I hear, I heard emotional damage. I was like, Stephen He, ha.
Emotional damage.
He is, bro. He is funny. He is funny.
Oh, tough shit.
Yep. Stephen He and Uncle Roger. I mean, they do a great job. They're both. They have very interesting stories. Like the Uncle Roger guy is English. He's a comedian from England, and you know he's doing a caricature. They're both actually Stephen He has more Chinese background than the other guy, but Stephen He also got classically trained in diction. He went to a fancy school to improve his English and everything. And no, it wasn't Uncle Roger. It was Stephen He. That's a shtick of Stephen He's. Emotional damage is one. I will send you to Jesus is another one. Just his caricatures are they're pretty funny. They're doing their thing. Doing their thing. Stephen He even did a flat Earth video. Of course, he's strawman flat Earth like crazy, but still.
Nice. Nice.
Damn, dude, that was very accurate.
Was it?
I was like,
thanks.
Damn, dude. How do you do that?
Practice. I don't know. I was testing it.
Who are you imitating?
I have it. Just have to give me 1 sec.
Yeah, he got it. I forgot his name. But it's the guy saying nice. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that tongue pop thing that like Ed Bassmaster is really excellent at doing that with Always Testy. And
yeah.
Dude, Justin has a Kiwi soundboard.
Kiwi?
Oh, dude, that's got to be Justin.
Yeah.
Game.
That's a good idea. I didn't think of that. I did not think of that. Getting people's voices. Oh, dude, that's funny.
Yeah. At least the ones that you wouldn't even have to have a good mic because your mic is half of your personality on Discord.
Right. That is true.
Especially somebody like Jose. It's like, whoa, turn down the gain, Jose.
Dude, I'm so sorry. I feel like you guys are getting hosed with my 2 or 3 accounts here. Different mic every time. It's just like, dude, fucking, pick one.
Yeah, you sound like ass through the mobile.
Did you say hose?
Ass doesn't have sound. Try again.
Oh my.
Hi, OCN.
OCN?
Yeah, OCN.
OCE?
What about OCD?
Well, this is OCN.
Ocean.
And who?
I see what you did there.
So it's like Ocean Spry. Spry.
Well, see you sitting in the chat. I don't recognize your username, so I figured I'd say hello. See that you got VC verified. That's about all I know.
OCN, you there?
You see, he got VC verified, but sorry.
But oh boy.
Just say hello to us, and just so we can know you're alive.
Oh, say, can you see?
OCN Orange. Oh, See a
Maybe
banana?
he just wants to listen then, I guess.
See an eggplant?
Did you say, is he an eggplant?
Just trying to have a little fun with it. Little fun.
Well, they have a flat horizon in their profile picture, so there's that. You know, as opposed to the really, really curvy horizons.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Which we never see or witness.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
Bendy horizon, I mean.
Well, you know, you see all sorts of things on TV.
Well, TV's TV. Yeah.
There's a video Elijah used to bring up, like how back in like 2013, 14, 15, they used to say that the horizon was actually curved. You can visibly see it left to right. I'll see if I can pull the video up. But why do they used to say that? We're hoping people would believe the lie, or what?
What you're seeing is a barrage of massage in a garage.
It's a reasonable question. Why would they say these things that are clearly not the case? Even it's not perceptible, obviously. Yeah, so it's weird.
Clearly not clear.
Clear as mud, as they say.
Oceanic.
It's about as clear as you have
Is that a broken record or funk?
Not annoying. Hey, somebody play for Matthew Learns his recording when he's talking about flat Earth evidence.
Ooh. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Space station is a serious place. We're
never
doing
get enough of that.
serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. We have a regenerative life support system, which is a fancy way of saying that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is. And this is the kind of engineering research that we're doing on space station.
That's good. I do like when Uncle Roger goes,
smells like shit.
That's actually good. Good sound bits, actually.
I mean, that is some really important technology to learn how to turn your waste material into drinkable, edible substance again. That is just such valuable information.
You need a machine. You need a machine that makes chugga chugga chugga, and then you can drink your own pee. It just
Well, here's what we need.
chugga chugga.
You know those bricks of dehydrated ice creams that they were saying that the astronauts take up there? What I need is a dehydrated piss coffee brick that I can take up there just in case we can't use liquids. I need to take bites of someone's piss and put some coffee in it. Thanks. I'd like to do that.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
Tastes a bit nutty.
It is shit, Austin.
This is so good. Is that a soundboard or is he saying it?
It's a bit nutty.
It's a bit nutty.
It's a bit nutty.
Oh, man.
Just too funny. It's all too funny the way Hollywood makes fun of space and NASA and astronauts, all the dumb shit. Great.
Oh, definitely, yes.
You know what? Hey, Matthew, I think I got an answer to all your problems. I think if we could just do some exploratory research in your brain, I know there's some loose nuts and bolts in there, and if we tightened them up, you'd see the Earth is flat. I know that.
I'm pretty smart.
I know you are. You're extremely smart, Matthew. I mean, that's the part that's confusing to me. You are extremely smart. You know a lot of stuff. That's no doubt about it. I mean, it's just your critical thinking is somehow got some kind of a roadblock in it. I'm not quite sure. That's just my opinion. I'm no specialist. I'm no analyst when it comes to that. But yeah, I don't see how somebody as smart as you could not. I know you see you've got to see what we're talking about. I know you do. You see and understand when we say it's a certain way. I know you see it, but for some reason you just won't accept it.
He's sincerely stubborn, and I don't know if that's the full story, though. Matthew, do you know what the definition of sociopathy is? You know that? You know what it's like to be a sociopath?
Like a pathological liar, like you just always lie no matter what.
Oof was so appropriate right there. So appropriate. Oh, I love the oof sound effect.
Now. Matthew, stop.
It is Photoshop, but it's has to be.
I mean, everyone has to admit, Matthew's certainly a good sport.
Yeah, it's entertaining for me to be here too.
To be clear, you understand that when the horizon is at a lesser value than the expected 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, that also falsifies the globe?
So if there's different pictures showing different things from the same spot, and so to me that indicates that looking at pictures does not indicate one way or the other, because you end up with the horizon at different spots depending on the atmospheric conditions.
And to me, that means that curvature can't possibly account for what's going on.
What does? The bending of light?
There you go. That's why I said the Rayleigh criterion can replace the radius.
Matthew, you make it sound like object is getting projected into a hologram of some kind over distances.
No, I'm referring to what he posted. I'm referring to what he posted in the chat. I think it's funny because the fact of the matter is, anytime it's not 1.225 at a 1 foot observer height, it falsifies the claim in the first place, because it what I mean by falsify, it renders it obsolete. Or it renders it obsolete's not the right word. I want to use a special word for unnecessary. You need not include, or you need not invoke curvature. I can't say it very many other ways. Once you establish the fact that observations don't conform to a 1.225 mile horizon from a 1 foot observer height, once you establish that fact, which that's a well-established fact, then why must you invoke that there is a 1.225 mile number? It need not be there. There are actually other stable constants, such as the Rayleigh criterion, that you could invoke in substitute thereof.
Yeah, we don't use the horizon observations to prove that the Earth is a sphere. We just merely claim that you can't use it to disprove it. That's all.
You know, I spent literally over an hour searching the internet for any information that refraction happens in just air alone, across the water, anywhere. I mean, I looked and looked and looked and looked, and it said every single time that it has to go through two separate mediums, like glass or plastic, or it was very clear that there is absolutely nothing I could find that says that light bends in air and air alone, whether it's more dense air, more temperature difference, or nothing was even suggested. I mean, I searched for over an hour and could not find anything, Matthew, that says light bends just through air. Can you provide that to me?
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young's page in San Diego State. You can look through his stuff about refraction. He describes it.
All right. So then my response to your earlier statement that the horizon observations, your statement there, then my response is, what would
is he invoking the radius in his calculations? Right.
Oh yeah, you'd have to assume the radius.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to assume. Yeah. So how can you use what you're trying to prove with what you're trying to prove what you're using to find it?
We're not trying to prove the radius with the horizon observations.
Or no, but I'm talking about curvature. You're using the radius. You're using you're saying it's a ball first, and then so how can you do that when you have no evidence for it?
Oh yeah, we're not using the horizon or the observations to prove that it's a ball or to calculate.
I know. I'm talking about refraction. I'm talking about light bending.
Yeah, once we know that there is a radius and there is a curvature, then we can use that to explain how light, to explain the observation.
When do we know that?
Yeah, but you have to prove that the radius is correct first, right, Matthew?
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's a separate issue.
Which has never been done.
I think Eratosthenes measured
That's
it.
1,000 years. You can't, Matthew. Come on, you telling me you're going to kick back and try to use something that was done 1,000 years ago with all of today's technology and all of today's knowledge and all of today's fancy gadgets and everything else, that they've got to go back to Eratosthenes to prove that that we live on a ball? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm saying we have known.
You should be able to repeat whatever that guy did. It's not
you can
in modern times.
Repeat that.
Yeah, you can repeat it. It works on a flat Earth as well if you assume that the sun is close and local, and the lights are divergent.
Right. You just have to make sure to only use 2 different observations. Once you use 3, it sort of goes off the rails and doesn't work.
But they didn't do that.
No, they didn't. But if you try 3, then it won't work.
3 what?
3 different observations of the angle to the sun. Same thing with like trying to put 4 cities on a flat map.
Without assuming it's a ball.
So you can assume either of the shapes, flat or curved. Wouldn't matter.
That's right. If you're just using 2 points of reference, then you can assume either.
But if you add a third well to an assumed ball, then
you can distinguish between which one.
You're still assuming the sphere, Matthew.
I'm saying if you do 3 observations, then you can distinguish which one works, the flat or the spherical.
But water doesn't form into hills, regardless of what Eratosthenes did or didn't do.
I do love that the subject matter expert that Matthew brings up is the one that says all his refraction calculations were done on a flat plane.
Who said that?
That would be Andrew Thomas Young.
Andrew Thomas Young is a glober.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. But he had to, after all his refraction calculations were done on a flat plane, he had to take geometric considerations. What kind of considerations might that be if all his refractions were done on a flat plane? Where did he get the flat plane from if we don't live on a flat plane? That's weird, isn't it, Matthew?
Yeah, he doesn't think we live on a flat plane. I don't think.
Yeah, you might want to catch up on that. Yeah, that's your man that said that. So it is weird, right? Because if you don't think you live on a ball, you wouldn't have a flat plane to do all your refraction calculations on, right? If you're just being honest.
Yeah, if you're living on a ball, then it's not perfectly flat.
Right. So my question would be a little weird, and where would he get that flat plane from? Or did he have to assume the flat plane to make his refraction calculations? But then why would you do that if we live on a ball? Questions everywhere.
Yeah, if Andrew Thomas Young says the Earth is flat, that would be strange. I don't.
That's not what Chocolate's trying to say. He's not saying because Andrew Thomas Young is a flat earther, therefore the Earth is flat. No, that's not what he's saying. He's telling you the baseline of his work starts from a flat plane. He doesn't have to be a flat earther. That's not the point.
Oh, are you talking about like the curved adjacent QE fallacy?
Just how water doesn't form into hills or mounds. The thing that's supposed to be blocking the boats that go out to sea, that hill of water, that doesn't happen in reality. So that's just what we're talking about. That's all.
Yeah. It's weird how you people can show the curving, bending water out there, yet claim he's doing that.
Yeah, that's weird.
I know.
Okay, so part of the reason I don't think the Earth could be flat is because if you take 4 distant cities, you can't put them onto a flat map. I'm not talking about any specific map, but just any.
How the fuck do you know
But
that?
the maps are distorted. You can't use that at all. They're not,
But Matthew, what about
they're not
the?
true shapes even. To begin
Would it be possible to make an undistorted map?
Good luck.
But Matthew, what about the water that's not formed into a hill? Isn't that flat Earth right there?
If you say that the surface of water is always a perfectly straight line, then you're right. That would
That's
disprove Glover.
not what we're saying, really. I mean, perfectly straight line. No,
that's minus the waves. I'm not talking
That's
about
pushing something to a completely impossible scenario, Matthew. We all know that the water is never a perfectly flat, straight line. There's waves, there's wind, there's storms that cause little swells. There's things called rogue waves that form out in the middle of nowhere for some reason, and flip ships over. I mean, there's all kinds of things that happen on the surface of the water.
Okay, what if I said it this way? If you assume that the surface of the ocean is within 100 feet of a perfectly straight line, then you're right. That would disprove the globe.
I think
all I'm saying is, Matthew,
I would say that's probably a reasonable number. 100.
Yeah.
Sure.
And I'm saying that we Globers don't think the surface of water is within 100 feet of a perfectly straight line.
How do you think we could go about?
Yeah, you guys think water, bodies of water.
Do you have any ideas of how we could prove that, Matthew? How we could actually do some kind of a close to the water airplane flight or something that stays glued to the 100 feet off the water, going 500 miles an hour, and not have to adjust for any curvature? Wouldn't that be I just can't imagine that you would think that the gravity would automatically correct and hold the plane
right
in a position where it would stay 100 feet off the water. I can never, ever imagine believing that. But if you had an airplane, a jet that flew 100 feet off the water, and it flew from L.A. to Singapore or whatever, and didn't have to adjust for any downwards flight, wouldn't that be kind of? I mean, what would you?
I would say that
Oh, yeah,
plane,
dude,
the
come
direction of down is constantly changing, and so it just sort of adjusts by itself.
You think it adjusts by itself?
Yeah, because the direction of down changes.
How could something that's not physical or not have a mind that can discern things? How can it do stuff by itself? I mean, you're talking about an entity that doesn't have a brain or anything, that's doing stuff to the plane, is adjusting.
Yeah, planes in level flight adjust to the direction of down, and if the direction of down changes, that changes the level flight.
So the planes do this on their own? They do. Is there evidence for that actually happened?
Come up with this shit, dude.
Planes in level flight. Level flight is defined as going perpendicular to the direction of down. And so if you set the aerodynamics up such that planes are constantly flying perpendicular to down, that's all you need.
We're taking a long way to try and say that water forms into a mound. Okay.
Yes, that's right. Water forms into a mound.
That's ridiculous, Matthew. When do you observe this?
Water mounds. Wow.
If you
Is there anywhere in reality that I can go see a water mound, Matthew?
Yeah, I posted a picture.
Of a water mound.
Yeah, 9 minutes past the hour.
That's a camera angle that's aimed at the waves, my friend.
So it is sociopathy. You're a fucking sociopath. I knew it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, oh, yes. Very much so. And I'm studying this shit, so take that personally and fix it.
But Matthew,
so
water
how come I can't see the bottom of the ship?
What, Matthew, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you see. Water does not do that. It doesn't have those physical properties.
I'm looking at a picture of the water in front of the
water. The level is straight across the left to right, but it doesn't matter because water doesn't do what you're saying it's doing.
Okay, so explain why I can't see the bottom of the ship.
That doesn't matter, Matthew. We're talking about the water. You're talking about things that you see over the water.
I'm looking
talking about how
at the mound of the water in front of the
All
bottom.
you got to do, Matthew, is stick the camera close to the ground and aim it not level and towards the waves, or get it below where there's a wave. If you're sitting at 2 foot, a 2 foot elevation on the shore, and you got a 4 foot wave out there, the angle that you have it continues on in an upwards direction, and that boat could be way past where you're hitting, where the camera's hitting the top.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because water doesn't do what he's saying.
Right, I know it doesn't. I'm just saying that's why that picture shows what it does, is because angle of it's the incidence angle or whatever it's called from the camera lens till it hits the wave, and then that same angle continues up at the same direction until you get to the boat, and that's why you don't see the bottom of the boat. And
you
I
see
know
you see the same thing when you're 30 feet high.
Matthew, you're aware by now that there are short distance observations with a similar outcome that cannot possibly be accounted for by Earth curvature claims.
Right, by Earth curvature by itself. It's Earth curvature plus refraction, which is
hold on. You said it's Earth curvature plus
refraction.
If it is plus, why therefore must Earth curvature be part of the equation?
It doesn't. It could be just refraction. Could be a flat Earth. It could be a flat Earth and just refraction.
Exactly.
So squinting at the horizon does not distinguish between the two. That's all I'm saying.
But pilot pressing the button account on curvature, and then he's flying with the.
Yeah, but I've been asking you for over a year. What's your acceptable evidence for falsification that Earth's a ball? And you never did answer that, huh?
Like a picture, seeing things in the sky that should be impossible on a ball.
Pictures.
Those types of things.
What would be impossible on a ball? Really and truly, what would be?
Oh, if the moon was changed size as it moved over a flat plane, then that would indicate that it's a flat plane.
Yeah, if the sun came around and swallowed the fucking Earth, yeah,
Just
let's
a law
do it.
of perspective.
Anything's possible when you're a glober.
Nah, it's the Earth being a flat plane that proves it's a flat plane, brother.
Or maybe like being able to put 4 different cities with the correct distances on a map, any map, like having a map.
No, on a map, which is a reification fallacy.
No,
That's
a map,
great.
map is just a model.
No,
Yeah, a map is just a map. The map is not the Earth.
If the Earth
That's
is
the whole.
flat,
That's the whole point. The Earth is a map. Wow, you get crazier every time I hear you, bro. This is out of control.
No, you asked.
Is this
you
guy
asked,
serious?
You asked what would convince me the Earth is flat. One thing that would go along.
I didn't ask you that.
I did. I did.
Oh, okay.
I did.
Yeah.
So one thing that would go a long ways would be if you could make a scale model of the flat Earth in the form of a flat map, like just a map that shows the correct distance.
How would you know it's to scale, Matthew? Have you left the Earth to get the whole fucking picture of the Earth so that you know it's to scale? Are you kidding me?
I thought you could use sextants on a flat map to determine distances.
When did I ever bring up sextants? You just out of nowhere just said sextants.
It doesn't do a shape, though.
I was quoting QE. QE thinks that you can use sextants on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but how does that provide you with a claim of a shape?
Then you get the distances between cities, and then you see if you can place those distances on a flat map. That's all.
Okay, but then
Matthew
making a Hot Wheels of the Earth.
You can discuss that with QE, Matthew.
Yes.
Yeah, take it up with him, man.
I mean, that's what you're asking for. You want a Hot Wheels. How would you even begin to find out? Well, what shape is this place?
Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fit. Do they have any evidence? They do.
Matthew, do you know what's also a pretty weird fact? Like, if you want to determine the shape of the Earth, you can't even go past a certain latitude. Like, you can't go to the North Pole, really, or to the South Pole without needing some kind of a clearance. Like, even if you go on the internet, try doing this, right? To test your faith in a globe. You go on the internet and you tick in a trip to the North Pole, right? Now, usually they go for prices like 200 or 300k bucks. But suppose that you fill your information in and you click like, yeah, proceed to checkout. You know what you'll get? There are like 5 or 6 of these websites. You know, one trip department from Finland, other from Russia, other one from Norway. Doesn't matter. But once you take it in, guess what happens? They say the queue is full. Like they have a queue there, you know? So you'll have to wait for literally 2 or 3 years before you can get on the icebreaker to go to the North Pole. And the same goes with the South Pole, unironically. You know? Well, it should be a vast place full of ice, right? Like a really boring place. Why the fuck would governments care if people go there? Like, you can't pollute the environment. It's way too big for that. How are you gonna pollute the environment there, you know? So, they state that certain latitudes are off access to normal people should be a bit concerning to you. And I think before determining the shape, you should first check if the North and South Pole are really what they are. Because that's kind of also, you know, a big argument. Like, yeah?
Sorry to interrupt. Are you like Tasmanian Estonian? Where is your accent from?
Won't tell, it's a secret. Europe, though.
Oh, okay. Europe.
All right, then keep your secrets.
Well,
maybe you could go to the south of Argentina, and that's not at the South Pole, but it's close, and you can kind of see that the sun sets to the north of east and rises to the north of east.
Yeah, but why? But why don't you think that there is like a ship? Because you would say there are lots of people, lots of tourists who want to go there. Just why isn't there a single company where you can book the trip? It's not that far, you know. They have enough fuel. If they make the costs like, well, look, even 5k bucks per person, you can easily cover it. Why can't you go there? Like, try to go on the internet and book. No, yeah, but you cannot. If you go on the internet and you try to book a trip, and you're not set back by the high prices, right? You just fill all your information in, nice and smooth. You'll get to know that there is a queue that goes for both the North and the South Pole. You can't book a trip.
So you're saying you can't go there, or there's a long line? Which are you saying? That
well, what I'm saying is that all websites conveniently say that there is a very long line of people wanting to dish out $300k to go to the North Pole from Finland, for example. Now, that's bullshit, right? I mean, come on, how big is that queue? How big is that boat? You can like fit half of the refugees on that boat, you know? Right? But you can't go there. Even if you had the money.
You could go to Stockholm in the north. You could go to South America in the south, and you can get
yeah, but you can't go past a certain range. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes
you know,
sense.
and that should be pretty concerning, because if there is really a free market out there and no conspiracy, then there are vast profits to be made by just, you know, like people get rich of crypto. You say like, hey, for 20k bucks, you're on a ship, you know, we're going to the South Pole. But no, just no, you know.
Why would it be concerning? If you believe whatever the government tells you, I guess you could believe they're doing it for your own benefit, right? Because they love you.
Yeah, I mean, there are just long queues, Matthew. That's it. Just long queues at those companies. I mean, I know for a fact that lots of rich people want to go to the North Pole. That's clear. You know? And you would say that if there is really a free market, then it would balance itself out, because another company would jump in, buy itself an icebreaker or build one, and, you know, take a part of that queue away. I mean, you know, if I would be stuck in a queue for 3 years, I'd be looking for another company. So there's clearly more demand than supply for trips to the poles, right? And somehow that supply side isn't really getting there, you know? That's a bit odd, won't you say?
Ooh, let me guess. They don't want to prove it to us, right, Matthew? They don't have any motive to try and prove the Earth isn't flat, right?
No.
Right. I don't know of anybody trying to prove the Earth is a globe.
Right. They don't need to prove it, so that's why it's off limits. There's no need.
There's no need. Hardly anybody thinks the Earth is flat.
Therefore, it's not.
Oy vey. Someone is rubbing his hands.
Someone is rubbing his hands.
Yeah.
Well said, Matthew. Now you can mute yourself, because that's enough. That the last one was enough. Okay. Nobody, you know.
Okay. Okay, Matthew, but if you really want to challenge your beliefs, just do me a favor. Like, after you quit the call, go on your browser and see if you can get a trip. Like, pretend that you had $300K sitting there. See if you can score yourself a trip. I mean, pro tip, you won't be able to.
One question for all of you now. We are speaking about some anti-flat earthers on this server, on that server, what they are citing, what they are doing. Where we will put Matthew in this situation?
We'll put him on the fence. He can watch both sides.
Well, he's not a troll, that's clear.
They're fucking nuts!
Troll. Anti-flat earthers, they are not trolls.
Well, some are.
They're religious,
but mostly they are.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
They actually kind of are trolls to their own side, because the reason we call them anti-flat earthers is because they go against their own rhetoric in order to actually prove their rhetoric. That's why they're an anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
I had a guy on one of my videos today post a comment. I think his name's Dogwalker on YouTube. He said, "You think we're on a floating space pizza, you flat earther?" And I'm like, who said anything about a floating pizza? This guy has the idea that we think that we are on a floating pizza floating through space. And if you're thinking that, anybody listening to this, we are much of the proponent that we are on a stable plateau. Are we not?
Meanwhile, he thinks he's on a spinning ball floating around in a vacuum.
We are stable.
Kind of an ironic question, isn't it?
We teach stability here. We do not teach instability.
But listen to this sentence. If there is no reason to think that Earth is flat, that means that all of us somehow a little bit stupid or crazy.
Yeah, we got to be missing something, right, Matthew?
Yep.
There's no reason to think the Earth is flat. Why do so many people want to defend the notion that it's not flat? Wouldn't it just be self-evident? Does the globe itself not just have any legs to stand on, per se? Why do you guys, some of you guys, just take this mission on to be become the globe lawyer, the globe representative? When we should just all be running around saying, "Yeah, look at the fucking ball, yeah," because it's self-evident. Look at that ball everywhere I go. Look. Nah.
These balls.
I don't think we're anti-ball. I don't think we're anti-sphere. We're just pro-evidence.
I'm just anti-lie. I don't care if it's a ball. If it was, I'd be happy as shit if it was a ball. Just don't lie to me when it's not. That's all I care about.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by the go. You know the thing.
You know the thing. That's my man.
My name is Joe Biden.
That's my Joe. Sleepy Joe.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happened?
What? Bro, what?
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Stop
You know, message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake.
Mickey Mouse, you say?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
Hairy legs thingy. Oh, that was so bad when he was standing in front of the kids and oh no.
I learned about kids jumping on my lap.
Oh.
And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
Yeah, you know what? Our president's not family friendly. You should probably
I'll just delete that one.
It is not family friendly, I'm sorry to say. It wouldn't be the first president to be not family friendly, though. I tell you what.
Come on, man.
Measure refraction with degrees of temperature.
You got Joe Biden saying malarkey.
I don't have that one. I'm just laughing at Justin. Justin refraction. I'm pretty sure he snuck one of those in earlier when Matthew was here. That was mad funny. Shout out to Justin for that one. Pretty sure that was him.
What did the QE post up? Jim Pan muting?
Yeah, it's like a montage of him muting people and people talking about him muting them. It's funny as fuck.
All right.
So did anyone here actually try to measure, measure the curvature?
I tried to observe the curvature. I'm by Lake Ontario, and in Burlington to downtown Toronto is approximately 60 kilometers, and the Sky Dome, or the Rogers Centre where the Blue Jays play baseball, the height of that dome is 85 meters to the peak. And I can still see the peak of the Sky Dome and even the base of the Sky Dome from the skyline, from Burlington at the water's edge.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
That's the mirage? Okay, cool. Thanks for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Yeah. That's a Fata Morgana, dude. Sometimes due to refraction, things are closer than they appear to be. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, eh?
It would be distorted. It's not even distorted.
I wonder if we could remove refraction from our discussion and what would happen if we stop saying the word refraction.
Then we would be discussing gravity.
Oh, brother. Refraction.
Yeah, they would say that it's the warping and bending of space-time. That's what they would wind up saying.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
If on 10 miles you have 24 degrees temperature and 79% of humidity, a little bit of fog, then it's 66 feet of drop.
I kind of like when they say refraction, because when they say that, what they're basically doing is conceding that the horizon that we're looking at is an optical phenomenon.
Yeah, not
just the word refraction. Yeah. Just saying refraction takes all the physicality out of it, because you're not even talking about the physical Earth.
That has been my point for days now. That's why I keep on talking about the Rayleigh criterion as the potential replacement. You need not invoke the word curvature at all. It's obviously mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So like I said earlier, Matthew, I still got a question for you. If you're Matthew's still here?
You see, refraction and curve is mutually exclusive.
I was going to say, because I spent an hour yesterday looking for anything that said that light bends just going through the air. And there's nothing there. Nothing, no observations, nothing. You can't find anything. It always invokes two mediums. Always. It says it has to go through glass, plastic, like salt water or whatever, sugar water or whatever. There's not one thing that says that light bends just going through the air. Not one.
He was quick to say that Andrew Thomas Young thing. What was that about?
Well, that was about assuming that you live on a ball, and so because it's a ball and you can see something at a distance where it should be over the curve, and you can see it, then that proves refraction. Just because you say that you're on a ball, and you're assuming you're on a ball, and you're seeing something in the distance that's impossible to see. The reason you're seeing it's because of refraction. It's just like, but they're just saying that. They're not showing the evidence for why that happens, or there's no observations that show light bending from the side. There's no observations that They don't even talk about refraction without there being two different mediums bending light. It's not even. I looked for over an hour. Seriously, there's nothing available that says light bends just in air and air alone.
Has anyone ever asked these guys what the term refraction even means? I don't know if I'm being too simplistic in asking for the definition of refraction. Thoughts?
Sure, they get asked all the time.
You just said it, bending light.
Yeah, but they want to speak about terrestrial refraction because that is happening. And look at the devil, they need radios for that.
Sasha, don't blow up their spot, man.
But terrestrial refraction does not
chocolate
anywhere. You can't find it over the water. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as terrestrial refraction happening 6 feet off the water. It's just not. There's nothing there.
Okay,
Well, in all fairness to
that
them,
terrestrial refraction would require a radius.
They assume the radius first, and then they say, well, because it's a ball, it's refracting.
Refracting?
Yeah, but refraction.
Because we know it's a ball. We know it's a ball, and you're looking at something that is over the edge because we're on a ball. That proves refraction. But they have
in
to
all fairness to them,
that you are on a ball, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. You're on a ball, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing is because due to refraction. But you're on a ball, for sure, first.
And you see horizon.
right? In all fairness to them, they have to demonstrate refraction on a flat plane, but you can think you're on a ball.
Chocolate, you're lagging.
Yeah, that's a robot.
I mean, what they claim. Hey guys, how are you guys? Just popped in.
What's up? What's up?
What's up? What's up? What I've been listening to their conversations lately. What they claim is that due to the pressure of air, right? It seems like that the light has like a similar effect in water.
Yes, but it doesn't move physical object miles away. This doesn't happen like, at all.
How can you consider pressure of air in an open system according to these Glovers? Are we in an open system according to these Glovers?
Not according to Bill Nye.
Depends on what day it is.
Yeah, Bill Nye, it depends. If you ask him that question in his early career, the boat sails over the curve. If you ask him that in his later part of the career, we need to understand that this is a closed system and it's not possible for us to leave.
The Earth is a closed system.
There it is.
According to Bill Nye in his later part, but I'm asking, somebody referenced air pressure, and I'm thinking, how does air pressure exist in an open system where space exists?
Does air have weight?
Does air have weight? What kind of weight?
I don't know. Does it?
What kind of air? Sorry.
I mean, if they're going to claim, if they're going to claim gradient, it goes back to pressure still, and then they need to prove pressure without container.
Without a lid.
Yeah. So if they claim gradient, it's pointless. They got to prove a pressure without a container then.
Yeah. But even if you don't have gravity, because they do claim gravity all the time, that gravity is pulling down air. But even like, isn't air denser? Do you guys like think that air, like, because I have a hard time understanding this. So like does air have weight? Does it like,
density.
Does it come down?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
density.
density.
And I would almost say, I would throw out the idea of gravity, and I would say that we flat earthers argue density. Right, because the air, and again, I go to the idea of the firmament being the lid to the petri dish. That is the enclosure, as far as I'm concerned, the lid to the petri dish that keeps all the gases intact. And yeah, I made a point the other day, and somebody absolutely tore into me, and I was ready for this dude on Monday on the chat, but I made the reference of asteroids. Nobody has ever shown any flying rocks landing and anything as evidence that we are in a system that can receive flying rocks. So my thought was, what if the things that we witness in the sky, again, I know it's sky science, but I'm going to render this as a possibility that the things that we see in the sky as shooting stars, asteroids, all these things that we think are actually just like ignited gases, i.e. fireworks, because again, we're in a closed system. And again, I referenced the rubbing alcohol out on the sidewalk. That is, it evaporates, that becomes gas, it goes up into the system, and I think at some point you fart, it turns to methane. At some point that stuff all gets collected in the atmosphere, and yeah, it ignites. I believe that's what we witness, and I think that's when it comes to the buoyancy, the density, if you will, of objects within a closed system. The densest object goes directly to the bottom, so that would be obviously rock, bedrock, all those things. And then as you get higher up in the atmosphere, the air gets less buoyant, i.e., thinner. What do you guys think?
Seems solid.
Well, kind of on the mark. Listen, so I think we talked about this yesterday. Clouds. So we've got millions, if not billions, of gallons of clouds floating above us. Where's gravity there? Again, check this out. We have ocean water held to the ground or held to the sphere, whatever the fuck they think. But a comparable amount of water is in the sky, hovering. Again, what gravity?
Okay, so speak to that idea. I'm curious to know. I presented you with the idea of density, right? Let's throw out the idea of gravity and let's go with the idea of density within a closed system. How would a cloud work? Would a cloud work in that idea? And I'm just asking density only.
It's not falsifiable. Listen. But yeah, listen, it's fluid dynamics. It's not just density. So relative density and buoyancy are part of fluid dynamics. Our system is 100% pure fluid dynamicity, happening all the time. So things want to seek their equilibrium. So to me, there's a difference between the air content above and the type of water, right? It's gaseous, it's vaporized. What is it? Not sure. But then we got all that heavy-ass water in the oceans, right? So something's amiss. We've got all kinds of gases rising for no reason. But so just because it has one more hydrogen molecule, it gets held to the ground. What about butterflies? What about feathers? Feathers are much heavier than 2 hydrogen molecules, but they go wherever the fuck they want. So there's just something to be said about gravity not really holding up as a force. Everything is just trying to find its middle ground. Everything. You don't need a force.
Plus, their current pseudoscience of gravity is actually an effect, not a force or cause, so can't do anything.
Right.
Yep. Yeah.
I say, how do you measure gravity? They're like, well, we measure the effect of it. And I'm like, okay, so again, how do you measure gravity? It's like, well, they can't be done.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force.
That's my man's too.
Okay, so how do you?
I love these guys.
Let's unpack the idea of I take a pebble and I drop this pebble from 10,000 feet in the sky versus 100 feet in the sky. As that pebble approaches the ground, it has a higher velocity, right? Because it's traveling at a higher rate based on the distance that is traveled. Going down.
Why would you expect there to be instantaneous?
Unless I didn't say instantaneous, I said we would assume that a pebble dropped over a distance of 10,000 feet versus 100 feet would have a higher velocity.
Yeah, it's potential energy.
Okay, so that's potential energy that it's storing up over the distance that it's traveling, right? So
well, it's the release of potential energy based on the height that you released it at.
Released it at, got it.
It's like 6th grade physics.
Yeah, no, I get that. What I'm saying to you is I'm putting forward the idea of how density is affected over density. Yeah, the same object. And what I was attempting to illustrate is the same object dropped over 2 distances. and how they would be varying in speed, right? Because then they would say that gravity, as an example, is the force that's creating that higher energy create. But they would.
There's a lot of assumptions, my friend.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't touch that objects, they will not move.
Correct.
That's it. Because that objects will never fall because they are not falling. You was there. You move them. You move them from the equilibrium to the depth through all this medium, what is less dense, and then you drop it. If you don't
But
touch,
Sasha, if you just ignore that, picked it up first.
Yeah. If
Say that again.
If you pick up anything, you move it, that thing's from equilibrium, and now you're moving. If you're moving something more dense through less dense things, if you drop, it will fall down.
Right. Now, if that thing is traveling over a distance of 10,000 feet versus 100 feet, right, it's falling towards
nothing is traveling. Nothing is traveling 10,000 feet. I see air, and maybe sometimes it's raining or something.
No, I'm saying you drop it towards the earth, so you're 10,000 feet.
I'm saying that how you came there to drop that thing.
Yeah, Sasha's point is that you dropped it first, Kiwi.
Right.
That's important just to highlight, but go on with your point.
Okay, so I take a helicopter, I jump in the helicopter goes up to 10,000 feet, I'm holding the pebble, and I let the pebble go. Say what?
You're also holding it.
Oh, fellas, I'm gonna go. See you. Have a good day.
Later.
Later.
I might be breaking up, I might be roboting, but listen, you're off in the weeds again with helicopters.
Hi.
You know what I mean?
The hell is that?
That makes sense.
Now your helicopter, it's energy moving the things from equilibrium again.
I got that. What was referring
to? Ways people talk about gravity with you, or what? Because there's easier ways to handle the gravity argument than.
No. I'm 100. What I'm asking is from a flat Earth perspective, right? Forgetting about the idea of gravity. So we are storing energy in the rock or pebble or whatever it is, flying up to 10,000 feet and then dropping it, and it's falling to the ground. What I'm saying is, what is that force that is creating that pebble dropping over 10,000 feet? Because when we observe the pebble drop to 10,000 feet, it's going to have a higher falling rate, a higher velocity, higher speed, whatever you want to call it, falling to earth or falling to the ground versus that pebble that was dropped at 100 feet by comparison.
Would it be you taking it up there?
Right.
That's the force being applied. I think he just accidentally disconnected.
Yeah.
He's back. Kiwi, the force is you moving it.
The force is me moving it.
You taking it up there.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the choice. I'm saying to you honestly, throwing myself at the mercy of the court, that is where I couldn't see the force from the hills on that, or the trees from the forest on that one. Right? The idea of me taking it up there is what is actually causing the effect.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't do that.
Think about it like this. Most of the time you hear Glober say something like, well, I dropped my pen, right? Why does it go on the floor? Well, take what they just said. I dropped my pen.
So
what was the pen doing before you picked it up and dropped it?
Yeah.
Cancel.
Yeah. What was it doing before you picked it up and dropped it?
Now I get. Yeah. Okay. I'm catching it.
Exactly. It's not gravity that pulled it out from your hand and tossed it down.
I love it. I swear, visually, I just saw the glass going from half empty to half full.
Well, there you go.
I appreciate that explanation.
Look at the leaf.
And
look at the leaf.
Matter. Go ahead.
I will be short. Leaf on the tree, it's growing and some wind, it's moving, but all the time gravity is pushing that leaf down, but that leaf it's there still till the autumn, and then it's falling down. Yeah.
Well, doesn't work on
How did that leaf get into the tree? Which direction did the tree grow?
Upwards to the sky.
Just ignore that, Chocolate.
Yes, sir.
Slowly, but
just ignore that. You're focusing on too many details.
So just acknowledge that you picked it up first. Go ahead.
Too much of a stretch to go. I know we say that water seeks its level, right?
Well, have you ever seen a hill of water?
No. Hear me. I'm pulling a parallel here, and what I'm saying is, if water seeks its level, right, and we go with the idea that all objects are seeking its rest, that's the same idea of like carrying the pen, and I drop the pen, or the remote control is sitting on the table. It's at rest.
Well, the pen is solid matter, yeah. It's matter in the solid state. And all the solid fall down to the ground.
Right.
Yeah. You will not see, for example, you can have graphene aerogel 7 times lighter than the air. Yeah. But it doesn't rise up like helium does. When you drop it, it will fall to the ground.
Well, what if it was superfluid helium?
No.
I'm just kidding.
That's a liquid.
Okay, so question. You fill a box. You've got a cube, and you've got a gas tube, and you're filling this cube with helium, and the tube, the end point of the cube is at the top. Where does the gas, the helium, go in that empty box? The box has.
I don't get it.
What direction do gas go?
I don't get it.
Well, the gas is coming out of the tube, going into the box.
No, I'm just asking in general. Which directions do gases go?
I would assume that they go down to the bottom.
Do you have a vacuum inside that box?
No, I'm pushing exhaust, or I'm pushing the gas into the box.
Well, it's not acting like rubber
chamber.
bouncy balls in a fish tank, is it?
You see, if it's a cardboard box...
Hold on, back on the fish tank. Wait, what? Go?
If it's a cardboard box, it wouldn't be able to contain the helium.
Okay. Good. Basketballs in a fish tank. Go.
Yeah, I said it wouldn't be like dropping... Hold on, GBG. I said it wouldn't be like dropping bouncy balls into the bottom of a fish tank. Because gases move in all directions, right? Not just down. Go ahead, GBG.
Correct. They fill the available space. So that's why I asked.
I love it.
If it was a vacuum chamber, when you release helium inside it, it will form gas pressure inside that chamber. So it won't just go to the top or at the bottom like liquids.
Check.
Yeah, we have a running joke. There was some guy that said, "Gas goes down, goes boom boom," like bouncy balls in a fish tank. That's where that comes from. I can't take credit for that. But the thing is, they're trying to say that gravity pulls gases down, but we don't observe that, right? Gases go up in all directions and all different. You're wrong.
Does helium go up 90 degrees or?
No. They don't say gases go down. They use the word down, but that's not what they're saying. What they're saying is gases go inwards. Okay, so I want to rewind to that kid that was asking what from a flat earther's perspective, blah, blah, blah. From a flat earther's perspective, blah, blah, blah. Why assume that flat earthers have to have an alternative to gravity? For real.
No, this is very
Exactly. Why is it the case, logically, that someone assumes that gravity is axiomatically paradigm specific, that it only applies to the globe Earth paradigm? Okay, it's irrelevant. The only reason it applies to them is because they need it for their creation story. Okay? If you remove that, it's neither here nor there. You can have a flat Earth with any type of gravity, and it works just fine.
So how did they come
I
to the
don't need
conclusion
an alternative explanation as a flat earther for gravity. Period.
It's 9.6 kilonewtons per meter, isn't it? Gravity?
What?
Isn't that it? Or something? What's the force?
9.6 gigaton nuclear bomb? What?
No, I think he's trying to say about the downwards acceleration. 9.81 meters per second square.
Dude, who cares? I'm more worried about the upward acceleration.
No, it's not. Hold on, guys. Please don't belittle it. Gentlemen,
I'm with AI on that.
I'm here to engage, right, and ask questions, right, but not a
Yeah, but I'm serious. I'm going somewhere with this, kid. But as usual, I'm always derailed. But anyway, in their paradigm, Holmes, everything is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second to counteract everything accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second. So your cup that you set on your table is accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second while it's standing still, while the table that's supporting it is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second to counteract it while it's standing still. So they're both going in opposite directions simultaneously while going nowhere. That's the kind of stuff that they need for their paradigm to exist.
Yeah, but temperature, electrostatic charge, and electricity, magnetism can directly affect the downwards acceleration of an object. So gravity makes no sense, because to affect the downwards acceleration, which you imply it's caused by gravity, then you should be using anti-gravity to affect that downwards acceleration. In other words, you need spotty powers. Yeah. And no physicist wants to hear about anti-gravity. It's like witchcraft for them.
But to the kid that was asking the question, I want you to expand your mind. There's so many of these things that the globe earthers in the mainstream science status quo paradigm would like you to believe can only happen if the earth is a ball. And it's just not the case. So many of the things that they think and say are really irrelevant to their paradigm.
Yeah.
But they've convinced everybody that everything that we see is relevant to their paradigm.
Yeah, if the earth wasn't a ball, your mom hates you. Your mom can only love you if the earth was a ball.
That's what they say, yeah. They go into mockery, yeah, and ridicule. Glober's tactics.
If you're a flat earther, you don't have a dad. All flat earthers live in a van covered in stickers. They save their pee in bottles. They got their chin hair in one of those rubber bands. Flat earthers are gross people. Stay away. Stay away.
Yeah.
We'll call
Have
it
you guys
straw
seen?
man
Not me.
adventures.
Has anyone
The
seen
inventors of
Inside
straw
Job
man.
on Netflix?
Like
Is that with
Adventures of a
Denzel?
Chronic Conspiracy Cat
Yeah.
or something. There needs to be a cartoon. Okay, so have you guys seen the Pentaverate? I'm not gonna say what platform it's on. Look up the Pentaverate TV show. Pentaverate. Mike Myers' new show. It makes fun of us. Makes fun of conspiracy folks. You know, Freemason exposers. All, you know, Federal Reserve. They do that, and it's all kinds of stuff. They poke fun at the flat Earth a few times, but not really. Not really. They don't even want people to like focus on the words, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's funny. It makes fun of, you know, us. At least me, like 6 months ago. And I've been at conspiracy nonsense since 2001. And I'm giving it all up because I just want to see Glovers go out and measure for curvature and not find it. Like, all I want to see now, man.
Well, if you don't go with the heliocentric religion, then you're not getting paid. And whatever you believe, it's a conspiracy theory. But not just what you believe, but also everything that you know. You will be treated as a heretic.
I am a proud heretic of the heliocentric nonsensical model.
Me too.
That's why I recommend looking at things like Leah Remini and Scientology and other cult-like things, because when you see people leave that kind of situation, that really mirrors what happened to us. We left that kind of situation.
Yeah.
That's almost absolutely perfect. That's exactly what happens. We leave their little heliocentric, nonsensical paradigm. All of a sudden, we're the evil ones, right? We've left the cult, so we have to be shut down and stopped. Don't you love that?
Punished, ridiculed.
I feel special.
Made an example of.
I mean, when you get to a point where you start telling people they need to drink bleach and shit, like, really? Well, all I asked for was curvature, and I got to drink bleach. That's how you feel? Would it be easier for you to just provide curvature? Why I got to drink bleach? What the hell's wrong with you? That's a serious problem, man.
Oh yeah.
I just watched that cartoon on Netflix, Inside Job. They ridicule Flat Earth, but at least they present it, the idea. They call it a conspiracy theory. And they pose us as some sort of mindless terrorists.
You weren't paying attention, bro. That was the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, FES. Yeah.
Well, that's how you know we get into them, right? They have to start to include it now, even if it's in a joking matter. They've got to throw it in there because I'm seeing it like all over the place. Things that have absolutely nothing to do with the globe, with the shape of the Earth, or anything, and somebody will just mention it somehow flippantly. It's like, okay, yeah, interesting. I don't remember all of these references to that when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, those references, I would have had to question it. You know, you get the little ones in the cartoons here and there, but that's so obscure that you don't really pay any mind. But now, it's all over the place. Wonder why.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but they have a character in that cartoon. It's a general, and he's some sort of human dolphin hybrid. And I'm pretty sure that has some very weird connotations.
Certain other places, I can't remember if it's China or Japan, but they have like dolphin implanted in women, and women give birth to dolphins.
Wow. That's abominable.
Yeah, every time I bring it up, somebody says something like that. They're like, "That's abomination. Kill it with fire." You know, they say something like that every time.
Why is sky is the limit?
Get, have you seen the little clip I dropped in live stream voice text chat?
I'll have a look now.
Yeah, it's from a comedy show, Tacoma FD. It's just some firemen, but it actually mentions flat Earth in this one. It was pretty good.
Oh, I will check it.
I guess I could also just play it. It's 1 minute.
Specifically requested a longer lens.
Bingo. Just booked a cruise.
Cool story, dude.
Oh man, it's gonna be awesome. This ship goes right up to this like ice wall, which basically holds everything in because I don't know if you know this, but
The Earth is flat?
wait, you know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Wait, are you talking about the Flat Earthers cruise?
Yes, dude, I just booked a ticket.
Why
on
didn't
it.
you tell me? I wanted to go on that.
I didn't know you knew.
I know.
You know the Earth is flat.
I do.
Can't believe everybody thinks that the Earth is a globe. Like if it's a globe,
Oh my God.
where are the curves?
Where is the curve?
Right?
Holy shit, you're kidding me. Right? Could not be more flat.
Doesn't go like this.
No, and all those photos that NASA took from space.
Please. So fake.
So fake.
And I guess everybody in Australia is just literally walking around upside down, Governor. Yeah. Yeah, we're upside down.
Right on. You're okay.
You too, bro.
Want to get a picture real quick? Yeah.
It was especially funny.
Very nice. Very nice, yeah.
It was especially funny because they hated each other up to that point.
When they realize they're both flat earthers.
Yep.
When are we going to give Joe Biden the Magneto suit so he can just float up to the airplane without falling down and look like an idiot?
Yeah, he needs one of those chairs that like goes up the stairs like the old people have in the houses to get up those like circular stairs and stuff like that. Electrical chair that goes up on this track all the way up. He needs one of those.
Spit it all over the place after you said that.
I think the problem is you'd have to give him Magneto's powers. Probably wouldn't want to do that.
No, we can operate that like artificially from like some technology that we have on the side laying around.
Rumor has it he
I'm just saying that's
also, so he needs a combination
right?
diaper harness. He needs a combination diaper harness that has two protrusions that stick out the sides that go into a track like an escalator on the handrail, and it'll bring him right up, and then it'll look like he's not even, in a wheelchair.
Okay,
He'll just have two big knobs sticking off the side of his hips all the time.
I got a great solution. We just get a big crane, and then we put a bunch of strings down and attach them to his head and his arms and his legs and stuff, and then we just crane him all the way up to the entrance.
Why don't we get a new president that can ride bears and fight bears and shit? How about that?
Or finish sentences coherently.
Or go upstairs on his own.
Would it matter with a new president?
I think so, because this is like a record for like gas prices. Wonder what the gas is like in China. Not that that matters, but I bet their gas prices are low.
I feel like it's just mockery of the people. Like, look at this guy you voted in.
Oh, look it! We could put the squeeze on just one of their luxuries, and look at them scatter. Look at them flip the fuck out.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift.
I got hairy legs.
What happens?
Come on, man. Like this is the president of one of the most influential countries in the world.
No, he's certainly not the decision maker.
I know, but I'm just saying for many people he is, right?
Oh, they don't give a flying fuck. They think he's adorable. We'll see. That's everybody's attitude now. Laissez-faire.
And everybody on the right in 2016 thought the selected puppet yellow-haired clown called Donald Trump was adorable too, and he has the same education as Joe Biden and Tony Fauci, exact same education, exact same viewpoint of you and I. They think we're pawns, we're clowns, we're peasants, we're proletariat, and so say all you want to about Joe. Joe is just the latest and selected puppet clowns to rule over sheep. That's all he is, just like Trump was.
Come on, Jim. You know that when you fill out your paperwork. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
I was just saying, I want to get one of them Joe Biden masks that they keep putting on fellas doing interviews. I want one of them.
So I was going to say, Jim, when you fill out your paperwork at the, at the insurance office, you write down Dr. Fauci as like your personal doctor.
Heck, I could write down William Gates III because he's the most popular doctor in the world.
William Shakespeare, FD. Yeah, I'm driving across a bit of the country here, and just got a question. I want to know if it's somewhere. Where can I find this curvature? I'm traveling hundreds of miles a week, I guess, basically now on average. And gosh, I'll tell you, there is nothing curving out here. As flat as the eye can see, as far as the eye can see.
See, the trick is you got to turn on your TV, bro. Then you can see the curvature.
Oh, the TV in my Jeep, sure.
I was gonna say you probably just drove past it.
I'm always
Make a U-turn real quick.
Yeah. So why doesn't refraction make the cars look all fucked up in the distance? And but I can use them to drive still. I can see them in relation to me really well. Is refraction just genius that way, or what's going on? I don't know.
No, you can't. All those cars are illusions. They're not actually there.
Well, yeah, until we get to what, like 1.22 miles past the observer's height in feet squared or whatever it is. Then they become real, right?
No, that doesn't even matter. Like in their paradigm, nothing is where it is because everything's being refracted always, everywhere.
I got it. Well, I'm not gonna go with that because I gotta be safe. I don't want to head on collision anytime, ever. So
it's called gravitational refraction.
I think I'll just use my senses to drive instead of someone else's word on what I should do while I drive. You know what I mean? Maybe you don't. I need to chug a Red Bull. What's going on?
That might be a smart decision.
I'm not tired. I'm bored. That's how you get tired. Do you feel me?
You know, if we could just get all the globe earthers to join the military, they won't last very long. They'll be like shooting refracted targets. I don't know where he is. I know where he's not. He's not where he looks like he is.
It's going to be Call of Duty, man. All it's going to be for these kids. They're going to be playing video games and, from the ground or in planes, probably mostly from the ground, drones, doing whatever. I think there's even going to come a time when certain branches of the military take basic training out of the repertoire. But maybe that's just me.
Well, after I left, like within a couple of years, they started changing basic at the the hardcore level. Like scout basics, where you had these cards that you could give the drill sergeant, and he could stop yelling at you for 2 hours. It's like your little timeout for my Fifi's card. So it pretty much went downhill after that. So, getting to the point where you don't even have to do anything at basic training except get the trophy and be recognized for your pronouns, and then Bob's your uncle, you're a soldier.
Yeah, heck, sign me up. Shit. No, don't. And I'm glad I'm too old to get drafted if they ever do that again.
You're never too old to be drafted. It all depends on the level of war.
Well, that's true, and I'm pretty fit for 40, so they'd be like, "Yo, sorry, man, you gotta come."
No, you're only too old to be drafted first.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so you just got to hope the war is over before they finally get to you.
Which war? The one they haven't declared yet, or the one they haven't declared yet? You guys are such troopers for putting up with me. Thank you so much.
Well, if they declared war, then the people would know about it. But since it's just a, proxy war, that's not the same. That way we can still kill Whitey, but we don't have to call it war. You got to think, like, what's the most maniacal thing that you could do? Like, let's have a war, but where? In the breadbasket.
That's actually a fun mission for a Black Ops team. Instead of doing actual combat, try to do covert combat where nobody knows you've done it by attacking soft targets in a way that makes it look like an accident, like a spy. Change of pace. There has been a lot of spontaneous exploding and burning and all of that, food processing plants and the like lately. Could be something nefarious there. Maybe it's finally corporate warfare like has been predicted in all the video games and movies, where in the future the corporations have their secret assassins that go out and take out the other corporations.
That's all the countries are these days. It's just how much of the piece of the pie, does the, Masons get, or the Knights of Columbus, or the Knights of Malta? How much do the Who's get?
The Who?
Yeah, the rock band, the Who. New boss, same as the old boss.
The Who?
Pope must be hating us. How about that radius?
Shout out to Mitty, wherever he's at. That dude was a super moderator. Like, every time I was in here and he was in here, I was like, geez, dude, calm down. He'd be like, where are you at? What do you think? What's your role? Like, he was like always on point. Like, moderating the fuck out of this place. In a good way. So, shout out to Mitty.
Where you at, dog?
Is it just me, or does the president look like one of those Google robots in the early days when they were trying to walk?
Two questions. Given that you admit and accept that you were muting Jin for being rude, isn't that the very same criticism that you criticised Nathan for why you guys don't go in there because of Nathan's mute button? Wouldn't that therefore be hypocritical, Jeremy?
I do criticise Nathan for that, but I mean, you could look at it like that. Yes, you could just say I'm a hypocrite.
No, what he'll do is he'll do what he always does, which is he'll get mad, he'll mute us.
That's two of you gone. I'm just muting people.
Mute
until I get this finished. So you are going to let me finish it if I have to mute the fucking lot of you. What I do is I facilitate a conversation.
Okay, dude, so please stop muting me. Mute. Dude, it's getting really old. Listen, dude. I was going to thoroughly explain my position, and then what you did was you muted and strawmanned it. Mute. For a fucking full minute, dude. It's ridiculous.
What I do is I facilitate a conversation. You're going to sit in a room. Are you really seriously going to sit in a room of other adults when you've been in this conversation?
Making some emotional arguments.
All right, we'll do it the hard. We'll do it the hard way. You are muted.
Mute. Typical Gem with a mute, and monologue method. Fantastic.
He deploys his mute button just so he can preach.
Mute. I actually only realized I was muted 10 seconds ago when I looked at my screen. Before that, I was letting you talk. I was letting you spiel for 2 minutes.
He deploys his mute button just so he can preach. I announced the mute.
Mute.
I told you I was.
No, you haven't been announcing it. Don't lie.
I absolutely did announce the mute.
Mute. How many times did you mute? How many times did you mute?
Mute. Twice.
Mute. And how many times did you announce it? And that's a lie, actually. That's a fucking lie. Because at least 3 times I saw.
Mute. After you muted me to monologue about
like a
remedial
mute.
babbling
Well, I'm sorry,
nonsense.
but yes, he deploys his mute button
The dating
just to
game.
make, just so he can preach.
Wow, you just always got to mute me so you can just like.
So when I find you in the list, I'm going to mute you. Mute. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. What I do is I facilitate a conversation. Oh, I'm sorry, I left SE muted.
Mute.
Go ahead, SE. Sorry.
You're a coward, Jem. You're a coward, bro.
That's why I muted.
Mute.
No, I wasn't kicked. So I left because I tried to explain the same point about 4 times, and I couldn't even get in past like the first 5 words of the point because moderators and non-moderators were muting me and talking over me. And Kosho, for you to pretend that it was the other way around just shows how dishonest you are. Hopefully, if we meet in person, you won't be this dishonest.
Do you want to be that strict? We can do that, Witsit. You'll be muted.
Mute.
You look crazy, though.
What I do is I facilitate a conversation. Right, I'm going to ask you a question. I've muted you again.
Oh man, in the spirit of mute, I had to mute that.
He did the same to me, man. He's so crazy.
Who made that video though? Because it was all right, except for that guy saying mute, like every time.
Yeah, that was a bit annoying. But he still does that, right? When you go onto the server and you have a discussion with him, and he doesn't like what you're saying, he's just gonna mute you, and then he's gonna do his monologue and probably use a red herring at the end of it.
Who?
And then he unmutes you again, right? So you can't really have a real dialogue.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, Nathan?
No, the panda.
Gem Panda.
The Earth is flat.
Oh, that's Matthew having a coming out of the closet experience.
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature. It's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Oh, I thought you were directing it this way with that. Yeah, not that way.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by so you know the thing.
Emotional, damn it.
Houston, we have a problem.
Space station is a serious place. We're doing serious research, scientific research, and engineering research. Here is Pig. And of course, Pig is the arch enemy of Angry Bird. And Angry Bird had some eggs. And Pig stole the eggs. And don't ask me how I got the eggs on Space Station.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Trick. He smuggled them in a secret compartment.
You're lagging
in the back.
AI, can you repeat what you said? You're lagging. Okay.
The Earth is flat.
So they're both going in opposite directions simultaneously while going nowhere.
You know, message is simple. Going after Mickey Mouse, for God's sake.
That's the kind of stuff that they need for their paradigm to exist.
Yeah, boy.
Poor defenseless Disney or Mickey. Like, it's not like Disney is a major corporation that has lawyers or anything and can defend itself.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know what I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Emotional damage.
De skal ikke integreres, de skal ikke assimileres, de skal ud.
You guys need to learn how to soliloquy and have something passionately to soliloquy about.
The scientific process of
just
hypothesis and all of that,
like...
that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
Nice.
So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas. Magellan clouds of the Milky Way
you see
galaxy.
The Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and a
want
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal lights.
Whoa.
Whoa. The zodiacal. Oh my goodness, it's hilarious. They had a nice, Glover's had a nice venue. It's called the Arena. Very favorable rules in their favor. And Friday night fights.
Yeah.
So you had a what was it called? Let's see. Objection. You could call an objection, and then you'd get a minute where the other side is muted. And then you'd have a minute cooldown. So obviously during the minute cooldown, the other side gets to speak. But you can interrupt until they call objection. So it'd just be a minute back and forth with cooldown where only one person gets to speak. Unless you negotiate in the middle of your conversation on the fly, right? But as soon as you want that time to speak, you can. Otherwise, it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Very, very fair, very simple. So people might go for 3 minutes, just back and forth, not even caring too much, over talking each other a little bit. When that one person really wanted to say something, they would have to call the objection. Get a minute after interrupt them.
There were also rules in a frame, like you'd have to be logical, like you have to show you cite your stuff, and you can't just say things with no backing. So that really put everything on the same playing field, because they had access to the same exact objections. If we did that, they could object, but we just try not to do that.
Wait, can you repeat that?
Back when we had the arena, we also used to have rules, so you couldn't just make a fallacious argument or gallop or use a red herring to avoid what the other person was saying. You had to like address it.
Ah, okay.
And because we had like rules established beforehand and people had to agree to the rules before they started, it was pretty easy.
That was the whole team. There was actually club champions. That was it. Like, they just resort to that petty subterfuge and trying to be your friend on the sly, in the background. There's that one article where it says flat earthers, inherently distrust science. So it's not that they can't, agree with you or not. It's that they have this distrust. So what you should do is disregard facts, figures, proofs, evidence, right? And just try to be their friend and build trust. Because once they trust you enough, then they'll believe you when you say things. It's funny how when they're trying to tell the rank and file vulgar how to deal with flat earthers, basically saying the exact same thing that the mainstream did. They just based it on trust and authority.
Yeah, belief in pseudoscience.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
Who was that?
Mitsukaku.
Who's that? Oh, that's that Chinese guy, right?
Yeah, theoretical physicist.
Man, I've
It's
seen
the guy that
when I was a kid.
It's the guy that didn't make it as Raiden.
Man, I watched documentaries when I was a kid. I find them fascinating, I was so hooked on space and aliens, you can't even imagine.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, he's the guy who wanted to be the new Einstein, but didn't make it.
Ah, that's unfortunate. Poor guy. Really. He should have been German, maybe. I'm just joking. Oh no, you know what he needed to do? Marry his cousin.
That might have helped him.
Yeah. Then he can be Einstein.
Japanese, so close enough. But yeah, he was the one that tried to get the string theory, or the M theory, or the theory of everything. So he knows firsthand that it doesn't work. He's the one that's been trying to connect it all together, and he can't do it because gravity doesn't work. So he knows firsthand more than anybody.
Right. We should do we should also create some theories about how some people in the Globy movement can be so gullible. How do you say that word in English correctly? Gullible?
Gullible.
Gullible.
Like when you're
Well, see, nobody actually knows exactly because it's not in the dictionary.
Right, exactly. And I like that in that word you have also ball, gullible.
Like impossible, yeah. But when you're quoted as saying, usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. That is one with a 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between the theory and experiment in the history of science. So he admits it openly.
How come asteroids always land in greatest? Yeah, like the perfect 90-degree angle craters on the moon.
Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, that is due to the magic speed. Let me see if I have that clip.
What? Really? Is he retarded?
Yeah, I think so at times.
Smart, sorry. That makes absolutely no sense. Well, when I was a kid, there was something about a huge asteroid hitting the Earth. Yeah, I have a question. Can someone explain me how everything started spinning in the first place and like in that perfect constellation? Like, how was that even possible that everything, started perfectly spinning the way it should spin? Does anyone know? And then,
They say it was the Big Bang, right? It was spinning so fast that eventually it just like exploded out in every direction.
so nothing created a force that created everything, which makes everything fly and spin, but the space that is ever expanding itself does not move, or how can I understand this? Or was space already there before nothing has exploded into everything? Regardless of how you want to look at it, it's retarded. How fast was the ostrich running when it hit the tree?
Nope. Space is something. You got it.
Yeah.
Can't be expanding into itself. That's redundant.
True.
It's got to be whatever space is expanding within has to be void or extra dimensional.
Right. Space is fake.
Now, if they can't tell you what is beyond the edge of the expanding universe, then that means that the universe isn't expanding according to their own logic, right?
Right.
They don't know what's beyond the boundary, so that means that their entire paradigm is false, correct?
Right.
It's somewhere in this video. I've been jumping through it. He's saying that the dark spots on the moon are flat spots and some other weird stuff in this, including the magic speed to try to explain why all of the craters or so-called craters on the moon are circular. Yeah, he tells him how the astronauts aimed for the Sea of Tranquility and the other supposed lava fields because they were so flat, because you don't want to land on the side of a hill.
How did they know they weren't just going to land in the crater? And the crater is just an impact hole, right? Where it filled up with dust after the dust settled. They could have landed in like 20 or 30 feet worth of fluffy dust and sunk to the bottom.
If it were real, yeah.
One small step for man, one major fuck up for man.
Yeah, I mean, we're supposed to believe it's all dustified up there. There's no humidity or water content to keep it bound together, so... that water content would have evaporated and just left the ball.
Why do the Globers believe Buzz when he says he went to the moon? When he told the little girl that we didn't go there, how come they don't believe him then?
Yeah, I think it's called confirmation bias. You're more willing to accept something that appears to confirm your beliefs than something that appears to prove them wrong. So, because the thing that appears to prove them wrong causes you physical discomfort or mental discomfort in the form of cognitive dissonance.
Sounds like an excuse to me, but makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like you get caught for stealing something, and someone said, "Hey, you stole that," and then you just run away. Because that's what they're doing, like subconsciously. They're just running away from the problem. Not addressing the underlying cause for why they have to be stealing in the first place. They're just trying to grab something and run. I think also part of it is we're living in a time of mass psychosis. Vast majority of the world is convinced of all sorts of weird things that just aren't true. And so society is just collapsing.
Yeah. There's a lot of factors, nuances, and it's a long plan.
Well, let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I don't know how far it will fall or anything like that. I just know that in the past, mass psychosis has taken over small parts of the world or small regions or sometimes just a court, but it inevitably leads to decline in that area, and then people realize the error of their ways and try to fix it, and it's just a cycle.
Yeah, but I mean, one thing that is different from, let's just say 100, 200, 500 years ago is that everything is so interconnected today with the interwebs and stuff like that. All the governments is colluding together with mass meetings and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just saying things are also different today.
Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, it's also different for us. Instead of we being isolated in our different communities, not having any access to each other's information, we're sharing it now.
Agreed. It goes both ways, definitely.
Yeah.
But for example, I'm not sure if you were here earlier, but we were talking about, what's going to happen? And there is all these plans about 2030 and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, look at history. Every time people have made like a doomsday prediction, they come up to that date and nothing extraordinary is happening at that point. That's not the same as saying that they are not a step closer towards whatever goal they want, but these days is just distractions, you know?
Yeah, well, the sustainable, what's it called? The Agenda 2030, for instance, is not like a prediction of what will happen, but rather a promise from some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world of what they will make happen. So
Yeah.
it's not like we want that. It's just what they want us to think is coming down the pipeline. And I fully think that that's just a fear tactic to get people to accept the other thing which they will offer you next. That it's always a problem, reaction, solution. And and for me, this seems like they created this massive problem and they allowed Epstein and a few of their outer, like the pawns lying at the edge of their cabal, to be exposed so that they can take them down and say, look, this Illuminati cabal thing that the conspiracy theories were based on had a little bit of truth in them. We took them out and we got rid of all the bad guys. Look at us, the good guys. And that'll bring people back into the fold with faith in the system.
Yeah, for sure. And also like as you said, like problem, reaction, solution, people also want to survive. So if they come with a solution where men and women can feed their children, a lot will take that without really asking about what caused the issues in the first place.
Yeah. And like they will step back some of the bullshit and you'll be like, yeah, that sounds really, really good. This is a step in the right direction. But it won't be all the way. So that's how they always stutter step you in the direction they want. They take a big step with some guy they're going to paint as the bad guy. Then they have their own guy who they paint as the good guy. Take him out and step it one step back when he took 2 steps forward. But Biden's like running. He's not taking 2 steps.
No. You know, he's tumbling down the hill.
Yeah.
I think he's just biding his time. You don't have much. He's got a short window.
I mean, to be honest, like, I don't look at any president like actually being like the leaders of the country. It's more like the companies face outwards, and the fact that they picked a guy like Joe Biden, which is evidently like not fit for anything in that sort, is more like a mockery of the people, if you know what I mean.
I just don't think he's fit, to have any kind of job.
No, that was my point. But when they can put him in powers, and regardless of he was voted in or whatever happened, like that he is still in the leading position, and that's some signal to like how gullible are you people? Look at this retard. He's in power.
What's ever happened to all the globies?
You are roboting. Oh, Larry. You'll be back.
They ran.
Come back, Larry. Oh, Larry did jump to cognitive dissonance check. Literate.
At Associated Press.
March at NAP. What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the Blue Planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly. Like, we'd have way better CGI if it was fake. And the colors all look like kind of weird in space. There's no atmospheric occlusion. Like everything looks too crisp. But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that like a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that. And if you look closely, on the dashboard, there's a tiny roadster with a tiny spaceman. So Hot Wheels made a Hot Wheels roadster, and a friend of mine suggested, "Hey, why don't you put that Hot Wheels roadster with a tiny spaceman on in the car too?" I'm like, that'd be cool. Sure. So we did that. It's kind of silly and fun, but I think that's silly fun things are important. And normally for a new rocket, they'd launch like a block of concrete or something like that. That's so boring. And I think that's just the imagery of it is something that's going to get people excited around the world. And it's still tripping me out. I'm tripping balls here.
The Earth is flat.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
Clay under the seal.
Yes.
Do you know more German flat earths from Germany?
No.
Oh, only you.
Yes.
There's more. On the television, do they ever talk about flat Earth? Do you remember?
What?
In the television, did they ever talk about flat Earth on Germany?
No.
Oh.
Not really.
Maybe someday you guys on Germany do a flatcom.
$1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift. What happens?
The Earth is flat.
The
Joe
Earth is
Biden.
flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat.
Yeah, boy.
The Earth is flat.
He said one day, not far away, but like just a few weeks ago, Matthew Lawrence, even if we had something, he will never accept what we have.
Yeah, because he is ignorant regarding that topic.
Yeah. I mean, if my last math teacher, if I talk to him, and I think he'll accept about flat Earth. I will say to him, now I give more importance to math, because because of this, the circumference of Earth, the radius, and maybe he spread the word. There are people saying the Earth is flat. You have to know these formulas. Yeah.
Mm. Earth is flat.
If
It's
Matthew,
like, even with mass, it's hard to explain what mass really fundamentally is. What is mass?
Yeah, now they're trying to say that they can make a new face of matter on a computer.
CGI. Larry, welcome back.
Thank you. I was going to ask my friendly flat earthers who are not driving if they could post a video where the government asks the social media companies to, censor flat Earth and put the Wikipedia articles. I don't think they specifically asked for the Wikipedia articles, but that's what they did. Does anybody got that clip so that I could share it with Poimar and Cognis?
Yeah, I should have it.
YouTube censorship. I have the link.
All right, and I got a stop sign.
More Wikipedia.
So both of y'all posted it?
Wikipedia. Have this. Doesn't appear. Okay.
Okay, since no one is talking right now, if we want to, we can listen to a very nice song about Flat Earth, if not my most favorite song. It's an Hello Adele cover.
Awesome.
All right. Let me just mute my mic.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Program me our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. And from the inside, I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Gold discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed on the move. From the brighter side, they fooled you with that CGI. Sending rockets into the sea, and they're faking that life ISS fear. No matter how high you go, horizons rise to eye level. Greatest fiction, show you only your glow. God will stand in both. Over 120 scriptures support the geocentric design of this earth. Railroads, bridges, lighthouses, sail credentials, make mistakes. Don't be fooled, God and brother, stop judgment. Say something attention, hiding your shares. Promises and just skies. The earth is not a glass. Stars and shadows, the lost to the pretty night. Lungs on the moon.
Thanks, Clay Under the Seal.
No problem. Great song, right?
Exactly. I knew that song.
I think that's one of the best Flat Earth songs. Like, I don't know, it just gives me such a positive vibe.
Yeah.
But to be honest, man, isn't it nice to be a Flat Earther? Isn't it freaking nice?
It's pretty freaking nice.
Yeah.
To know the truth,
Yeah,
it's
like-
freedom.
Like, today I
It
was
is. It
riding-
really is.
Exactly. Today I was riding my bike and I just, sometimes I just think about other people think they're on a spinning ball and you know that it's stationary and flat and perfectly made, right? I don't know, it's just weird to comprehend sometimes how beautiful the place actually is where we all live.
Oh.
I mean, we all live in here, right? Like, I mean, far apart from each other, but still within the same containment, right? Isn't that crazy? I find that spectacular. Man, someone should do a rap song with "Damn, it feels good to be a flat earther."
I love to be here. It was a great find. This place where we can meet and share together the same reason that bring us here.
Someone should do a cover of the song for Flat Earth.
We have musicians here. We have Drace. He has a lot songs.
Who?
Drace, Love, Wisdom. The guy just below you. Here at Livestream Drace. He does a.
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want to play one of your last Flat Earth songs?
Sure.
Awesome.
I'll play this one because it's with Karma. And we haven't heard her in a while.
Awesome.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own, when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lot.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a get another dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know know how they keep you in the system. Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocha Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Awesome. Well done. Dre's Love Wisdom.
That song will never be a victim of overplay, IJS.
So,
I especially like the part where Karma's talking about, I don't know the lyrics word for word, but about the wig.
Snatch your wig if you acting funny.
Yeah. I don't know. It just, to me, it seems like to me an example of, I don't know, like a not serious karma, like a playful karma. It's like, I'm going to get you. I don't know if that describes it appropriately. It gives it justice. Not really, but yeah, love that song. To the ends of the earth.
Jenny, we miss the ladies' night and Karma and everybody else. Hopefully, y'all get back together and realize that we appreciate you, ladies, whether we show it or not.
Okay, so Tracy and I and kind of Dandelion through a few DMs, we kind of had like a faux meeting of sorts. And so we're hoping that the ladies could have like essentially like a pinky roast, like a nice roast, you know, like Jem does, but nice. You know, we're just going to talk about, we don't need a present live Glober in the Discord. We have tons of material to talk about. So we could just essentially do commentary on videos, you know, on P Dave and P Phil. We could, I mean, everybody loves to like listen to them for some reason, but yeah, I think there was a suggestion that we could talk about P Dave. Yeah. Or I don't know. It doesn't matter. So just to make sure I'm getting it right, Hank, neither one of those have an official degree, do they? Or do I need to be stand corrected?
I don't know, but I've heard that they don't. But I can't speak with any knowledge.
Well, you think
nobody's seen it. Nobody's seen it. Let's put it that way.
Right. If I had a PhD, you bet your sweet ass that'd be in the background. I mean, you know, you spend 10 years or whatever of your life, you want some recognition, right? So when I say the letter P, I just mean the letter to signify the initial, the first letter of professor. That's it. They don't get to be called professor. It's pissing me off.
Yeah, P.
Not P-E-E, just the letter P. So let's not get weird or anything. But anyway, I'm tired of it because it's misleading people. And that pisses me off. Just like I tell older people, stop watching the news. You know, same thing. It makes them all upset and it fucks up their immune system. And then, you know, along with all the sugar they eat and caffeine and smoking and drinking, it's a wonder anybody's alive. You know? Not trying to get all hyped up, but I am maybe a little, because I don't think they should be called professor. It's ridiculous.
Experts.
Yeah. So we could talk all day long probably on